This is a special meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission meeting as the Community Redevelopment Agency, Thursday, April 28, 2022 at 4:30. I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask the mayor to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the first item that we have on our agenda tonight is approval of the redevelopment property located at 509 North Ocean Shore Boulevard, next door Beach Bistro. And I just walked all around the building except right there by the fence. And anyway, let's proceed. Who's going to be presenting this?
I'll ask Karen to take the lead on this, and if Larry has anything to contribute, we'll hear from him as well.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
We can.
This location is next to the Golden Lion. Mr. and Mrs. Marlowe were able to purchase it. I'm really excited about it because this is going to be a real focal point for our downtown. They are going to redevelop it in the classic revival architecture design. They have worked very hard with us to get that look that we were looking for. And in your packet, I don't know if you've got color renditions or not, but...
We do.
Okay. I wanted to attach the elevation as to what the building's going to look like. And it's going to have a pergola on the front where the parking used to be. And you'll have outdoor patio seating out there. The design is exquisite with plants and just tropical. It's going to be awesome. And I wanted to give you an idea of what the interior looks like too, just so that you could get a feel for it. I had to laugh because Larry calls it the Bogey and Bacall look, but he's right. It meets all the criteria for the CRA. This does not need to go to the PAR board for approval because it is a renovation, but because of the plan and we need to make sure that the facade and the outside fits with the CRA master plan, it's coming to you for approval. And my recommendation is that we go ahead and approve it so that they can get their building permit and get started.
Okay, I just mentioned just a little while ago, about 30, 45 minutes ago, I went up there and I parked illegally right in front of your place. But that was the only place I could park, and I didn't run over any cones or anything. But
You know the police chief is sitting in
I know. He won't give me a ticket. Not yet. But anyway, I thought it looked very, very nice. The rendering is awesome. My wife was looking at some of my notes last night, and she said, "Where is that? What is that?" And she was very, very impressed with it. And I'm looking forward to it. It looks like an awesome place. And are you going to use the same kind of grass like they have next door, or what? I'm just kidding. No, I just walked next door to the realtor office over there because I stepped on their grass and I found out it was artificial grass, but I want some of that in my yard. That's cool. But anyway, those are the only comments I had. Commissioner.
Yeah, I like it very much. It lost that cavernous feel. In the previous restaurants, it was just like this gigantic open space. And I like the way you broke it up. It looks really nice.
Commissioner Cooley?
I got a couple concerns. Y'all are not paying enough rent to the city. You're ripping off the taxpayers, and we need to end the lease. Oh, wait, wrong meeting. We love y'all. This is a great improvement. That property has been a sore spot for a while, borderlining on blight, and to have y'all pick it up and do something with it. We know that because of the long track record of being great operators here in the city, I have no doubt that this is going to be very, very nice, and I'm excited for you because for y'all to take over the buildings is very, very good for us.
Thanks. Yeah, we're excited. Let's hope so.
So I'm excited as well. Chris and I briefly spoke about it a couple of months ago. Just two minor questions. Will you have any parking in the front of the building, or will it all be across the street and adjacent on the side? Okay. Okay.
Commissioner Phillips, the parking got eliminated for safety reasons because there's no way to back out safely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I figured so, but I wanted to ask the question. And then my second question is, and it's not a question that, maybe you don't know the answer yet. Do you anticipate, if you could come up to the,
Yeah. Someone can just come up.
I'm going to actually ask a
You
question.
have to speak from the podium.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to actually ask a question. Do you anticipate possibly having music someday?
No,
No music?
no.
Okay. Those are my only questions. Thank you.
Name for the record, please. Sorry.
Sorry?
I know they know who you are, but just name for the record.
Oh, sorry, Tony Marlowe, 142 Avalon Avenue, Flagler Beach.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Sherman.
Just excited. I think we won the lottery with you guys taking over that building. So thank you. I think as Commissioner Cooley said, there's been, as you know, it's kind of been a revolving door with the different businesses. I'm sure, as you guys know, I remember one time I went there, 1 minute was a Philly cheesesteak place, and then the next minute was, it was just something else. So I'm really excited. I think it's also kind of piggyback off of what Commissioner Muley said. I mean, the inside just looks amazing. So thank you, and we're really excited to have you guys. Thank you.
Mayor Johnston.
I'll say one more comment. I haven't seen this building be successful since it was the Napa store. And so you've gotten Philly sandwiches, I've gotten breaks. But I think the entire city is very excited. We've been needing something to be successful in that spot. And if there's a family to do it, you are the one.
Yep.
And if y'all ever want to move Green Line, just so you know, at least I would very much welcome that business here as well.
Good to know. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Had to say that on the record.
Yeah. I think it's been said a couple times. Thanks
Okay.
a lot.
Okay, make the comment from the podium, please.
With the golf course, it's a great opportunity. It's just, right now, it's a little small. It's a little small. If there was any way that it could be enlarged a little bit, we'd be super interested.
That's good to know.
Okay.
It's just too tiny to.
Yeah.
We actually went and looked at it, and there's not enough. There's no kitchen. There's nothing. It's real tough to make it work. That's not to say if you didn't extend it a few feet, then we'd have a place to blow everyone away. But anyway,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, last comments before I open it up to the public. I think, Joseph, as usual, you did a very good job on the architect and design of it. It's, one of the things I've been thinking about, and I think all of us in regard to the city is a theme. And I think this is starting to form along with the hotel and the other communities, properties that we have coming up, is a theme that's sort of beachy, but yet it's establishing a theme that I think we can all look at and like, and it fits right in with Flagler Beach. So I really appreciate it. Okay, I'd like to open it up to the public now. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for motion.
Motion to approve the redevelopment of the property located at 509 North Ocean Shore Boulevard.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Penny, could you please call a roll?
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes to the motion.
Chair Bryan?
Yes. Thank you very much. Good luck, guys.
Thank you. This is so nice compared to
We know.
180-degree opposite. Thanks for common sense.
Okay, the next item we have on the agenda is approve the change to the CRA portion of the capital improvement plan for fiscal years 22-23 and 23-24.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask Karen once again to speak to this item. This has to do with our desire to put forward a grant package, and part of the criteria that we need to pay attention to is what the state would like to see in the package. And this is an important step forward for our process, and I'll let her kind of go into the details.
Okay.
Thank you. Staff was asked to look at replacing the playground at the Wickline Park. And I know that there's a committee that was headed by Commissioner Phillips that got together, and they actually brought children in to see what they would say. And I have all of the results, all their drawings and everything else, but that would be part of the requirement of having public input. We're also going to use the app to ask the public for ideas on what they would like to see as the new playground. But during this whole interaction with the children, the one theme that kept coming up was a splash pad. So we sat back and just thought about it, and I know that Lee was involved in it before I came on board and everything else. And where the volleyball court sits, nobody uses it, really, and they haven't for years. I know Tom's tried to get, the high school and the middle schools to come and do maybe some tournaments, but they want to do it on a beach. They don't want to do it there. So it's waste of space. That's a perfect location right next to the playground to put the splash pad. In order to do that, I'm applying for 2 FERDAP grants. One for the playground and one for the splash pad. They're 2 separate grants. We have a really good chance of getting them because they're both considered a playground, and it's top #1 priority with the state. But in order to be able to apply for it, it has to be in our 5-year capital improvement plan. We did actually put the playground in the CIP that y'all passed, but the splash pad was not in there. Now, this grant will not be received until probably next year. So nothing's going to happen until next year or the following year. So in order to get this into the CIP, we went ahead and projected it out to 2024. If the grant comes in, then we can change it. So that's the reason why we're doing this. And you'll have that tonight for approval for the budget amendment. But I just wanted to explain to y'all, and you all as the CRA board, because it's in the CRA, would have to approve it as well. So that's why it's before you.
Okay.
Karen, with what's going on with Holland Park, do we have any concerns about a splash pad? And
That was my question.
I mean, I know the splash pad is not going to be as large and,
Tom and I took a trip out there and I saw it myself.
Okay.
And we're learning from their mistakes. Number one, they have a huge chamber, which is about half this room, for the recycling of the water. You need to be a rocket scientist, honestly, to understand how to run that. Very complicated. They had a lot of problems with it, but the biggest problem with the golf course is the turf that they put down. I mean, the golf course. The splash pad is the turf that they put down. And I'm glad I saw it because we had a choice from that type of turf to a different type of turf for the playground. I'm not touching the other one after what I saw. It's going to be cement. It's going to be a lot smaller. It will not recycle. It will go straight down the drain. Completely different thought process. And the maintenance is very minimal. You don't have to buy the UV thing. This thing is like taller than the podium, and then it's got all these lights and stuff. $600 for one bulb. The water that comes out of our tap has already been treated. Why spend all this kind of money on something that's ridiculous? We can control the amount of time and the pressure as the water comes out so that we can control how much water we use. And I'll get into all that once we get the plans, but to answer your question, no way.
Okay, good. And then just another quick question. Do you still anticipate applying for the grants by, is it October 1st on or around?
I am
October 1st?
pushing for, no, I'm pushing for August, because when I
nice.
spoke with the state,
Okay,
they said that they're probably going to open it up in August instead of October.
nice.
So I'm trying to push everything through so that I'm ready, because they only give you a week's window. So by the time it hits,
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm ready. Here you go.
Okay, okay, that's all I have for now. Thanks, Karen.
Commissioner Cooley, and then I'll get Commissioner.
Okay. I am totally and unequivocally against a splash pad, and I'll tell you why. We have a 7-mile splash pad, a couple hundred feet from here. The other thing is even though this is better to maintain than maybe what Palm Coast is doing, the splash pads are a maintenance nightmare. I used to work at a water park. We can't even take care of our parks. Our parks are in embarrassing condition. How are we going to take care of a splash pad? We can dream all we want, but the reality is if we can't even mulch and cut grass, how are we going to maintain a splash pad? The volleyball court hasn't been used for multiple years because it has been kept in embarrassing and unusable condition. It's filled with, I don't know the name of it, I call it devil grass. You are supposed to, like in sand courts, you play barefoot. When your volleyball court is filled with those sand spurs, no one will ever use it. And it has been filled with sand spurs as long as I've lived here. It's also not level. It's never been level. And I like the idea of the grant utilization. I think that's great. And I think we need to continue to pursue it. But we need to fix what we have. And that is more than just that one park. We have parks all over the city. And we cannot take on another thing that we can't take care of. We have an established track record of not being able to take care of what we have. And that continues to this very day. And we're taking on an additional responsibility. We talk about this is going to replace a volleyball court. Well, we're not taking care of the volleyball court, and that's easier. How are we going to take care of a splash pad? And then in addition, it's going to cost us a bunch of money. I say we pursue the grants, which CRA director is doing a fabulous job with pursuing the grants. But don't add something that is not needed. It's redundant with a neighboring city. It's redundant with a 7-mile splash pad that we already got. This is one of those things where, and I said this about Powell Parker Park, just because you're getting something at a discount doesn't make it a good idea. And I think this falls under that as well. That's all I got on it.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Sherman.
Yes, I kind of have to piggyback off of Commissioner Cooley a bit on this. It's tough as a father of a 4-year-old. I think it's a grand idea, but then also as a being responsible here to our city, I think I have to think of it in that aspect of things and kind of pull back a little bit. And I think what Commissioner Cooley said about the 7-mile splash pad, I kind of was thinking that in the back of my head as well. And maybe Karen, maybe we could look at using that money to, continue on and make our parks, kind of keep up with the maintenance of them. And I was just looking at like the basketball court, for example, maybe we resurface those courts, get some new hoops up there. And, the lights and stuff seem to be working really well out there, but, the courts could use some resurfacing and, even the basketball courts out there. I think those are some of the things in my mind. I would love a splash pad, but I do have concerns too with the maintenance. And then also, I kind of wanted to ask our city attorney here about legalities of that and, what potential costs that could incur with insurance expenses and things like that. So I wasn't sure.
I can't answer how much it impacts or if it impacts at all your premiums. Probably not. I mean, there's a lot, but
Yeah, splash pads, there are accidents at splash pads, but there are also accidents at playgrounds. So
Sure.
public infrastructure, public recreation areas, there are accidents, and I suspect it probably would have negligible, if any, impact at all on your premiums. But yes, there have been some high-profile cases involving splash pads over the years, but it would be an insured area.
Mayor Johnston?
My question was, who would pay for the water? We always talk about every meeting, water's a commodity, and my first thought was, who's going to pay that bill?
Well, I would assume since it's in the CRA, it could come out partially from the CRA, but it would be the city ultimately that would be paying for it.
Okay. That would be my biggest concern, is we're asking residents to limit their tap water just to be eco-friendly. And now we would have a continuous stream running, and it would just be dollars going literally down the drain, unless we could do something with the reclaimed water down the road.
For a splash pad, I don't think you can use.
You couldn't use reclaimed water
Then
for a splash.
I would just, for the sake of water, it's money going down the drain, I just can't see it as a wise choice. I'm sorry.
Can't the money for that splash pad be used for something else that we need?
It'd have to be
No.
Mark.
Yeah, that's when I got to my.
The grant's only for a splash pad?
If I'm applying for the grant, it's specific.
The grant program is capital oriented. You can't, you could take the match money you were going to use and use it for maintenance, but the grant itself is capital oriented.
Capital oriented meaning you're adding an asset?
Yes.
So can we add an asset that makes more sense? Or can we demo an asset and make it better? Like he brought up basketball courts. Can we redo the basketball courts and make them something that's more usable? Or, I'm just throwing out ideas. But
If it's covered in the plan, you could do that, but we would need to go back and look at the plan and see what it says.
Commissioner Bailey?
Yeah, in some cases, we're talking apples and oranges. I hope I can be heard or understood. I woke up with no voice today. This is a CRA-specific grant, so you can't use the money that might come from this to fix up Silver Lake or any of the other parks that are outside the CRA. And to compare the beach with a splash pad, I think is going a bit far. You take your kid to the beach at South 18th Street, let's say, where there's no lifeguard. That's a little bit more dangerous than a splash pad. I don't see the ocean being a splash pad. We would have to maintain it. I'm sure it would be part of the grant requirements that we would have to maintain it.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would all come out of CRA monies.
Yes, ma'am.
So you can't start putting things from the CRA into general fund projects. So let's be careful what we're talking about. That's what I had to say.
Okay. One of my questions here was how much it's going to cost per year. And when I was in St. Johns County, we had a splash park over in Volano Beach. It's still there, and they've had to redo it a couple of times, and it is expensive to maintain. So I was wondering how much it's going to cost to maintain. And I have to agree with Commissioner Cooley and the other commissioners here is we're having challenges maintaining what we have. I mean, the fountain that we have, it doesn't even work half of the time. And it's supposed to be a fountain. And that should be easy to maintain, but it's not being maintained. And in another few years, once we've gotten things together and we've gotten on our feet, I think it's something we could possibly look at down the road. But right now, I agree that, we're just getting 3 maintenance people on board to just help maintain the grounds. And I think we're supposed to get one more person. But then the question comes up, who's going to be responsible for maintaining it? It's going to be the building department, the facilities, or whatever it is. But here again, we're still talking about man hours and dollars to maintain that, as well as there's chemicals that go in there. There are no chemicals?
No.
No? So how's the water treated, just through reverse osmosis or what?
No, it goes straight down the drain.
Oh, so it's just
We're
gone.
using potable water.
Right, it's out the tap.
Ooh.
That was my
Did I go
concern.
back to the mayor's question? How many gallons is that going to be?
Yeah, I'd like to know that too.
And those are,
When the design comes back.
Right, and I'd like to, before we close the door on the splash park, I would like to have all these unknowns documented. How much is it going to cost? Who is going to do the maintenance, et cetera. We have to remember as well, this is not going to be, this is a small footprint. It's going to be a palm tree with water trickling down from it. So when the children are at the park and they're hot, or the parents are hot, they can walk over there and cool off a
So you
little
turn it on, it's like
So-
on demand?
you can control it.
Who controls it though?
We do.
Okay.
So
we have to
each
have someone.
apparatus would have a timer on it,
Oh, okay, so the timer.
and the actual amount of water that comes out is also controlled, and they don't all go on at once. You can time them so that the kids actually get to move around instead of staying in one spot and just water going everywhere.
Okay, so if no one was out there using it, it wouldn't be on?
No.
Okay.
So, and I do understand Mr. Cooley and others' concerns, but on the other hand, we did have a group of children and parents that thought it was a good idea, and so instead of just right now saying absolutely no, I would like to get more information.
I agree. Do we have a consensus we need more information? I mean, just
If we
to
decide
at
it's
least
not the right thing,
discuss it a little
that's
bit
fine,
more.
but I think
I mean, I'm
we need
learning more
information.
about it as we're talking because I didn't know that it was on demand. I'm thinking about a typical splash park. With
Where it's
water
constantly
all the
running.
time. But here again, we still need to look at how it's going to be maintained, who's going to maintain it, and the dollars it's going to cost.
And I understand we have had an issue with maintenance in the past, but that doesn't mean we have to have an issue with maintenance in the future.
Right, yeah. We got a new manager that's making sure stuff is being maintained, right?
If I may just add something to the conversation. This is very preliminary. My focus was basically getting it on the CIP, because if it's not on there before I apply for it, even if we decide not to, we can always take it off. But if I go to apply for it after you guys look at it, there will be public input. The public will be invited to hear everything that has to go on, because in order for me to finalize the application, you guys have to approve me to apply for it. But this is the first step, is getting it on the CIP just so that it's there.
Okay.
And I don't have to worry about it.
Okay. I mean, since you're going to come back with more additional information, I'm just looking at other alternatives. For example, you go to Disney World, places like that, and they have what's called mist parks and things like that, where you walk through the mist and the water's just coming out, not as fast as a splash park, but it's misting and helps to cool you off. I mean, I'd like to see some other alternatives as well. I know there are other, that's just me, but, in order to cool off, that's a consideration that, we could think about, and here again, it would be on demand, where you could just turn on the thing with the timer and the kids could run through it and, get misted and that kind of thing there.
I think we have to remember that this idea did come from the kids.
Right.
We're always talking about input from the public. And Debbie had a wonderful day. I caught the end of it, the picture drawing part. And it was great, all these kids with their parents there. And this is what we want. So then if we go and just throw it away, I don't think that gives a very good image. So if Karen we could today tell Karen, go ahead and let's put it on the capital improvement plan, which is all that she was asking for today.
But at the same time, I'd like to see some other alternatives.
And
Absolutely. And I mean, I will bring you renderings and whatever. I mean, I've been doing a lot of research, and Tom, I've involved Tom too, because he has all the contacts with all the other recreation.
I think it's great that you went to Palm Coast, because the very first thing they wrote down was, what about all the problems in Palm Coast? So I think it's great that you went out there.
We'll do our due diligence, and we will bring you what you can look at and make a really good decision. And if you still say no, then that's fine. We'll figure something else out.
I think we need to vet all of that, so.
Okay, before I shut it down, I think it's probably appropriate that we have some.
Just want
I'm sorry, go
to,
ahead.
I just want to make sure we don't get into a scenario where it can go in the CIP, that's no problem. That's just paperwork we use
Right.
to earmark stuff. But I wouldn't want it to go to a point where we file for something and get in a bind where we actually submitted for something that we really don't want, and now we're back in a Powell Parker situation. And I just want to make sure that we're cognizant of that. We don't get stuck having to back out of something and then we're making people mad.
Very good point.
Yeah, Commissioner Cooley, totally agree. The actual grant application comes back in front of you for approval. So all we're doing is setting the stage to be able to apply. Because if we apply and don't have a CIP, they're going to toss it out. So.
Okay, I'd like to open it up to the public for public comment at this time. And name and address, please.
Steve Daly, 1764 Windsong Circle. True, nobody ever takes care of their parks once they put them in. It costs a lot. Maintenance becomes trouble. Two, we're here for the beach. Now, you can play in your yard with a sprinkler like we all did. I don't think the city should have another item to take care of besides what we already have. Maintain Flagler Beach, what you have with the beach. These things are just like extras for whatever. They're the things we need. We just should maintain what we have, keep it simple, keep it small, surf and sand. That's just my opinion on the whole thing. I'm just shocked. You come to these meetings, you hear weirdest things, but a lot of people, I don't know how we communicate best to the city, but I can't imagine many people thinking you need little extra trinket things to take care of in the city when you got the beach. So it's kind of why we all came. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Greg McKinley, 2700 South Ocean Shore Boulevard. I have 3 small young children, and I totally don't agree with doing a water park. I think it's a waste of money. I agree that we need to maintain what we already have. We can beautify the city with what we already have and do our due diligence with that. So, yeah, I'm not for it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner?
Rick Bell, Human Flagler Beach. I know I was up there when we were talking last budget about making some improvements to our parks, but that was with an S. So I just want to make sure we keep that in mind. And keep in mind of the salt environment and how long things last or don't last in that environment. So as far as whatever it's built from, hopefully it's all plastic and any steel is stainless steel. So otherwise it won't last long.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll make the motion that we change the CRA portion of the capital improvement plan to include the splash park at Wickline Park. Is that what you're looking for?
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second.
I was just going to clarify for the public and for the board. I know the board, you've already said it, so that it's clear. This does not mean you're building a splash park.
Right.
This means that you're putting it in the capital improvements plan, which means you can apply for money should you decide to do so. This is not the end of the process. This is just the very beginning of the decision-making process.
Okay, should we make that as an amendment to the motion? Is that okay?
No, it's just
Okay.
I wanted the public to understand the process and where you were.
We understand, want to make sure everyone else understands. Okay, pending a vote, please.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
No.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
No. Okay, we got a motion, and we had a second, and a vote, and the yeas carried. Okay, next item that we have on the agenda is the food trucks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, when we decided to go back with First Fridays again post-COVID, there was kind of a reset by the commission. You wanted to make the celebration more in line with its original purpose, make it smaller. And if I could go back to the original purpose, it had to do with the implementation of the CRA plan. The way the CRA works under Florida Statutes Chapter 163 is that this board reviews and adopts a plan. And then as long as the elements of the plan are implemented, then you can use CRA funds, which are basically tax increment funds. The increase in the base year going forward, in this case, your base year is 2002? 2001. I was close. So
Way back when.
yeah, way back when. So every year since 2001, there have been county taxes, city taxes, and mosquito control taxes put away in a fund to implement the plan. It is illegal to spend funds that don't go towards the implementation and fulfillment of the plan. So basically, back to First Friday, that was an element of the plan, to bring people downtown, to have them shop, to have them dine. And the idea is pretty simple, and it was put into a contract, and it was executed between us and the contract provider, Vern Shank, with the radio station. And it was decided in that contract, no food trucks. There was one exception made, which is the prerogative of this board. And that is the contract that I have been implementing on your behalf. The question of whether we should throw that out and just allow food trucks, in my opinion, would be a violation of the plan and would, of course, take a contract amendment. So there's two things that would have to be considered if you were to allow food trucks. That's why, for purposes of this discussion, my recommendation and staff's recommendation would be to leave it the way it is and not allow food trucks. I realize that rubs people, some people, the wrong way, that they're like, why are you doing that? But it has to do with the whole purpose of why First Friday was started in the first place and the implementation of the CRA plan. So that's kind of my take on it. And those are the comments I have, and I'm assuming that Karen would echo those. And that's pretty much the background from our point of view.
Okay. I mean, I looked at the ideas as well, and I think we've all been out for First Friday. And my opinion is just one board member is that, as you said, it's for the businesses here locally and all. And when you bring in a food truck, they're completely packed with everything they need. They have everything they need, and they can just set up and go anywhere. The local businesses are discouraged, in my opinion, from being able to do that because they have to set up a lot more. They have to prepare a lot better in order to be safe, in order to prepare and present a food product that is good for the customer. So I'm not in favor of the food trucks at this point either. Even though I like them, I don't think it's the appropriate place here at the CRA. So I'll let board members welcome your comments.
And businesses pay rent, businesses pay the taxes on their, I don't, who knows, food trucks do. Maybe they do pay their taxes, but I don't know that there's any oversight. I'm against having food trucks, and William put it well, to go along with the original plan of what the CRA here was supposed to be. So we would be violating Section 163. We would be violating our own CRA plan if we would allow it.
Commissioner Cooley.
Okay, so I agree with some points on that. Here is my only issue, and this is a concern that's been brought up by our own restaurateurs in the city. There essentially is no safe way to do food at First Friday. So that's why a lot of them haven't come. Tortugas would like to be here. Oceanside would like to be here. A lot of our big premium anchor restaurants want to have a be able to go to First Friday and be able to do stuff. You can't do it safely. The whole environment of food safety has changed tremendously in the last 10 years. I know that just with my business. I'm food safe certified as a manager, and you can't do it. So
How does Beach Valley Vibes manage?
there's a gray area there. I don't want to get into citing.
I'm just know anyone. There are.
It's not what he's doing. Well, he's on a really small hot plate because he does sandwiches where other restaurants don't. But it gets really borderline and sketchy with the health department rules and what's going on in food safe temps. And it's not just setting up a grill anymore at events. It's far more than that. In order to properly have our restaurants be able to be spotlighted, which is the entire purpose of First Friday, what I would recommend is using CRA dollars. This is just one idea thrown against the wall because I'm sure there's a bunch of other better ones out there, but you can use CRA dollars. They have these rolling kitchens that are legitimate. They have 3-compartment sinks. They have, things that all the heating units are all powered by propane. The fridges are powered by propane. You're not trying to keep meat in a cooler that has ice on it, which is a really big no-no. They have all the things that you need to serve food safely built into them. They're just like rolling toolboxes is what they look like, that are modified to be these little cooking surfaces. We could potentially do that and have a rotating group of people. It would be nice if our restaurateurs were here, they could have some suggestions, but trying to serve food on a little miniature camping hot plate on the table because you're constrained to not be able to bring any type of equipment in really makes things difficult. The only other thing you can do is you can try to prep food, and Scott and Paulie have talked about this, where they prep it at the restaurant, bring it out to the site, try to use sternos to keep the food at temp. That gets also really sketchy when you're in the outdoors in the wind and everything. And the chances of being able to keep food at proper temp is difficult. So while I definitely don't want to see food trucks come in from Jack's, Ocala, and all that, which is what we were having. And we didn't even have local food trucks at the previous First Fridays pre-COVID. None of them were, except for Chuck. That was it. They were all coming in from way far out because they were willing to pay the fee that the group was charging. It's a tough one. Do I think that Flagler County-based food trucks could be spotlighted one at a time as a guest appearance? I would be for that because CRA is spotlighting local business. There's a lot of local businesses that are not brick and mortar. Roofers, landscapers, pool cleaning guys. There's all kinds of people that aren't brick and mortar. Now, they have the advantage of they can bring a table. But when it comes to food prep, there has to be a significant amount of equipment brought in to be safe. And because everything has changed. That whole, like the rotary and the grill and all that, if health department was to come in, they would probably find multiple violations just with cleanliness. And that's not even temping food or anything. All of that has changed. And without getting into the rules, I think we need to really consider having a way to at least have a rotating one business spotlight where you can roll these pieces of equipment out, let them use them, and it enables us to actually do what we're supposed to do, and that's spotlight our business or supply an environment where they can be spotlighted.
Okay.
I know it's
Commissioner Sherman. No, go ahead.
Just to kind of, I agree with Commissioner Cooley there. I think that they're, I don't work in, as a health inspector or anything, but I kind of do have some of those same concerns. And, I know our last meeting, that gentleman had come up and, that's a difficult situation because he does have a Flagler Beach address. However, he's not one of our own. And I think I do like the idea of maybe spotlighting a business, but again, I don't want to hurt our businesses here that are paying taxes. But like you said, you could have a business here in town, you're not paying rent. And I think you still get that hometown feel with this. And I think it would maybe, and we're supporting a local business. It's keeping it kind of that grassroots that we've kind of, before I was up here, that was being mentioned before when we were starting to bring back First Fridays. And I don't know, I think maybe it's something we need to discuss. And I think also maybe it's something maybe, I don't know if this is something that we can do, but maybe talk to our FP3 members as well and get maybe some of their input. I know you said that, Paulie and, Scott had some issues with the, maybe the heating of the food and everything, but maybe there's enough business to go around that, not everybody's going to want to sub, for example, and they want to go get some Italian food, or they want to go, down to Oceanside or Golden Lion. I don't know, just kind of throwing that out there and, kind of throwing some ideas like Commissioner Cooley has as well.
Okay, and now calling the others. The only thing that I don't like about the rotating part of it is I'm just not in favor of purchasing any equipment. I mean, I'm totally against that, using CRA money for purchasing any kind of equipment. But I think the concept might be good, but here again, I think that's why we're here for discussion. So I'll go with the mayor and then I'll come back to Eugene.
I was going to say we need to come up with a solution, because right now, and it's just the way the environment is after COVID, trying to get into a restaurant on a Friday night in this city. Good luck. You come to First Friday and you starve. It's a 2-hour wait at Golden Lion. Ramara's is reservation only. I waited over an hour for pizza across the street. We need some type of solution for the visitors coming into town. I was going to think food truck rotation. I liked the idea. I liked the idea of the kitchen as well. I don't even know what something like that would look like. Maybe we rent it out, and that would be use CRA dollars, rent it out to each business and recoup the cost on it. I don't know how much something like that costs, but that's what we're here for, is to brainstorm and find solutions for problems. Just my 2 cents.
Commissioner Millie?
And Debbie, did you have any?
No, you can go.
Okay. I'm still against having food trucks. Each of the brick and mortar places, it's great that they're very busy on those Friday nights. But nowhere in the plan does it say that a restaurant has to have food in the park on First Friday. They could have a table just advertising whatever they do, have a venue or whatever. Or not even do that, but just to know that people will be in the park listening to the music and then going out for dinner afterwards. Maybe they have to wait, or they'll or eat before. We're not going to always start at 5 o'clock now that are we?
I think the summer hours are a little bit later because of the sun.
So you could eat before. I just think, again, it goes against the plan the way it was written. I don't think it's fair to our brick and mortar businesses. Sorry. So I'm still against everything that's been said.
Yeah, I know, I kind of am as well. I am as well. But as the mayor said, we need to find a solution. I love food trucks. I think it would be exciting to have a rotating food truck every month. I did try to reach out to Vern. I did not hear from him. I thought he would be a good person to kind of speak this through, because he's vetted Beach Belly Bob, the lobster person, just to understand, why can they do it and how difficult it is. So I don't know if at a future meeting we should maybe, ask him to speak about that. But what would it take to change the plan? I mean, is it just adopting a new...
Well, easier said than done.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. I mean, is this...
Yeah, it would be quite a process. But if there's consensus that you want to present options, the staff could go back and study and see what the options are. But again, the whole point here is the businesses that are in the CRA pay into the TIF to implement the plan, and that is the basis under Florida statute that even allows you to collect the money.
Right.
So you have to be very careful to honor that effort. But we can certainly go back and put together some options And again, the whole thing is to try to make sure that if there is consensus to change the plan, that we lay out that process as well. So it would have to be something that we would give a little thought to and bring you back some information.
I personally would like to see that.
I have one comment real quick.
Ma'am.
Can you change it temporarily or add an exception in there so you could do something like June,
No.
July, and August? So once you change it, to have any type of food truck, you have to change it? Or?
I'm going to defer to Drew on that one, but
I'm staying out of this a little bit because I think the question ultimately for the CRA to decide is there a level at which, is there any level at which food trucks could be incorporated in a plan in a manner consistent with the plan? And I think you've heard from staff, your staff does not think so. But the plan does not say no food trucks. So there's not necessarily a text change that's required. And if there were a system that you were to decide as CRA, well, having this as part of our First Friday brings people in without competing, I think maybe you could have a consistent program. So it's not that, I don't even see this as, in order to do it, you have to change your plan. It's more of fitting it into what you have here, because I don't see you changing your plan to say anything other than we want to bring foot traffic into the CRA to support the businesses, which is where food trucks conflict with it.
yeah, it's the definition of what is competition, right? So let us go back and do the staff work. Let us, go through everything with a fine-tooth comb and bring you back some options. And maybe the answer is something smaller than a bread box, because again, the whole point here is that you have businesses who for 22, 23 years have been paying extra taxes into the TIF to implement this plan. And you can't just summarily ignore that. You've got to take that into account, and we can perhaps, go through what the potential options might be.
Well, I don't want to jeopardize the CRA standing. I mean, we have a plan, and that's what we agreed to follow. And when you start screwing around with it, I don't want to get into a position where if we do decide, because it's running out, and it's running out. And if we decide that we want to get an extension, then we have oversight from other entities that we don't have any control over. And
Correct.
That's where I start to get a concern, because I want to support the business as much as possible. But by the same token, I want to make sure we don't screw it up. And the other thing, and I'll let you comment, is I would like to have seen some of the businesses here. They're the ones that know how to do this. I mean, if they have some ideas, I would like to have seen some of those ideas. And I guess when we go back, we'll be able to ask them, what would you do, or what would you like to see implemented in order to do this in accordance with SCRA guidelines?
FB3 is having a meeting to which we are not allowed to go. I just saw it today. I forget when the meeting is. Elected officials uninvited. But anyway, they are having a meeting. And maybe an unelected city person could speak to Johnny about adding that to the agenda, that how they would want First Fridays as far as food trucks and restaurants go.
Mr. Cooley?
So, I just wanted to piggyback and reemphasize that our brick and mortars that have been paying into the TIF for the last 20 plus years cannot set up at First Friday. They're not getting the benefit of what they're paying for because we don't have the environment.
But they're getting people into town to go to their restaurants, which is what the CRA plan says.
Right, well, based on
Doesn't say to set
entertainment.
up in the park.
No, it doesn't, but that's if you have a business in the CRA and you basically do anything but food, it's easy to set up in the park. But the vast majority of our businesses are food-based.
Yes.
And they're all being excluded because we haven't even considered getting them a proper environment for them to be able to
And how
showcase
does
their
bringing
stuff.
the food truck in make that better?
I didn't say anything about food truck. I said brick and mortars in the CRA that have been paying into the TIF for 20-some years. I just said that.
Okay, why don't we do this? I mean, we could go around in circles all night, even though the discussion is very, very good. I think we all understand that we need more input, and we need to explore what we can do in order to prevent messing up our CRA. And like I said, you guys know I'm always thinking down the line, down the road, and when it comes up, and it might be expiring because we lost a couple of years here of not being able to do very much and because of COVID. So we may very well want an extension. But here again, I don't want the entities that provide oversight to say, you guys changed this thing around, you did this, you did that, and you're inconsistent. I don't know. They can come up with all kinds of ideas, but let's get, we can get a consensus here. We'll let the city manager go back and work with the CRA director. And please, ask the business community to provide us with input. Because, we can sit up here and come up with ideas all day long, but if it doesn't fit in with what they want to do or what they can do legally, and we're just spinning our wheels.
I have two more comments. Food Truck Tuesday in, I promise.
I just mess with you. You get two.
Food Truck Tuesdays in Palm Coast have become less and less popular. One of my organizations, the organization that I belong to, participated as they always give money to local charity each Tuesday. Once a month they have it. And there were 6 trucks this month, where there used to be like 20. So that says something about the popularity of food trucks.
Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and we have a consensus here, I agree. I assume?
No, I just wanted to put that out there. And I have another suggestion.
I told you only get one.
No, you said I could have
All right,
two.
go ahead.
Karen, I'm the only one up here who's been here a long time. And I have a feeling, and I hate more meetings, but maybe having a workshop on what the CRA is and going over the plan. I don't even know if anybody's seen the whole plan.
That's fine with me. If you want to do that, I'll be happy to do it.
Feel about that, but
Okay, well, we can let the city manager come up with some ideas and some dates that fits in with our schedules, and I'm not opposed to it, and I think the public could probably learn a lot from it as well.
Okay, I'm done, I promise, for now.
Okay, all right, we have some suggestions here for a workshop in the future that we'll let the city manager work out, as well as the CRA director and the city manager getting together to come back with some ideas on the food truck, providing also input from the local businesses. Got a consensus with that?
Yes.
Commissioners?
Yep.
Mayor? Okay. Anything else, commissioners? Well, now we have an update from our director.
Very briefly, I gave you a synopsis of everything that's, happening for the benefit of the public. I just want to let them know that we have put out to bid the replacement of 18 of the old poles, the poles that were purchased over 20 years ago. They're mainly on State Road 100 and A1A, the concrete poles that are completely disintegrated. So once we get the bids back, they'll go back to the CRA board, and we will be replacing 18 of them.
Excuse me, can you be specific, because some folks don't know what kind of poles you're talking about?
It's the green poles that you see.
The lanterns?
It's the one with the decorative lighting.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the decorative poles.
Okay,
Thank
all right.
you.
That's okay. I see some people with puzzles on their face, that's why it's for clarification.
I've been working with the museum on trying to create a program where we get some historical markers placed on. We have many old buildings that have been here since the inception of the city, and while they've been changed a little bit so they can't really go on the historical registry, and that takes forever, we want to be able to recognize, especially in our downtown, what the history was with where the museum is today, where the juice box is today, things like that, and put them into a plaque. So that's something we're working on. Chairman Bryan, are you available on the 2nd at 1 o'clock to meet with us?
Absolutely. I mean, that's one of the things we've been talking about, historic designations and identifying specific things around the town. I'll make time, whatever you need.
Did you ever get a hold of Randy, Joe?
I did. Yeah.
We've already spoken about the wood line replacement of the playground, so I'm not going to go into that. The decorative crossings, they need work. So, I mean, let's face it, it's been 11 years in this environment. So, I'm looking for grants to be able to put that permeoplastic, did I pronounce that right?
Thermoplasty.
I never remember. Thank you. Anyway, on our crosswalks and refresh them and try to, you know, keep them looking good. That's something that I will have to go to the TPO and find out. That's where the grants come from. So I'm working on that. You mentioned changing the plan. I have applied for a grant for $50,000 from no match, which is always good. Specifically to hire somebody to do that. Can I do it? Yes, but I would rather have an outsider come in and look at our economic situation, what's happened since 2002, what we've accomplished, what we haven't, where we are economically, and the whole bit, and bring us, they will have the same thing we had when we created the plan. They will have charrettes where the public comes in, their input. I mean, it's going to be scientific, and pretty much we're going through the charrettes and everything else all over again to see where we're at, what still needs to be done, does something need to be tweaked. So, with no match, to me it's a no-brainer. Hopefully we'll get it. And last but not least, I know that you guys have been working on the land development regulations. I know that Larry has been putting in copious amounts of time, and I'm looking at the CRA end of it, just to make sure that we're not changing things that are going to go against the plan. So that's basically along the lines of what the major stuff I've been working on.
Okay, well, I appreciate it because, and, you know, I think we're all so glad to have you on board here because, you know, our city does need a lot of work. And it was just, you know, sign of times, things have happened. We got a lot of enthusiasm. We got the commissioners and got a new manager here that is all excited about getting things done. We have people in the community that are excited about getting things done. So I think, you know, working with what you're saying that you're doing now, identifying a theme for the city. You know, what is our theme? What do we want to be like? We've talked about this before. What do we want to look like in 5 years? What do we want to look like in 10 years? Do we really have a theme for the city? Is it a beach city? Is it a surfboard city? Is it I don't know. But these are the kinds of things that I think we should be looking for and talking about so that we have a common goal that we're all working towards, and we're just not, you know, a potpourri of things all over the city. You know, when you talk about Flagler Beach, you have a theme that you focus in on. It's a beach city, it's a beach town, but it's a pretty town. It's a nice town. And I think that's where we're going. But I really appreciate everything you're doing. So, Commissioners, do you have any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, we stand adjourned, and let's just take an extra 5 minutes to get ourselves together, and we'll come back and we'll start our City Commission meeting. Adjourn.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Good seeing you.
I only had 2. Still on this agenda is 2. Tomorrow is a proclamation, and that
You always wrapped up. Great. What is why now? I think it's why what it is.
We'll start in a few minutes. Clerk had to get a few documents ready.
Next year this time.
Right.
Noise pollution. No.
Oh, yeah.
Getting through it.
Trucks and heavy equipment and trades.
Right in this area.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's.
I don't know about that.
You're not listening.
He's not listening. I don't know about that. Larry's.
Exactly. Oh, he has responsibilities. Yeah. I should have been a wrong. Sorry.
No.
Yes. No, now.
Good evening. This is the regular meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission, Thursday, April 28, 2022. It is now 5:47 p.m. and these items will be continued until all items are complete in the city chambers here at 105 South 2nd Street, Flagler Beach, Florida 32136. Let the record show that all the commissioners and the mayor are present. And I'd like to call the meeting to order. And at this time, I'd ask the mayor to please lead us in a pledge of allegiance. And then we'll have a moment of silence for our veterans and members of the armed forces and first responders.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the first item we have are proclamations. Mayor?
We have 4 tonight. Our first proclamation tonight is for probably one of the most important city employees that we have. It is for Municipal Clerks Week. would you like to come up?
I'm good.
You are really good.
She's fine. This is the 53rd Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week, May 1st through May 7th. Whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists through the world. And whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk is the oldest among public servants. And whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels. And whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. Whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on all functions of local government and community. Whereas professional municipal clerks continuously strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meeting of their state, provincial, and county and international professional organizations. Whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk. Now therefore, I, Susie Johnston, Mayor of the City of Flagler Beach, do recognize the week of May 1st through May 7th, 2022 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our professional municipal clerk, Penny Overstreet, and our deputy clerk, Janelle Jura, and to all professional municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their dedication to the communities they represent. We could not do it without her and Janelle.
And I would also just say thank you. I don't like the praise. I'm just doing my job. But Janelle, our deputy clerk, she makes me look good, and I wouldn't be as good as I am without her. So I just want to thank Janelle as well.
Thank you.
Yes, she did.
We have two professionally certified.
And we wouldn't look as good without you.
Come up for a
All right. Come up for a picture.
All right. Under on my mind again, cheeseburger. Cheeseburger. 3. Good.
Thank you, Penny.
I'm just going to make a comment. She and Janelle, they do so much that it's unbelievable. I mean, I come in there sometimes and I was like, I don't know how you do it. You know, and I mean, and I'm at the point where I apologize for asking her to do things sometimes because I feel as though I'm just adding more burdens to her. But anyway, Penny, we really do appreciate you. And it is a proclamation, but thank you so much for everything that you and Janelle do. We really appreciate it. Okay, come here.
All right, next I'm going to invite TDC to come up. We are lucky to have a TDC office within our county. A proclamation of the City of Flagler Beach Commission designating the week of May 1st through 7th as National Travel and Tourism Week. Whereas the future of travel will be consistent driver of Flagler Beach's economy and workforce. Whereas a robust travel industry provides significant economic benefits to the nation, generating more than $2.6 trillion in economic output prior to the pandemic, with $1.2 trillion spent directly by travelers in the U.S. Whereas travel has been the foundation of a healthy workforce, serving as one of the largest private sector employers in the U.S., supporting 17 million jobs prior to the pandemic. Whereas spending by travelers has aided state and local governments alike, generating $90 billion in state and local tax revenue prior to the pandemic to support essential services and programs. Whereas the future of travel will prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion incentives, powering a future that values all cultures and embraces new perspectives and reflects the faces and ideas of a full American society. Whereas the travel and tourism industry is a significant economic driver in Florida, where domestic and international travelers spend $112.6 billion while visiting. Whereas travel spending in the state of Florida directly supports close to 1 million jobs, making the travel industry the state's third largest workforce, representing 12.7% of our state's total private sector employment. Whereas travel and tourism significantly affects the economy of Flagler County, supporting nearly 5,000 jobs, generating over $4 million in economic impact from visitor spending, and bringing in over $3.6 million in bed tax revenue, a 52% increase in fiscal year 2021. And whereas travel is a pillar of economic growth, creating jobs at a faster rate than other sectors. And whereas the future of travel will continue to foster a faster recovery, create a more sustainable, seamless, and secure traveler experience, and rebuild Flagler Beach's workforce, driving us towards a more prosperous future. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City of Flagler Beach's Commission to declare May 1st through 7th, 2022 as National Travel and Tourism Week in Flagler Beach, urges the citizens of Flagler Beach to join in recognizing the critical role and significant contributions that tourism brings to Flagler Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We greatly appreciate it. Amy Lukasik, Tourism Development Director. And Penny, to go after Penny is, that's kind of cruel. But I, just like Penny, I'm the person, the face that you usually see and bugs you all the time, but really we have a lot of unsung heroes. I call them my unicorns, not my employees or staff, because they're just one of a kind and they're so hard to find. So I just want to acknowledge just some of them that are here today. I have Deborah Naughton. She's our Destination Development and Community Engagement Manager. I have Courtney Brokaw. She's the newest addition to our team. She's our marketing manager, and she came to us from the New Smyrna Beach Tourism Office. And this gem over here is James Fisk, and he's our tourism visitor specialist and works here in the Flagler Beach Historical Museum and helps service the visitors that are here. And we really got lucky because we didn't have to teach him any history of Flagler or Flagler Beach because he is the historian. So he is a true gem, and we appreciate because he's on the front lines working and making us look good to all of our visitors. So with that, what the staff will be doing this all next week, May 1st through 7th, we are going to start tomorrow though, is we really, all those numbers were great and we're very proud of them. However, what we're most proud of and what we really want to focus on are the service industry workers, because as we all know, we are in a bad situation nationwide in the service industry. So we really just want to take the time. We bought some goodies that we're going to deliver to every single tourism business in Flagler County for a whole week. We ordered thousands of these sustainable, eco-friendly lunch boxes, and sustainability is part of our core values, and an eco-friendly sandwich bag. So we did this last year and was well received. So we're just going to continue on this path. And we also made a video to acknowledge the frontline workers, and fingers crossed it works.
Enjoying themselves and creating memories for a lifetime I love getting to meet the new people from all over the country, all over the world. Mostly we leave them to themselves, let them sit here and enjoy the peace and quiet of the inn. But at breakfast, we often get to chat with them, or we host Saturday happy hours. And so we love getting to know them and getting to hear their stories, where they're from, why they're here in Flagler. And I also love the guests getting to know each other, seeing them sitting out in our common areas and, becoming friends with each other.
I get to work in a beautiful place, and every day is a new adventure. In a given week, I could be on the beach marking a sea turtle nest. I could be leading a program interpreting to our visitors the natural and cultural resources of the state park. I could be providing orientation for new volunteers.
I enjoy my customers. I do, I enjoy being out here, out front. I originally opened up to be a cook because I love to cook, but I actually enjoy being with the customers.
Oh, I love working with the public. I love talking to them on the phone when they call to order tickets. I love discussing the various shows we have here, and also being more informative of what we do here at Flagler Auditorium. And so when they come in, lots of them come in right to the box office to purchase the tickets, and then we'll bring them inside and we'll show them the auditorium. So I love interacting with the public.
Getting to interact with the locals here in Flagler Beach and dress them for their special events and things like that.
Meeting people. That means we're in the hospitality industry, and we have a lot of residents that we serve and non-residents we serve. Meeting people, and honestly, it's a great job to have because we help other people recreate. What a better job to have than to help people have fun.
I've met so many people from so many different walks of life, and we get people from all over the world sometimes. And just to be able to hear their stories and see what they've done with their lives and then share my story, and sometimes you just make these connections that last longer than you'd ever think.
Because it has pretty much opened up the doors for us and opened up the doors for our restaurant, opened up the doors for our family. We are family owned and operated, so it's myself, my husband, and we have 10 children. 9 of them are here in Florida in our area, and 7 of them are employed
So
here.
if you go across the bridge, that's Crab Shack 386 in Bunnell, and it is amazing. It is
Spread
really
the word
good.
in the community and having people come and patronize us.
Tourism impacts me every day. Everybody that visits Flagler Beach and they stroll, the streets, they come and spend money, and that's what, helps us small business owners put back into the community.
Being able to be in this beautiful setting where people want to come to, so whether it's the locals or people from all over the world, they love to come here to experience the real Florida, participate in the outdoor activities that we have to offer, from going to the beach, kayaking, launching a boat, fishing, walking the nature trail, or camping.
The art organizations and the culture and the beaches and the restaurants, and there's so many of them, and there's so many more that are going up every day.
So many things about Flagler County are amazing, but I'll tell you, the county has been so accommodating, working with tourism and the horses, and just making this a possibility to be able to offer this to other people. It's just such an incredible experience, and Flagler County has there's so many different things to see in the county, and to just be part of that I'm just very blessed.
It's so many different things to different people, and I love that it's very eclectic, especially here on Flagler Beach. It's got a great little art scene, it's got a cool surf culture, good restaurants, great people. So I love that you just you get to be you in Flagler. Also, it's really nice that it's one of the few places where you can relax on a warm sandy beach and have it almost to yourself.
The beach is beautiful. We have the best selection of local restaurants that, not franchises, they're locally owned. Boston donut shops. We just have that great small town feel here in Flagler Beach.
There isn't one number one thing, it's everything. It's the places that you have to visit, it's the experiences that you have, and it's the great people that you meet. I mean, it all comes together, and it's like a perfect spot to be, to have fun and enjoy time with your family and friends.
So that was not scripted at all. We didn't prep them. Those are all authentic responses. And so Deborah's going to hand out some goodies for you. And this is a poster that Mr. Whitson is allowing us to display here in City Hall so that we can thank the hospitality workers. And again, I appreciate the recognition.
Okay, thank you, Amy.
You've got to do a picture. And Amy, while y'all are coming up, thank you and your staff for letting us use your office the other day for our meeting.
They let us invade the whole day.
Yeah.
I'm not important.
You are. Get everybody in? Okay, yeah. 1, 2, 3, cheeseburgers.
Cheeseburger.
Okay.
Cheesecake.
10 children, they need a proclamation.
No kidding. I know. Every time I hear their ad on the radio.
I didn't realize they had that many.
No wonder they stay at work. No wonder they stay at work. Wow. And I got good food in there.
All right, we still have 2 more proclamations. I'm going to invite our victims advocates up. This is a proclamation for Sexual Assault Awareness Month in the city of Flagler Beach. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month calls attention to the fact that sexual assault violence is widespread and impacts every person in this community. And whereas rape, sexual assault, and sexual harassment impacts our community, and statistics show that 1 in 5 women and 1 in 71 men will be raped at some point in their lives, that 1 in 6 boys and 1 in 4 girls will experience a sexual assault before the age of 18. Youth ages 12 through 17 are 2.5 times more likely to be victims of rape or sexual assault. And on campus, 1 in 5 women and 1 in 16 men are sexually assaulted. And whereas during 2021, Family Life Center, as the certified rape crisis center in Flagler County, provided 500 hours of peer crisis counseling for survivors, 1,608 supportive services, and answered 67 sexual assault crisis hotline calls for survivors of sexual assault and their families living in Flagler County. Whereas the Building Safe Online Spaces Together public awareness campaign is designed to continue the conservation about building online communities centered on respect, inclusion, and safety, and the ways we can work together to end sexual harassment, assault, and abuse online and offline. Whereas the city of Flagler Beach joins advocates and communities across the country because we are the strongest when we raise our voices together to change the culture to prevent sexual violence. Prevention requires addressing the root causes and social norms that allow sexual violence to exist. April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and each day of the year is an opportunity to create change for the future. Whereas the Flagler County Advocate Alliance and Flagler County Sexual Assault Response Team is hereby dedicated to strengthening victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime, building resilience in our communities, and our victims responders are working for a better future for all victims and survivors. Now, therefore, the City Commission of Flagler Beach hereby proclaims April 22nd as Sexual Awareness Month in the city of Flagler Beach. Thank you. Absolutely, and then we'll read your second proclamation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emily, and I am the Sexual Assault Services Coordinator at Family Life Center. Firstly, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude for the Flagler Beach Commission for proclaiming April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. I have a list of things I'd like to say, but I'm going to forego it. A lot of those statistics, the counseling hours, the crisis calls, the visits, everything, even though they're Family Life Center statistics, we get those referrals from Flagler Beach Police Department. We get those referrals from, Flagler Sheriff's Office, DCF. At the SV calls, we have the same, we have, Advent Health. So even though those statistics are coming from Family Life Center, we couldn't do any of that without the community support and the other victim advocates in the area. So I, again, just want to thank everybody here today, and thank you for proclaiming April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Thank you for what you do. We really appreciate it. The whole community appreciates it. Thank you.
Could I just say, I apologize, this wasn't on the agenda. They had submitted to be on, and they're also having an event tomorrow, which they wanted the proclamations read there too. So I thought they were pushing it to that. That was the delay in the start of tonight's meeting, so I could get them ready. I saw them all here, and I'm like, so confusion on my part, but it's all
okay.
working out.
It all worked out fine.
Don't worry about it, Penny.
It worked out fine.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, you guys, anyone else want to speak?
No, we're gonna do
Okay.
one more proclamation, and then we'll do the picture.
Okay.
We have a proclamation for rights, access, and equity for all victims. Whereas the victims' right movement has resulted in the passage of laws at the state, local, and federal levels that established essential rights for victims. Whereas in 1982, the President's Task Force on Victims of Crime envisioned a national commitment that launched the victims' right movement, inspired its progress, and continues to advance the cause of justice for crimes victims. And whereas incorporating communities, existing experts, and trusted sources of support and to efforts to fully service survivors will develop a criminal justice system response that is truly accessible and appropriate for all victims of crime. With the unwavering support of their communities and victim service providers behind them, survivors will be empowered to face their grief, loss, fear, anger, and hope without fear of judgment, and will feel understood, heard, and respected. And whereas honoring the rights of victims, including the rights to be heard and to be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect, and working to meet their needs, rebuilds their trust in the criminal justice and social service systems. Whereas National Crimes Victims Week provides an opportunity to recommit to ensuring that all victims of crime, especially those who are challenging to reach or serve, are offered culturally and linguistically accessible and appropriate and trauma-informed services are offered to all victims of crime. Whereas the city of Flagler Beach is hereby dedicated to strengthening victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime, building resilience in our communities and our victims responders, and working for a better future for all victims and survivors. Whereas the Flagler County Advocates Alliance, comprised of the Flagler County Sheriff's Office, Victims Advocates, Flagler Beach Police Department's Victim Advocates, State Attorney's Victim Advocates, 7th Judicial Circuit, Flagler, and the Family Life Center, and the Victim Service Coalition of the 7th Judicial Circuit are working together to support and protect the rights of victims' crime. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the City Commission of Flagler Beach that we hereby declare April 24th through 30th as National Crime Victims' Rights Week in the city of Flagler Beach. Thank you.
Thanks. Good evening. Michelle Ficacello, victim advocate at Flagler Beach Police Department. And I can say on behalf of the Flagler County Advocate Alliance that we are truly blessed to work in this community, for your unwavering continued support to stand up for the rights of crime victims. And our advocates, we wouldn't be able to do what we do without the support of our community and our cities. And you guys over the years constantly, consistently have been there for us. And I know you will in the future. So we just want to say how grateful we are for that. And I also wanted to promote our event for tomorrow. We will be having a proclamation at the pier where Mayor Johnston is going to come out and read that proclamation again. And it'll be 9 a.m. tomorrow at the pier. Mr. Whitson will be there, Commissioner Mealy, Commissioner Phillips, Commissioner Sherman, and we're also going to be having Bikers Against Child Abuse in honor of Child Abuse Prevention Month, which is also April. So everybody's invited. Please come out. We have great guest speakers, so we're looking forward to it. And thank you guys again for everything. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Donna Carney, Victim Advocate Coordinator for Flagler Beach Police Department. I just wanted to remind the commission here that Flagler Beach Police Department has had a victim services department for over 20 years. And that's amazing. That's amazing that this little town has that. I am thrilled that we're now at 75-25% on the grant so that we can broaden our horizons and help more people that's not necessarily a victim of a crime, but just needs help. So we appreciate your support, and kudos to you for having us for 20 plus years.
Thank you. Photo time? Photo op.
All of these photos get posted on my LinkedIn page, and I'll share them with the clerk's office as well. All right, 1, 2, 3, big cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, we get to the point of the agenda now where we have any deletions or changes to the agenda. Commissioners? None? Okay. Okay, we'll move on now to the public comment regarding items not on the agenda. Citizens are encouraged to speak. However, comments should be limited to 3 minutes. A 30-minute allocation of time for public comment on items not on the agenda, and each speaker has up to 3 minutes to address the chair and 1 opportunity to speak. No time will be allocated to another speaker, and I see someone is standing ready to go. Come on up and give us your name and address, please.
My name is Angela Smith, and I'm hoping Penny has my copy for me. Of course she does. Before I read this, I want to first say that while attending the earlier 4:30 meeting, I'm in complete agreement with...
Sorry about that. I didn't cut you off that quickly.
I've been cut off quicker than that.
Go ahead.
Angela Smith, do I need to identify anymore?
No, you're fine.
Our 4:30 meeting for the CRA, I want to first state that I am in agreement with Commissioner Cooley with the idea of, I believe it's a cottage industry type of unit that we would be able to serve food out of. And we can talk about that more later. But the reason I'm in front of you today is to read this letter. I wish to begin with the gratitude for the decisions that have been made in the past that have preserved the natural beauty for the residents, visitors, and small business owners to enjoy. I would like to address 2 issues discussed during the March 24th, 2002 meeting. Issue 1, the new hotel. Just like the idea that the jobs of the future have not yet been created, traffic control solutions of the future have not been tested and resolved. The Flagler County Tourism Council informed us that tourism will increase to high levels, which means increased revenue coming to our city. We can no longer ignore the ever-growing parking crisis at Flagler Beach. Flagler Beach's existing small business owners have weathered the pandemic and are excited to grow with the Flagler Beach's economy. The increase in tourism could allow these small business owners to quickly scale for the increased amount of tourism while spreading out the overnight guest needs for parking dispersed around the beach rather than the hotel's consumption of the prime beachfront parking spots. Did the commissioners consider supporting existing small business, hotel, small business vacation rental owners to scale for the increased tourism and efforts to preserve our history? Have the commissioners challenged this parking issue with the city's Chamber Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code in regards to the Flagler Beach's parking crisis? During the March 24th meeting, someone said that there is already a shortage of parking spots for workers. That comment speaks volumes of the existing small business owners' rights. Why didn't the commissioners demand parking as a priority when considering the parameters of any agreement that would add to the existing parking crisis prior to the March 24th meeting? Flagler Beach is working with an outdated code that does not reflect the serious traffic conditions that threaten our community. It only makes sense to ask the hotel that will benefit from our overcrowded streets to continue to negatively affect our local small business owners to have to pay for the needed upgrade to Flagler Beach's existing crowded traffic. I'm trying to hurry. Basically, why would anybody want to come here when they have to cross the street and they're afraid because of all of the traffic? I'm going to skip right on to issue 2 because I know I'm going to run out of my 3 minutes. Caliber Car Wash. A barrier on Joyce Street is necessary to proactively handle the anticipated increased traffic. It is only natural for the drivers to take this shortcut when they have finally become frustrated in the increased traffic at the traffic light on John Anderson. I have witnessed many drivers use the right lane of the traffic light as a third right lane turn. During the March 24th meeting, one commissioner called the Caliber Car Wash representative to consider proactively addressing the need for a right turn lane. Larry Torino quickly stated that the county will have to bring the issue to the table. I understand that means the right lane turn will not happen until it is needed for over a year or more. I'm going to try to jump down again. I'm going to jump to the next one. I accept that animals come into my yard. Part of the Caliber Car Wash, they're going to put a pond. So half of this property is going to be made into something else than it is. So that is why I'm jumping to this conclusion. I accept that the animals come to my yard on rare occasion and they dig shallow holes. However, recently on April 25th, I saw that the 6-foot alligator made a house call on Brookhaven Apartments. And with that pond, that's a concern of mine. I have already stated my concern about noise, sewage, and negative effects of Flagler Beach atmosphere as tourists approach the bridge, neighbor increased traffic, sewage issues, disruption of natural environment with no concern for the change of plants and animals that will continue to disrupt disruption and problems the car wash poses to the community. Now I warn the commissioners of the dangerous alligators may pose to the neighborhood. I have, in addition to previously requesting purchase.
You are out of time this time.
I would like to, well, you've got it all here.
We do.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to comment?
Rick Bellhumor, Flagler Beach. I did stumble in the room for a little while during your strategic planning. I liked the new format. You guys put together a comprehensive list rather quickly, and I know you guys had it under control, and I think it went well. I have 2 questions. One is, what is the status of the extension for the pier as far as FEMA goes? And the other one is, what happened to our windows at the Wickline School? Did that grant fall by the wayside? I know we we were kind of in trouble time-wise on that, but that was a big deal, so just be curious what happened.
Okay, thank you. Name and rank. Name and rank. Was I military or what? Name and address, please.
Greg McKinley, and actually I have two addresses here. I have one on the beach and one back towards Intercoastal. So a couple of things from listening tonight is we're talking about growth and everybody's worried about traffic and stuff like that and maintenance of stuff. And if we're going to do more growth, I haven't heard anybody talk about the commitment to public safety in the police department and what type of more manpower that's going to take. So I wanted to throw that out. My other thing is on right-of-way. So I have one house back off the beaten path and one right on Ocean Shore Boulevard. I know that I spoke to the city manager about what's the use of the right-of-ways. I do a lot of utility work with my company. I cover 5 counties, and a right-of-way is basically the back of easement. You're not to put any buildings or structures on it. They are utility easements. They're not parking lots. They're not designed for parking and parking safety. My house on the beach, everybody destroys the dunes, parks there, throws out their trash right up against gopher turtles. I don't understand that. You know, my house that's off the beaten path, I can walk to the beach in under 5 minutes. So I don't really understand, you know, talking to the city manager.
Okay, I'm
some are
going to
used to
stop you a minute,
drainage.
because those are items that are on the agenda. They're supposed to be items that are not on the agenda, please.
Okay, all right. Then I'll bring it back to public safety, okay? I think that we should do more for public safety and focus on what we have and clean up the house that we have now instead of worrying about expanding and creating more chaos. I think we should take care of the house first.
All right, thank you very much. Any other speakers?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you guys tonight?
Fine. How are you doing?
I'm living the dream. Hey, so sorry I missed the 4:30 meeting. I guess I was supposed to be here then, but I'll bring it back up. My name's Tom Kilpatrick, 12 Sycamore Street. I was at the last meeting, not the 4:30, but the one before 2 weeks ago. I was trying to speak about, you know, mobile food vendors, we'll call it, at First Friday, and the safety causes it is for us to be under tents and things like that. Basically just wanted to readdress it, but the ARC is not here, so again, I kind of missed my timing, but you guys are here, so basically just wanted to address it. You know, if you want me to be under a tent, I'll be under a tent. I don't feel like it's the safest way, for fire hazards and safety hazard reasons, but if that's what you want, then, you know, that's what it'll be. But at the end of the day, the points that you guys prove and why we shouldn't be there as a mobile vendor is it doesn't matter if I'm under a tent or if I'm in a mobile structure, truck or trailer. If I'm in a truck or trailer, I'm safer all the way around for everybody, as opposed to a tent. I'm kind of doing everything backwards. But really, that's all I got for you guys.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. And Mr. City Manager, would you like to address a few of these things that we have here?
So there was a lot of them, so do you want to call them out one at a time?
Well, one of them has to do with the pier, and I think that, you know, I'm on part of the reviewing committee for the engineer, but you can address that.
Yes, sir, I can update on that. The pier extension job, if you will, the letter was written to FEMA. They've never said, no, we can't do it. In fact, I've worked with the state of Florida and their staff, and they're encouraging us to proceed. We have received 6 engineering proposals. We have reviewed those proposals and cut them to 3. There will be presentations by the engineering, the remaining 3 engineering firms. We will rank those 1, 2, 3, bring it back to the commission for a decision. Then we will negotiate in the order that they are recommended for the ranking. and then get them under contract, and then they will produce the schedule and the estimated budget. So that process is ongoing. We have the $10 million that was committed for Hurricane Matthew is still on the table, and we are proceeding accordingly. And we're in good shape to secure that funding, and our hope is to secure even more.
Do you want to just give any comments about projected timelines as far as when we complete the engineering awarded contract? I mean, just estimate for anyone that's interested.
Yes, sir. Just for the public's information, we anticipate the contract negotiations to be completed as soon as June of this year. Get the contract, the engineer under contract and moving forward. As soon as their design work is done, we will bid the project. And it's our projection that by this time next year, we will have the new pier under construction.
Okay. WIC line?
WIC line, working with FEMA is like watching paint dry or molasses, whatever analogy you want to make. They're just very slow. And our holdup has been the SHPO clearance, which is the State Historic Preservation Office. And they have just now, as of yesterday, Lee, gave us the approval to proceed, and now it goes to the next group that has to review it. It's just like watching paint dry. I mean, they just pass from one group to the next, but the grant is still live, the project's still live, and we're on their case all the time. We bird dog them between Lee and I just about every week. So we're just making headway, and the grant opportunity is still there. They have not told us no. They just want us to keep going.
Okay, public safety.
Public safety, for the gentleman's comments, so that's part of the budget process, and we are going to have multiple decision modules on that based on our conversations with the strategic plan. And it also happens to be the number one piece of feedback, if you will, that the public granted with regard to the strategic plan and the priorities that the community sees. We asked them to rank 1 through 15, and public safety was number 1.
And your conversations with DOT in regard to public safety?
Oh, we're like that with them. In fact, I've had multiple calls and multiple meetings with them, and they have a brand new safety office, and they're trying to fast track projects here in Flagler Beach, which when you say FDOT and fast track, you're talking about months. So, the deal is they are working on it, and we hope to see some improvements with our crosswalks very soon. In particular, the one at the A-frame will be the latest technology they have with the flashing lights in the road and on the signs and those kinds of things. And we are also, with the pole replacement effort, looking at lighting up the area better and things like that. So yeah, we are definitely working hand in glove with them on all of these improvements.
Okay, we're not going to get into right-of-ways because we have an item on the agenda. We're going to be talking about that. So the only other item that we have is food trucks, and it's unfortunate we weren't here for the CRA meeting. However, the discussions that we had, it didn't table it, but we gave the city manager direction to get with our CRA director, as well as the local businesses, to come up with some possible plans. But we also have to keep in mind that we have to stay within the guidelines and the constraints that we have within the directions of the CRA and what we're doing. And we don't want to jeopardize our standings in the CRA, because there are strict guidelines as to what we're supposed to do when we implement a policy, a program like that. So we'll be talking about it again at the next meeting. Okay, anything else that we have, commissioners, that you want to discuss on that?
I have one comment. William,
ahead.
could you talk just a few minutes about what is a strategic meeting, why we had a strategic meeting? We do it annually. I want our residents to know that we just don't sit up here and look pretty 2 days a month. We have continual meetings, and we're constantly evaluating things. But it was very important with the strategic meeting that we had this week, kind of fast forward looking 10 years, how the city is going to look.
Yes, ma'am. Part of the commitment that was made by this commission when you hired me was to always be about strategic planning. And I'm a big fan of a plan is nothing if it doesn't have any budget support. So what we're trying to do is combine our forward-thinking meetings. We had an all-day workshop. It was 9 to 5. And we took a look at what was coming at us from sea level rise to new technologies to everything else under the sun you could think of, state legislative actions. I mean, we took a very comprehensive look at the environment we were in and talked about ways we could respond and be better. And so we are incorporating that into a document that'll be a public document that'll be reviewed with you and the public. And then we will also bring out multiple times the strategic planning process in the budget that will begin in the July timeframe. So we're going to take the strategic plan, looking ahead, planning to be better, planning to do the things that we need to do to become a great city. And we're going to incorporate that into our budget process and steady as she goes. I mean, we're making headway.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, commissioners, mayor? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment. We're going to move on, excuse me, to the regular, excuse me, consent agenda. And I'd like to approve the minutes of the April 14, 2022 meeting.
You're not going to take it?
I'm sorry.
Just take one motion.
Take a motion.
You can go through the items on the consent agenda so the public, in case they don't have an agenda in front of them, knows what is on the consent agenda.
Okay. Pardon me. Okay, we're going through the consent agenda, and what we have is, if anyone have any comments on the consent agenda?
I'd like to pull 8.
You want to pull 8? Any others?
I had other questions, but they got answered, so.
Okay. Any others, Commissioner? Okay, motion to approve.
No, so
Will be motion
I'm sorry.
for 6, 7, 7, 8.
6, 7, 8, and 9.
I'll make a motion to approve.
And 10.
And 10.
I have so many amendments.
Consent agenda. 6, 7, 9, and 10.
Basically, motion to approve with the exception of 8.
Okay.
That's what she meant.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Public.
I'm sorry, we got public comment. I was confused today. Please, your name and address, please. And I'm not going to say rank this time.
Bill Humer, Flagler Beach. My question's on number 7. We just talked about the pier and the progress on that. Back during when we had the big property crash and loss of revenue from property taxes, one of the things that one of our previous city managers did was lower the percentage of protection on the pier. So is that something that's feasible to do again? If we lose the pier and we're going to tear it down anyway, why do we need to insure it to a high degree?
Yeah, that's an agenda item, isn't it?
Just thought.
It's this agenda. It's that agenda item.
It's that one? Okay, all right, go ahead.
That's what I'm talking.
Sorry, Commissioner. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Just something to think about. We did it before, and then we jumped it back up again. So I'm just wondering if it's
Do you want me to respond to that? or
Yeah,
just
please
wait?
do.
Mr. Belhumer, yes, the insurance level is remaining at the 50% of coverage. And we talked to FEMA about it, and they cleared all of this. So we're good to go with the recommendation, and we're actually going to be saving $142,000 on the premium by doing this. And yes, at some point next year, we're going to be tearing down the pier anyway. So it doesn't make sense for us to fully insure the pier, but that's not what we're doing. We're actually taking advantage of the discount and taking a little bit of a risk to be able to restructure the insurance.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, we'll bring it back.
I'll make a motion, we approve the insurance.
You had a motion in a second, now you just need to vote.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Need a vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we can go on to number 8.
Wait a minute, we have a 7A.
Get a 7A?
Yeah, it's not on the list,
Okay.
but we got it. Oh, it's on the latest one, yeah.
That was part of approving the whole consent agenda. It was everything.
It was,
with
we
A.
didn't pull that one, did we?
Unless you need, do you need to pull that?
Pull that one?
Well, I
7A?
need to pull it now. Well, I don't know, I haven't had time to read it, I just got it. Oh, no, okay, no.
No? Okay.
Yeah, the motion was
To approve all but 8.
everything except for 8.
Right, but, okay.
Okay. I think the amendment's got us all confused. Okay, number 8.
Okay, I asked to pull 8 just to share some thoughts. So I had a citizen approach me and ask me about this this construction, and they said, "Is this the highest and best use of this available space?" And so I had to really think about that, and I don't know if I can, and honestly, and this is just my opinion, I don't know if I can honestly say yes. There's a lot of other things that we can do with this. So I went and pulled satellite, and I was looking at sizes and spaces in between buildings and everything, and you know, this particular scenario here, the dumpster pad doesn't even have a dumpster on it. It hasn't for 4 years. They've been using tippy carts, and that was by their choice. And there was by their choice for a lot of reasons. I remember this. You know, we had a lot of problems with grease and all kinds of other stuff that was leaking out of the dumpster and getting down to the beach. Tippy carts don't do that. They're manageable. We had a lot of issues with our own sanitation crews. There's safety concerns about trying to get the dumpster in and out of that to begin with. There's a palm tree in the way. The trucks have to back in, which involves blocking A1A, and it's an overall, I'm not going to say it's a dangerous thing, but I'm going to say it's not safe either. Tippy carts were desirable. That's been what's in use for 4 years. So we're going to build a dumpster pad for not a dumpster. So the question is, okay, well, what do you do as an option? Continue to use the tippy carts. And we wheel tippy carts all the way to the end of the pier all the time, which is a pretty rough surface, going over all those very old boards. And it's 3.5 times longer than the space that if you were to just bring tippy carts across the street and bring them to the big area out back of City Hall where the turtle folks have all that space for their shed and everything else. We could keep a bunch of tippy carts there. We can keep more tippy carts there than what is on the pad. So then the question becomes, do we spend $500,000 to make a dumpster pad for not a dumpster, but for tippy carts? And then we had our strategic meeting on Wednesday, and then that really got the gears turning because the items that made the top 6, we'll call it, was resiliency and also protecting our beaches and parks. And by doing this, we actually are going against this, is putting a dumpster pad on the beach in the highest risk area of the entire city. Is that resilient? And then the question becomes, is it also protecting our beaches and parks? And based on my own personal opinion and research, that the answer to those is no. So this goes against that. My own opinion is that the dumpster pad should get taken down because it is unsafe and not replaced. That is a savings of a tremendous amount of money. You're talking, now, it costs money to take down dumpster pad. It costs money to do those things. But I can tell you that putting tippy carts, which is what is already in use, over at City Hall is free. Picking them up is safer for our sanitation workers at City Hall than it is in the current location. Is it a big deal to wheel some tippy carts from Funky Pelican to City Hall? And the answer is no. And the reason why I say that is when you pull up Satellite and you start looking at large restaurants that are like in Daytona and stuff, the dumpster pens are always across the parking lot. And that's for health code. That's because of vermin. They put them on the opposite sides of the lots. It's a walk. It's going to be a walk. Is it a unreasonable walk? The answer is no. If you pull up Satellite and you start measuring, you're going to find that there's tons of restaurants. The dumpsters are much further away than the proposed location of what I'm talking about, which is free, as opposed to $500,000. So this is all stuff that I didn't think of before because it just got brought up, hey, the dumpster pad's falling apart, okay, we need to fix it and everything. But it wasn't until the citizen was said, is this the highest and best use of that? And that got me thinking. And then we had our strategic plan. That got me thinking even more. And I got thinking of highest and best use of space and money. I got thinking of, does this align with our strategic plan that we're doing? I don't know. I'm just expressing concerns and opinions here. The other piece of this that I am concerned about is within this is a redesign of Funky Pelican that we didn't nowhere did commission say we were going to do proposed redesigns. Did the tenant pay for this redesign? The proposed redesign? Yes.
We are not finished with this process. I have explained that multiple times, that once we get to that point and we have a number of what the kitchen renovation would cost, that would all get rolled into the price tag. So until we get that number, I can't respond to that. Are the plans drawn up? Yes, but they may need to be modified. So the cost, the bill, everything is not set yet. When it is, we will take that into account, and I am hearing the commission loud and clear that that cost should be borne by the beneficiary or the tenant that we have.
So the cost that we see here does not include any improvements to the kitchen area?
Correct.
Okay.
But we made the plan is finished and submitted. It was submitted December 15th. That was the one that you sent to the commissioners. So the plan is done, and we designed an expansion. But correct me if I'm wrong, because I could be, but my understanding is we weren't going to even do that until we started talking about contract rewrites and lease agreements and all that. We weren't going to leave even step one until that was done. And I'm worried that we're redesigning Funky when we didn't even agree to redesign Funky, or at least draw up the plans for it. But if you get back to the dumpster pad, is this the highest and best use, and does it align with our strategic priorities that we just established? In my one opinion, the answer is no on that.
Okay. Well, I think that, I mean, I've been out there a couple of times and I've walked under it cautiously. Because structurally, there are some severe concerns. And I'm not an engineer and I'm not a contractor, but I would suspect that the structural area that I was looking at is connected to the main part of the kitchen and other areas. So if one part starts collapsing, I would assume it would start taking the rest of it with it. At least that was the impression I got when I looked at it. I had some concern about the design of the kitchen as well, but I also understood that We were not going to expand that kitchen by no means whatsoever unless it was paid for by the tenant itself. And the only area we were looking at was the dumpster tippy cart area, just for that purpose. So, Mr. Woodson, if you want to expand on that, and if we have some other questions, we can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me take you all back to the day I walked in this door a year ago. There was a whole pile of projects on my list, and this was one of them. That is a city facility. We have a tenant, we have a lease. We have an obligation as the landlord to maintain it. I have tried ever since I was here to get the design process done, get the permits pulled, get bids. It has been like pulling teeth to get this far. So at the nth hour, you want to say that's not our responsibility, that the direction I was given was like, oh, never mind, we don't need to do that. I have a problem with that because that's a major tourism draw to this community. It's kind of a signature. So the question really is, what does that impact have on the tenant to run a restaurant and then tell him he's got to push tippy carts across the road and pile them up in front of City Hall or the back end of City Hall? I mean, it would be a major shift in direction. Sure, you could save that money, but ever since I've been here, I have always been directed, fix it before we have some sort of problem there with that structure. We are not going to expand the kitchen without the approval of this commission and without the tenant paying for said expansion. That's the direction I was given. But they're so closely related, it's hard to do one without thinking of the other. So all I'm doing is trying to get you to a point where you can make decisions. If you want to shift directions and change directions, fine. But everything I have been told to this point in time is go fix it. And Mr. Newsom had delayed responsibility to deal with this issue for 4 or 5 years. In around a year, even though it took longer than I was hoping it would, I got it in front of you. So I'm confused as to how at the nth hour you come and give me direction that you might not want to do this.
Well, I think we just talked about one comment in regard to questioning whether or not we want to do it based on some feedback from the community. I haven't changed my position because, I mean, I've been out there under the structure, I've walked around it, I've been in the dumpster area, and I've also talked to the tenant. And first thing he told me is he wanted to expand, and he showed me all the grandiose things he wanted to do, and I said, that's great. How much money do you have? Because we're not paying for it. I said, I apologize, but one other comment that you need to know about. There is a structural engineer that was out looking at the facility. I was under the building with him as recently as a month ago. I sent you the report. There's nothing wrong with the structure. It's repairs that need to be made to the dumpster pad and to the facility and the facade so that it's attractive, because it's right smack in the middle of your tourism area. So I'm just saying I'm confused about why we would go in a totally different direction now after a year of go get it done. Okay, comments?
Okay.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not for changing this process either. I mean, we're here to talk about the dumpster enclosure renovation, not the kitchen, nothing else. If I were an employee of the Funky Pelican and I had to push garbage across the street, it's just, to me, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, that we've got the enclosure next door, and it's more than the enclosure, isn't it? They're going to be doing propane. They're moving to natural gas.
They're moving to natural gas, and those tanks came out, which would allow for storage there. And I've noticed that there are service carts for the restaurant that are being stored right now on the pier. Those could then, come in once you get everything set.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's probably been 8 months since I've been to that dumpster enclosure, and there were other things on there other than, tippy carts. So, yeah, personally, I'm not in favor for making any changes to this.
Good. Commissioner Mealy.
Yeah, I think it would be dangerous to tell the employees that they have to cross the street. It's one thing going from one end of the parking lot to another in some situations you described, but crossing A1A, dragging a tippy cart, and I don't think I want garbage cans out in the back of this building, not from a restaurant. And I think we'd be breaking our lease with them if we didn't fix this. If he didn't have a place on site to get rid of his garbage, I think that must have been part of the original lease, maybe not in those words, but that's the way the building was, and we would be changing a condition. I don't think that's right either.
Okay, any more discussion? Go ahead, Commissioner Cooley.
Just so to respond of why did this come up at the nth hour in this point in the process? The answer to that is this is the first time this has gone before the public. That's why. So the public's now starting to have input on it. We as a commission have not brought this. We've discussed it in meetings, but it has not been an agenda item. This is the first time this has been an agenda item, which is why it's coming up on a lot of the citizens' radar. That's why. It's not a matter of changing at the last minute. It's a matter of listening to constituents that are giving you feedback on an agenda item. So there is a concern about crossing A1A. However, the best crosswalk that we have in the entire city is right at their front door. And so there's that. That doesn't mean it's perfectly safe. Is it safer than walking across a busy parking lot if you're another restaurant? It's hard to say. I have no idea. It could be more dangerous. Might not be. I don't know. There is storage for the tippy carts if the dumpster pad was to be eliminated. Funky has a bunch of large closets that are on the outside of their building there. If you all are familiar with that, if you've ever seen them open them, those walls all open up, and there's large storage units inside of there, outside of that. So that's where the carts would be kept until they get full and they get moved. But those are just suggestions of things that I've heard. I just wanted to put on the table.
Sure, go ahead, Mayor.
How old is the existing dumpster pad area? Was that completely redone during the Funky renovation from the Pier Restaurant to Funky?
I have no idea, but it definitely, I don't think they touched that during the renovation to Funky, so it's probably decades old.
Okay. That was it.
Good, Commissioner Phillips.
Sorry. Commissioner Cooley, I kind of disagree with you. The citizens, we did talk about it. It was an approved budget item. This is all public information to all of our residents, all of these items. Yeah, now it's out here and everybody in this room has seen it, but we have been talking about it for a period of time.
It was just never an agenda item.
Yeah, never an agenda item.
Okay, any more discussion? James, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm the new kid on the block up here, and I'm just trying to take all this in. And I'm hearing Commissioner Cooley's argument there that, on Tuesday we did really mention that we want to be this resilient community. I'm really, I think of the safety issue that you mentioned as well, but at the same time, we've also had discussions about making that crosswalk even safer, right? So that's one of the things I'm kind of, I'm really toggling with this here. And also then, but then coming in that I do see that we, this was approved in the budget and it's coming in $80,000 about under budget, which hey, I like that. We're going to save the taxpayers money on that, which is good. But at the same time, it's, is this something that's going to be resilient? And, as we know, we talked about at our strategic planning, sea level rise and, being that resilient community. So I'm really teetering back and forth with this. I do see there's plans in place and, that we're to move forward with this. And I do, again, like I said, I do enjoy the fact that, we're under budget with this project. I'm not sure how to, how I feel totally about this right now. you know, I also think of our, you know, sanitation guys. Is that the best use of, you know, for safety purposes for them to the way they're pulling in? And, you know, I don't know if that's something that, you know, again, was this something that we discussed with Rob and his guys to see what?
Please, no comments.
So, you know, I don't know, maybe we need to, you know, again, just, you know, I don't mean to, you know, add fuel to this fire or just any, I'm just trying to, you know, talk through this a bit more as a commission.
Well, the concern I have is that, you know, when I first became a commissioner 2 years ago, that was one of the first things I looked at, because Mr. Newsom was here, and I had been approached by the current tenant, and I have to go back to what Mr. Whitson is saying. As a property owner, we have a responsibility to maintain the property. We have a contract to do that. And if you haven't been over there to actually see the property itself, then you need to. It definitely needs to be maintained, and the dollars seem like a lot, but I mean, that's just the cost of being a tenant. And I'm not prepared to keep moving the goalposts on this one. I think we need to move forward and get it done before something really drastically happens.
And the longer we take, the more expensive it gets.
So that being said, I would like to have some comment from the public. At this time, you have 3 minutes to address this, and then we'll bring it back to the board to make some decisions.
One of those.
Rick Bell, here in Flagler Beach. I remember this well. This goes back 6 years to May of 2016, when this issue was brought to Larry Newsom's attention. He had just started at the beginning of that year, actually, January 2016. And he kind of we had 2 hurricanes hit us very soon after that. He kicked the can down the road a bit by doing some repairs to keep the leakage from getting down to the beach, although it was supposed to still get replaced. We as a city, we're the landlords. We provide a facility, which includes a dumpster area, and something that's leaking on the beach and unsafe shouldn't be. It's something that I've been a proponent of replacing all along, but somehow it got a $500,000 price tag on it. You can build a house on the ocean with, not on the ocean, but along A1A for $400,000 with 40-foot deep concrete pilings, you know, a dozen of them. So I don't know how it got so crazy expensive, but and as far as being really under budget, this is just the contractor's cost. This is not including
design
and engineering that I'm aware of.
It was in there.
So it's been a long time, and we as landlords need to take care of it. But it's just, people ask me what I meant by extravagant spending, and $500,000 for a dumpster enclosure means that.
Name and address, please.
Greg McKinley, 2700 South Ocean Shore Boulevard. I think it's a horrible idea. I think it's a waste of money. Taking out the trash is part of your job. They make a salary. $500,000, I'm sure every city employee, we can use police, fire, city clerk, city manager, right? Gas is going up. Inflation, right? Why do we want to waste $500,000 on, I don't know if this site is guaranteed to never leak any type of contaminants onto the beach for $500,000. It should come with a lifetime guarantee. I think it's a waste of money. I don't want to see it done. I mean, we can use $500,000 somewhere else better. Like everybody said, the crosswalk is the best. We're upgrading it. You know, I heard with the propane, I've seen them shoot a new gas line over there. So they're going to have, you know, a direct line of natural gas. It's a waste of money. Let's not do it.
Any other comments?
Robbie Robert, 600 Cumberland, Flagler Beach, Florida. I agree with both of the people. It's way too much money. Totally too much money. I don't know what they're going to do. When I heard you say earlier that it's structurally sound, that was my thoughts were I was going to hear the structure was bad. I've looked at it a whole bunch of times. They're just garbage cans in there. Tippy carts, I don't know if everybody knows that, is just the same rolling garbage can that we have at our homes. I think Commissioner Cooley's suggestion to move it over here to some city-owned property is a great idea. I don't see any reason they should have a safety concern. I think the crosswalk in front of the Funky Pelican is probably the safest crosswalk on all of A1A. I would challenge you to tell me about another one in a couple county area that you think is any safer. I mean, people stop for that automatically. It's a crawl of cars up and down that road anyway. So and I walk that every morning. I think most of you know it. I've said it about every meeting here. And Matt is here, the guy that's his route. And him and his guys have to go and pull all that stuff out and tippy cart it into their trucks and do all that work, where if we had a dumpster, a real dumpster, and dumped it in the back of the truck in one swift move, it would be safer, if nothing else. But I just can't understand $420,000 where that's going. You want to think about it as what you always hear about government. After consultants and engineers and lawyers get through it, there's going to be barely enough money for two guys in a borough to fix the problem. And that's what it looks like to me as a resident. $420,000 is insane to me for that. Anyway, I guess that's all I got to say. I hope you vote this down, or at least change the idea about it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Dennis Kemper, 17th Century Lane. There's 12 tippy carts in that dumpster pad. The cabinets that the young man on the left there talked about, one cabinet has an ice machine in there for bagged ice because the restaurant doesn't have enough room to put a second ice machine inside the building. That cabinet has an ice machine. The other cabinet has a cooler that stocks kegs of beer. There's no room for 12 tippy carts anywhere except in the dumpster area. I've been there since the day it opened. You said that the tippy carts were our request. No, it wasn't. Bruce, Joey Bag of Donuts, he knew that that dumpster was going to fall into the sand. So he told us to do the lighter tippy carts and get rid of the dumpster, because the dumpster was a dangerous at that time. So basically there is no place to store them. And the dumpster, we would love to have a dumpster, because then we wouldn't have to deal with the carts. The carts, like I said, there's 12 of them. They get filled. Then I have to borrow some from the pier. I've talked to, I think his name's Bob Smith, the director of sanitation, because sometimes we have to use extra carts because we don't have the tippy carts because they're all full. I don't know anything about the money. I just know that I've fallen in the dumpster area because the ground is uneven. It's a hodgepodge of plywood with some concrete on top of it. It's dangerous. We had a workman's comp case of a lady that worked there that she fell out there, and I've had 3 other people that I could give you their names that have fallen, me included. So it's a dangerous area. You want to demolish it, that's fine, but there's no place to keep 12 tippy carts at that building. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Can we bring it back? Okay, I think we've had a lot of discussion on this. I'm not going to table it. I'm not going to suggest that we table it. I'm ready to move on. And if we don't have any other questions,
Wait a minute.
comments.
Why are we tabling?
I said I didn't want to.
Oh. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Well, yes. We put it out for bid. William, just make sure I have this right. We put it out for bid and nobody bid on it because it was too small a job.
Twice.
And then we finally got this one bid. So it's not like we have big choices. We either do it or we don't. Is this paid for out of the general fund, out of the pier fund? What fund pays for this?
It's the general fund or pier fund. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the
Budgeted under the pier fund.
the pier fund, but
Okay.
of course,
And the
this
capital.
general fund subsidizes the pier fund.
Is it, I guess my real question is it money we could just move around or use for something else?
No, not at this, but it's budgeted in the
That's my
pier
real
fund.
question. Okay.
Okay. All right. As I said, I've already expressed my, position on this, and I have been over there several times, and I think it's a liability, and it needs to be taken care of. The cost, I don't know construction, but I know that in order to do something right, it costs, and with the cost of materials and all, that's just where we are right now. And as Commissioner Mealy said, I remember when I asked the city manager, so where are we on the dumpster contract? He said, we put it out there and we have zero response. We're going to put it back out and we're going to broaden it. And it still was very difficult to get someone to even bid on this project. So I'm prepared to move forward with the motion or.
Okay, I'll make the motion. We award bid number FB 22-1603.
Second.
To Construct Company Incorporated, not to exceed $420,459.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Penny, would you call a roll, please?
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
No.
Commissioner Sherman?
No.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes. Okay, the motion carries. Okay, we'll move on to, I think we're at general.
11.
Number 11, I don't have an 11. That's under general business. Now, the motion, this particular item is closed at this point. Number 11, Penny, please.
So, two positions on the Personnel Advisory Review Board have met their term. We put the item out to the public for applications. The only applications we received back for that board were from the two people whose terms had expired. I did not invite them to attend tonight, so I'm just asking that you motion to approve their reappointment to the Personnel Review Advisory Board. It would be Miss Patty Powell and Michael Hedrick.
Commissioners, have any discussion on this?
Highest paid job in the city.
Have a motion, please.
With the most meetings.
I'm sorry, do I have any public comment on this one? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for motion.
Motion to approve the reappointment of Patty Powell and Michael Hedrick to the Personnel Review Board.
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, and motion carries. Okay, the next item is Tom.
Mr. Chairman, as Tom is coming up, this item had come up in the past, and there was questions about the lifeguard program. And I've asked Tom to come forward and make a presentation and update the public on where we are and where we're going. And I think you'll be encouraged to hear what he has to say. We worked really, really hard to stay within our budget and to put together a quality program and abide by your direction to shorten the guarded beach. That way the public and the citizens know exactly where it is. And there won't be any further confusion about whether you're swimming or recreating in an unguarded beach area or a guarded beach area. That'll be very clear under our program. So with that, I'll just ask Tom to share.
Yeah, the month of April has been a real busy month for us, as it usually is. Lights on? Yeah, it's been a busy month preparing, and one thing I really didn't anticipate is the effect that COVID would actually have on our ocean rescue staff, and that was the same feeling that was also echoed by a lot of the other agency chiefs when I went to the last meeting, is I didn't think that it would reach that far, and as far as hiring staff and doing the things that they normally do. Our goal this year was to get back to the same total staff as we had last year. We wanted 23 guards on staffing, and it looks pretty good right now. During April, we did our preliminary lifeguard testing, which is the skills screening that they need to do in the water in order to get into a recruit class. So we take initial applicants, and what they need to do is swim 500 meters in less than 10 minutes, which is a pretty substantial task to do. Out of the people that tried out, we've got 11 recruits actually passed the 10-minute swim requirement, with 3 that we are calling within the window. There are some that are just over the 10-minute requirement, but if they can get close, we'll take them in the recruit class with the understanding that they're going to need to be able to complete that 10-minute swim before we can hire them on. And normally if they can get under 11 minutes, we'll take them on because we can work with them and get them down to the point where they can get under that 10-minute window. We've got, out of the 23 guards last year, 12 guards returning. So we basically had to replace half our staff. And we go through these kind of cycles, and the best analogy I can use is it's like a college football team where you've got a great recruiting class one year, and you've got all these great freshmen coming in, and you carry them through 4 years of playing, and then the last 4 years have been terrific. Now they're all seniors, and you're losing this whole class that's graduating, and you got to fill in and rebuild. And that's kind of where we are now. My usual career span for a lifeguard is usually about 6 years. We can hire them at 16. We'll get them 2 years working their summers through high school. They usually work 4 years as they go to college, and then they move on to another career position that's year-round where they can't guard anymore. We've got a great group of guards that are returning that we moved up into the leadership positions, and we already started our leadership training orientation during the month of April, and we feel real good about the guards that are in there. They've got a lot of experience as lifeguards. They're really eager to step into these leadership roles and continue forward with the way we've been doing things in the past. So we do feel really good about that. The month of May, we're rolling into our actual recruit training. Now, out of those 14 recruits that are in the class, how many will make it through? We're hoping all of them, but we never know how many drop out somewhere in the course of the training and how many make it through. But if we get 12 of them make it through, that'll get us at 25 guards, so we'll make our quota of 23 guards there. We'll be training every weekend, Saturday and Sunday, from here on into Memorial Day weekend. We officially haven't had guards on the beach yet this year. We had some contingency money in the budget to put guards on for spring break as needed, and we had guards on there. Then we start putting guards on the weekend, so this upcoming weekend will be the first weekend where we officially have guards and towers on the beach. And then Memorial Day, we take that as our first official start day of the summer. And from Memorial Day, we go 7 days a week through Labor Day, and that's pretty much our summer season. But we're ready to roll.
Commissioner Mealy?
Okay, so you said 23 guards is how many we had last year?
Correct.
So there's been quite a hue and cry about us condensing the amount of beach we cover. I understood the logic about boardwalk to boardwalk. I get that. Yet the public is, from what I'm hearing, not very happy about that. So if we're maintaining the same number of staff, could we go back to, and I know it's not your decision alone, but go back to a wider...
Unfortunately, always the bottom line comes down to dollars and cents.
But if we're maintaining the staff, that's why I'm confused.
Well, the issue this year was we lost a lot of guards last year because they could make more money working elsewhere. And we eventually have to get to that $15 an hour minimum wage. Mm-hmm. So this year we did incorporate a $1 raise for all the lifeguards, which raised our total expenses. So we're pretty much working within the same budget as next year, paying the guards more money. But to do that, there's actually less total hours of guards that'll be on the beach.
So you have the same number but less hours?
Correct. That's kind of what it equates down to.
I'm having trouble with that. Yeah, we've still got 23 lifeguards.
23 guards, but we're still doing the same number of hours on the beach. They work 7 days a week. We have to cover it for 8 hours a day. Now, if we raise them $1 an hour, it means essentially 2 less towers on the beach.
Well, what are we doing with the people? To me, that sounds like we would have fewer lifeguards. I can't get there. Is there another way of explaining it?
No, we've got the same total number of guards. Last year, we had more guards working part-time hours. So this year, we had a group of guards that were only able to commit to 2 days a week. And that just really doesn't work out for us because we're trying to, it takes so many guards to fill in, and we need a staff of 28 guards or something like that to actually keep the beach covered. So what we did this year is anyone that couldn't commit to the 2 days, at least 3 days a week.
It boils down to the part-time
I
positions.
thought these were all full-time people.
And the fact that, you have to, we had to raise the rates to be able to compete to get them to come back. And so we're taking the funds and trying to be as efficient as we can and cover the beach as best we can with what we have.
Okay, I thought they were all full-time people. That's
No, ma'am.
where my...
Yeah.
No, and we always need a combination of guards working full-time and part-time, because if we've got a full-time staff, that's basically a Monday through Friday group. And then we've got those extra 2 days we need to keep covered.
We have weekends, and then you have to have overlap for sickness, people going on leave, vacation, those kinds of issues. So we're trying to make sure that we have enough to fill in all the gaps, because you're talking about, Sunday to Sunday.
So you have the same budget?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay, so you have the same budget with fewer lifeguards, or would you have the same amount of lifeguards, same budget, but fewer hours because you had to pay them more? Is that
correct?
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. It is confusing.
Well, yeah, I did it on a spreadsheet, and I tried to crunch the numbers anyway to basically make more money appear out of nowhere, and that just can't be done.
Mr. Chairman, and then I'll get the mayor.
Yes, I've been here. We hear you, right? We hear the public about this matter. But let's think about this. I really want you guys to think about this logically here, is that we have 5,100 residents here in Flagler Beach on a good day. So we want to be out of, those residents that are utilizing our beaches. That's important that we have lifeguards, right? And I'm not saying that, they shouldn't rescue anybody else that's here visiting our beaches, but it comes at an expense, and we're not getting the help that we need from the county. And I wish we could have talked about this a little bit more. If I was up here, that we needed to shift our, that outcry should have went to our friends in Bunnell. We can't, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little passionate about this, but we can only do what we can do here. We're a small town, and I know Commissioner Bryan has said this before, with big expenses. And, I commend Tom and all his lifeguards for what they do. But again, key word here, Flagler Beach lifeguards. They're not Flagler County lifeguards. It's our city's lifeguards. So right now, we're the only ones footing this bill to rescue all these people. Again, in our strategic plan, we mentioned that growth is outside of our city, and they come to our beaches that are guarded by our lifeguards. So I think that the outcry, I really agree with your outcry, I really do, but I really hoped that you could have shifted that attention more to the county. I think that's who needed to hear it. We hear you, and I agree with you guys, but at the same time, I think the outcry should have been maybe to the county. I'm not trying to shift blame here, but again, I think that, we're doing our part as a community to fund this, but we need help.
Mayor?
I have two things. Within this county, that has beaches, there is Flagler Beach, Flagler County, and Palm Coast. Why is it up to the entire city of Flagler Beach to be the only area that has lifeguards? We should be looking at Palm Coast saying that you need to put lifeguards on your beach. We need to be asking the county, why don't you have lifeguards on your beach? If there's a cry for lifeguards, then we should be guarding all the beaches. That was one thought. The other thought was at the end of the season, since we go from Memorial Day to Labor Day, we even exceeded the budget last year and we asked for an extension. At some point, we have to cut it off. At some point, we have to put the cap on it, and we have to ask ourselves as a city, where do we do it? As more people come into the city, we cannot continue to say, oh, the county has gotten so large that now we need to put guards all the way from 18th to 18th. We have to take care of ourselves as a city, and we can tell our visitors, here is the guarded beach, because we cannot pay for it. We need just additional assistance. But also look at the fact, why is Flagler Beach the only beach that has lifeguards in this entire county? Thank you.
Because we care. I think that's the bottom line. Commissioner Cooley.
I was going to piggyback off of what Mayor Johnston was saying. So our total, the full big picture of our lifeguard program is upwards of $300,000. County gives us $85,000. The rest of it is paid for by our citizens in the general fund and what we pay in taxes, which 75 cents of every dollar goes to county. So of that 25 cents that comes back to us is paying for the majority of the program. County has no lifeguards at all in any park. But so this is in operating a business inside the guarded area. I get this a lot. There for years has never been a clear guarded area when you get to the outskirts. It was always, we don't know. And it varied. It varied based on conditions, it varied based on staffing, it varied based on time of year, it varied based on weather. There was 100 scenarios that caused the guards to be in different areas of the beach at different times of day. And if you're a parent and you want to go to a guarded beach, where do you go? Close to the pier. Every parent knows that. That's where our guards are set up. So what's the reality is, anybody who wants truly guarded beaches, they know that you go to the pier area, which essentially is, the boardwalk goes even further out. But it's understood as a parent that is incoming into the city that you're not going to park down at 10th. You're not going to park way far out just because it's not that crowded, and then hope that there's a guard there, because you just never knew it was there. So everyone knows that if you want guards, you go close to the pier. So by default, they are all going, minus a couple people that just don't know any better, they're all going to the area that we're going to have guards anyways. When you push them outside of that area, it becomes a question mark. Is there guards? Is there not guards? There's no clear defining area. And it's a confusion point for parents. And Tom, I don't know if you have any data on locations of rescues, but I observed, just being here a long time, that a lot of the rescues are close to the pier area within the boardwalk area. That's where the majority of them are, unless you have a day of rip and something's way far out or something. And we talked about how to label them. So when you get into undefined areas, which is a X amount of distance past the boardwalk towers, it gets very confusing for folks coming in. And then you get into questions of, do we have staffing to cover it? And what they were talking about is, so it's an amount of labor hours worked is what it is. When you have to increase rate of pay, you can still keep your head count. They just have to work less hours. And that's what's cutting into the budget. So what I did is, and I actually, oddly enough, I went to a dog surfing competition, but it was in Cocoa, arguably the surf capital of the state. And it is a very crowded beach, not just because there was dogs there, but it's a very crowded beach in general because everybody knows you go to Cocoa if you go to Florida. There's
They've got Ron
1,000.
Johns.
Right. Yeah, there's 1,000 signs that draw people to Cocoa, and the beach is packed. Their guarded area is very small. So then I started looking at lakes, other beaches, and the guarded areas are very small. They concentrate their coverage so it is extra safe, and they're not pushing their people out too far to get into these huge distances in between towers. And they are clearly marking their area, and they're going, if you wanted a guard spot, you're coming here. And this area is really guarded. And there's no questions about getting into tower distance. And if you guys have lived here a while, you know that the distance between towers has changed over the years too. And that's a big variable of safety. So if really, really busy beaches are doing condensed areas, you know, we can't carry the world. Obviously, the county doesn't care about it. We have only 7 miles of beach. The county has got, 20-something? There is not one lifeguard. So it's not a concern of theirs. And it's reflected in the funding we get from them for our own program. We do care, to your point. But we also need to be real about, it's got to be clear, it's got to be concise about where the guarded area is, and then where the guarded area is has to be really guarded and not stretched too thin. My concern is, unless you have major budget changes, you're going to stretch the guards out too far, you're getting back into that danger area. And just having a smart condensed area that they're going anyways just makes the most sense. That's just my thoughts on it.
Okay.
One more comment. It was
allowed.
mentioned before that within that guarded beach area, it should be strictly swimming. So we might want to look at, and I don't know if it currently is, but no fishing on the beach there. So it is just for swimmers.
Water activity.
Water activities.
You do not want to tell the surfers they can't go there.
Wow.
That would, it's World War III.
By a 12-year-old. So maybe that's something that we can do.
That was suggested before, that within the guarded area there, we weren't going to have shore fishing because of the dangers of the hooks and everything.
And we kind of anticipated once the pier comes down that more people are going to take to the water and want to fish there. And right now there's nothing that I could find in ordinance anywhere that addresses people surf casting on the beach.
So that might want to be something that we start before the pier comes down to set that precedent.
I think that's a wise idea.
Okay.
There's a massive area still left for them to fish. It's not like we're taking it away.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think to the mayor's point, we already have conflicts between fishermen and surfers. If once the pier comes down for the period it'll be under repair, you'll need to think about this other conflict.
Okay, very good points. I think we have some direction for Tom. And I think Commissioner Cooley's remarks helped to explain a lot of things. That's why we're doing what we're doing. And it makes a lot of sense when you compare it to what other cities are doing.
I didn't mean to imply that I thought we ought to expand it. I just,
that's fine.
when he said the number of staff, I got lost in that.
Well, I think that the whole thing has been confusing for several weeks because I think we've all received a lot of emails, a lot of comments, and threatening comments as well. So, I think it makes sense. That's why we have these meetings, is in order to get clarification on things, and hopefully it'll help.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make one last brief comment. I met with Tom and the new leadership team. I'll tell you, I was so proud of these young people. They're not only physically gifted to be able to swim these distances and in the the good shape that they're in, they're mentally sharp, and they're leaders, and they have a desire to serve the public. And I left that meeting encouraged and proud of some really fine young people.
That's great. Okay, this item doesn't require any action. So it's just information for all of us in the public. So we'll move on to the next item. And Kathleen. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it.
Okay, good evening, commissioners.
Good evening.
It's that exciting time of the program again when it's time for the budget report. Oh, yeah, it's on. Good? Okay, it's the quarterly budget report, and at March we are halfway through the year. So just briefly, I'll run through the funds, and do you want to ask questions after each fund? Would that be, I'll kind of look up and see.
Okay.
Okay, so at March 31st in the general fund, we have received 75% of our revenues. And actually, we've received $3.7 million in ad valorem, and that's after the transfer of the $150,000 to the CRA fund for the TIF. Expenditures are staying in line at the 50% mark. There's a couple of departments that were over 50%, and that would be general government, which that had to do with the purchase of the land that we just recently bought and the fire truck purchase. So as the months roll on, it'll even out a little bit more. The city has $1.2 million on March 31st that is remaining in the budget for capital expenditures. Some will receive grant funding, and making the net amount about $900,000 out of reserves. Pal Parker Park and improvements at the Wickline Center are both partially funded with grants. Move on to the CRA fund. As most of us know, the CRA fund is generated, the revenues are generated by tax increment funding from the city, Flagler County, and East Coast Mosquito Control. The calculation is figured by the increase in property value from the inception of the CRA back in 2001. So it was about $24 million in property value, and it's up to, I think, about $45 million. And that's before we do this fabulous hotel. So it's going to make a big difference when we get that done. Let's see what else I have to say. This year, the CRA will receive $375,000 in TIP funding, and that's a 15% increase over the revenue received last budget year. And the city budget through the CRA, the city budgeted funds for small business grants and replacement of the decorative lighting. I think Karen spoke to that at the last meeting. So, moving on to the building code inspection fund. At March 31st, the revenues are exceeding expenses by $40,000. The department has collected 72% of the anticipated budgeted permitting fees, but I don't think we factored in some of the bigger projects that we were going to have going when we were doing budget. Staff is still monitoring the increase that we put in place in November for the building permitting fees and engineering fees. The Pier Enterprise Fund, the Pier and Bait Shop returned to regular operation hours this year. Right now, looking at the fund as a whole, which includes the restaurant, the bait shop, the revenues are up $50,000 just at our Pier and Bait Shop when we compare them to the sales at March 31st of last year. So that's really a good thing. I mean, it's one of the biggest increases I've seen since I've been watching the numbers. Expenditures are impacted with the high cost of insurance, of course. We go through that all the time, which is using 69% of the revenue to cover just the cost of the insurance.
Kathleen?
Yes, sir.
On the pier itself in the bait shop, did you show what type of an increase we had as a result of extending the hours?
I couldn't really factor that in.
Okay.
I mean,
But we did see an increase.
We did see an increase. I think mainly it's more about the lighting. The lighting is what's bringing out people a lot too. I think
it's the combination of the lighting and the hours that you allowed to increase. So
I can talk to Buzz also
okay.
because I know it's something maybe we could bring back for the next report. Just kind of look at it because we do have the point is POS. Now I'm losing myself in acronyms. The POS point of sale does provide different reports that we can pull out of it.
While we're on the pier and the lighting, will that lighting be turned off for turtle season?
Yes.
Okay, but so.
Yes, it's coming up, and we'll go back to the low-level lighting, but, until we get to May 1st, we're allowed to use it.
Sunday.
Yep.
Man, I better get out there before the lights get turned out. And the utility fund, revenues as a whole are at 33%, but that's looking at all the revenues. So when you take out the grants and things that, are based on the projects, et cetera, our core utility funds are at 55%, which is really impressive. And the expenditures are low at 24%. And the reason for that is that roughly 75% of the amended budget, or 7.3 million, is for capital projects and equipment that we, especially at the point of March 31st, we're not really underway. The sanitation fund is staying in line at 42%, but we do bill in arrears, so that kind of makes it a little bit behind the 50% marker. And the expenditures are exceeding revenues by $275,000, but we expected that for this year since we're purchasing a truck and also the glass machine. But even with all that said, when you look at the cash balance report, the cash balance report shows we still have over $600,000 in reserves. So, the stormwater fund, basically pretty much staying the same. Revenues are averaging about 40,000, and expenses are kind of low since most of our funding or most of our expenditures in that fund are for the projects. So as they start rolling along, then we'll see better things. So the new request that I had was for the Pier Bait Shop income statement. And I'll read what I wrote, and then we'll have some questions and answers if you need to do that. So City Commission requested an income statement that would show the revenues and expenses related to the operation of just the Pier and Bait Fund portion of the Pier Enterprise Fund. So in the revenue section, I'm showing pier walkouts and passes made up 63% of the revenue collected at the bait shop. Bait shop revenues made up 37%, or about $70,000 of the total $188,000 collected at the pier from October 1st through 4/20 of 22. Cost of goods sold. So the cost of goods sold represents the cost of the items that are purchased as inventory to be sold at the bait shop. The beginning inventory, which is items that unsold at the cost that were, reword my sentence here, items that were unsold in the bait shop on 10/1, the cost, not what they would sell for, but just the cost, was $3,800. During the reported period, we purchased $27,700 worth of inventory, and when we took the inventory on April 20th, we still had $42.85 remaining in inventory on the shelves. So the total cost of goods sold for this particular period is $27,428, or about 40% of gross revenues.
Kathleen, how often do we inventory and replenish?
That would be more of a Buzz question, but he does do a good job of keeping everything up. We have to, it's the old adage, you have to spend the money to make the money. If we don't have bait and things like that in the shop to sell, then, we're not going to make the sale.
Yeah, I'll ask him.
And I mean, you have to remember also, most of the things that are sold at the shop at the bait shop are very low dollar, $4 for bait, so I think the 40% gross revenues looks like a pretty good mark to me, 40% for the cost of goods sold. It's been a while since I've done any that type of accounting, but
I ran into him in Sam's Club.
Yeah, see, and he is a big shopper. He really does try to get the best, dollar for the money. I mean, I talk to Buzz occasionally, and he will show me all the different things that he's buying and the great prices that he gets. He definitely marks them up to cover. I think he does an excellent job. And then the expense portion, salaries represent 46% of gross revenues, while operations are high at 55%, creating a loss of 15% or $29,000 for the reported period. So when I did this, Liz had already told me about the changes to the insurance. So I incorporated the lower cost for the insurance into this income statement. But still, even at that, insurance equates to 88% of the total cost of operations. This cost has been reviewed by our risk manager and greatly reduced to $55,454 annually. The insurance expense reported represents this change prorated monthly. So what you're seeing there is if the insurance was paid monthly, that's how much it would come up to. And then it will be reduced even more because the period, for some reason, our insurance on the period doesn't run with our fiscal year. So it goes from May to May. So when the new insurance kicks in, it's, we're not paying nearly as much. Whereas on the beginning of the year, I'm factoring in the old insurance rate. Any questions on that income statement? Okay. And then,
Just want to say,
sure.
appreciate you putting that together. It's got a lot of insight that we can gain from it.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. I thought about it, just trying to take, taking out the things, the pieces that are in the peer fund, enterprise fund that don't really pertain to that. But what I thought was an interesting fact is that, if you factored all the sales at the pier, which is $188,000, into the cost of goods sold, that drops that percentage from 40 down to like 15%. And you got to think too, people walk in to get their tickets and stuff. They're more apt to pick up something to buy, T-shirts, that sort of thing. So, I think it's doing fairly well. And then the final report is my all famous encumbered, restricted, and available cash balances. And the report is provided to show the cash position on March 31st. And I changed it to like a summarized version. But basically what it's doing is it's taking for each fund, it's taking into consider the current cash in the bank on March 31st. And I'm taking out all an average of what the expenses are monthly for the rest of the year. And I take out all the things that haven't been paid yet, but we budgeted, basically like debt that hasn't been paid, capital projects that we've started, but they haven't, if we started a project and it was 100,000 and we paid 30,000, so I'm only showing 70. So basically what we try to get down to at the end of the day is what my, one of my city managers used to call the rainy day fund. And that basically, yeah, and I think that rings true to most people. So if you flip over to that page, you can see that our rainy day fund for all funds comes to about 5.6 million. That means that money is money we could use for just about anything. But it also shows that, we have a few of the funds are running a little bit short, but not under. And I also added that report on the American Rescue Plan. Let's see where I put it. I put so many things in here. So just to go over that briefly, we've received half of our $2.5 million, and at March 31st, we'd spent about $150,000 of that money on, the startup of the fiber optic loop. We completed the premium pay for essential workers, and we also purchased the aeroclave, so those are out of there. And that is about it.
Thank you, Kathleen.
You're welcome. Okay.
So the 5.6 million includes some ARPA money, or was that separated out?
Did I separate that out? No, it's, yeah, actually, yes, it is separated out. That's why I have it, yes. It does not include the ARPA money.
And again, just rule of thumb here, we don't use the H word around here.
Yeah.
But FEMA expects you to stand on your own 2 feet. And if you have to run the city for 6, 7, 8, 9 months before you get any federal help, that $5.6 million will go away quickly. So I like the cash position we're in, and we I'm going to try my best to maintain that, working with our finance department.
Okay, any other questions for Kathleen?
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
Mr. Whitson, you're up next.
You want to take a break, or you want to jump right in?
You can take a break if you'd like to take a break.
It's up to you all.
Let's take about a 5 minute, I think, what, 10? 10 minute? All right, let's come back at 10 off.
Okay. 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
All right.
I'm on drugs.
You want to share? Yeah, you want to share?
Painkillers.
Make sure you
if you don't mind, I'd like to move an item
Yes,
for the benefit of our planner.
yes.
And I'd like Mr. Torino to take number 17 ahead of number 14. We'd just like to move it up.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
First, thank you for having pity on a senior citizen. Thank you.
I resemble that.
This is a special exception request typical for a single-family residential use in a tourist commercial zoning district. I'm not certain if the applicant is in the audience or not. The planning board recommended unanimously to recommend approval to the city commission. Everything is compliant with the exception of an issue with building height that has since been addressed. You have in your packet actually a revised drawing of the building elevations where the roof line was actually lowered 5 feet. So the actual maximum height of the structure at its highest point is 30 feet. So the mean average of the building of the height is actually below 28 feet now, where the mean average previously was at 38 feet. So everything is fine with the application in terms of use.
Okay. Commissioners, any comments?
Not anymore.
Commissioner Cooley.
Is the applicant here?
Not here this evening.
Okay, and I guess just for the record, I usually ask the applicant direct, but have they been told that building and tourist commercial, they can have something built next to them that they might find objectionable, has music, has commercial uses and all of that?
That was communicated at the planning board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll take it to the public for any comments from the public.
No.
Rick Belhumer, Flagler Beach. I'm looking forward to our LDRs getting checked off on, and this is one of the processes that we're going to eliminate with the LDRs. So we won't have 2 and 3 of these a month.
I'm Barbara Syriac. I live at 2217 North Central Avenue, which is diagonally across from where this house is going to be built. We're very happy to have a house instead of a commercial establishment. In being a good neighbor to my new neighbor, who I don't know, I don't have any idea who this person is. The Java Joint does not do a good job with their trash. I don't know if the city can do anything about that, but these people are going to be unhappy, as we are on the street. That's all. We're happy to have them. We like houses better on our street. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for motion.
Make a motion to approve application SPEX 22-04-01.
Got a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
I missed the second, I'm sorry.
Jane.
Jane.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Chair Bryant?
Yes. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Larry. Appreciate it. Okay,
Larry.
Enjoy your bed. Mr. Whitson, you're up next. Number 14.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm disappointed that Larry doesn't want to stay for the municipal service separate stormwater sewer system presentation, but, there we go. It's interesting. I'll make a couple of quick comments before I dive into the meat of this, but I was actually in Washington, D.C., U.S. EPA headquarters when the second reauthorization of the Clean Water Act happened. And I was also at another office of EPA where we talked about non-point source pollution. And I never thought I would see the day that EPA would begin to jump into this arena, but here we are. And the issue from the legislative point of view, EPA point of view, is you have all this pollution entering various waterways, running off from streets, farmland, just thousands and thousands of different places. And they're pretty good at regulating a pipe. Okay, here's where the pollution is coming from. And there's a whole, as you know, we're building a new wastewater treatment plant, and there's all these regulations, and they're really good at that. But then throw into the mix, well, there's pollution coming from all over the place. How do they address that? Well, they went back to the old playbook. Oh, cities, they have storm sewers. Oh, cities, they have drainage systems. Well, we'll regulate them. I don't know, in fairness, whether what they're doing with all the farmers and all these, other resorts and golf courses, and Lord have mercy in terms of all the other sources of pollution, that are coming in and entering the waterways. But guess what? We're on their list, and this set of regulations are being pushed down through the Clean Water Act to the states, and then the states to us. And that's just kind of a little background, a little extra there, that I just never thought years and years ago when we were talking about all this stuff that they would really do it, but here we are. So let me just go through this quickly. This comes from what I said, the Clean Water Act, which creates a program called the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES. And they are using that NPDES program to regulate sources of pollution to protect our rivers, lakes, streams, and all of the water bodies, the Atlantic Ocean, that receive stormwater runoff. And permitting is different for phases 1 and phases 2. But basically, this regulation says that we, i.e. local government, are required to develop and implement stormwater management programs to reduce the contamination of stormwater runoff. And again, it becomes a two-phased process: quantity and quality. So they have a double challenge they're trying to take care of when it comes to stormwater entering, the ocean, the rivers, the lakes, the streams, and that's what they're focusing on. And they want us to come up with plans, and they're actually going to issue a permit to us. The next slide, which you got it. Okay, good. Oh, thank you. Talks about reducing the stormwater. Their strategy is to reduce it in 6 different ways, and that is through public education and outreach. Check the box. That's why I'm giving this presentation. Public involvement and participation. We'll be having more meetings. This subject isn't going anywhere. The illicit discharge and detection from the elimination of various sources through stormwater controls and runoffs. Also, construction site. Every time we have a construction project in the city, like the one that was just approved, Lee, raise your hand. He goes out. Where's your stormwater fence? Have you controlled and contained your stormwater so that construction activity doesn't loosen the soil, have it picked up, carried into the streams, and pollute it with the various pollutants and chemicals and pesticides and all these other kind of things that come with the soil. And of course, they are going to be checking it twice and looking after this whole process. So that brings me to, this is a real live program. They're creating it out of this NPDES approach. and they're actually going to have us report. And poor Lee, on top of everything else he has to do with all the construction activity, with all the engineering responsibilities, with all the grant issues he's following up on, he has to fill out these reports. And they want to know, well, what kind of best management practices are y'all implementing? Describe that in detail. What kind of goals are you going to set? How are you going to measure it? Who's responsible? I mean, the level of reporting and detail goes on and on and on, and is not going to get less.
Well, think about all the people in D.C. who have nothing else to do but read this stuff.
You got it. So again, the critical thing that we have the most control over is public education, and of course, any time we could get the public to assist us in reducing the runoff and reducing the stuff that it picks up and carries into the waterways, the better off we are. So that's why we're having this conversation, and there are a number of common stormwater communication tools, and in fact, we've just met with the city of Palm Coast, and we might even come up with some sort of joint collaborative publications that EPA and DEP and all these people will like, that'll help save us money, and then we'll all use the same thing and print massive quantities of them and coordinate. So they'll like stuff like that, and we're already pursuing those kinds of opportunities. Of course, they're really big on eliminating any kind of discharge, like people pour, you see the little fish on the storm drains, you know, don't pour your oil down here, you know, all of those kinds of communication tools, the illicit discharges, those are the kind of things we want to educate the public not to do. And again, those are things, it's one thing when we run a treatment plant and we have dedicated operators and they calculate everything and we know we're meeting the permit. This stuff, anybody could pour anything into a storm drain anywhere, and in the middle of the night, we wouldn't know, right? So this makes the challenge harder in terms of how do you control this stuff? And the best way, of course, is education and code enforcement and all other kinds of issues, because there's 100,000 different ways that things get into the waste stream. And the more conscious people are to avoid that, the better off we're going to be, and the better our reporting is going to be. As far as the construction and stormwater runoff, again, these are the kinds of things that Lee goes out and does every single day, trying to make sure that we minimize the amount of area that's cleared. Okay, that's why we have, you see trees that are marked with ribbons, right? And we try to avoid clearing land and things like that, because the more soil you disturb, the higher the probability of runoff and the higher the pollution levels. So we're going to be coordinating on all of those. We want to do this to protect the waterways. We want to stabilize the soils any way we can, prevent the runoff from properties, and employ, you know, any kind of advanced settlement and sediment control techniques that we can. You know, there's all kinds of BMPs, which is the buzzword for best management practices, and those are the kind of things that we'll be out there actively trying to employ in the field. As far as pollution prevention and good housekeeping, you would not believe the amount of questions they ask Lee to report on, and we have all these departments running around doing different things. So we're trying to educate our own staff, and then of course educate contractors, educate homeowners. I mean, the audiences are all over the board. The realtors, we need to be talking more to the realtors to educate them on these things, because it's a real deal. And we, because we have the storm drains, not exactly fair, but because we have the system and they can zero in on us and give us a permit, they're going to hold us accountable.
Question.
Yes, sir.
As part of the education process, I know we're going to be putting out a newsletter and things of this nature here with our website and all. I'm sure this is something you're thinking of, is just on a regular basis, we just have a standard type of educational line that we put out to encourage people to not do those kinds of things or whatever? Would that be something that we would be looking at?
Absolutely. Also additional workshops, the new app that we're developing for the city that would have ways for people to report violations to us. So we could go and follow up and make sure we clean that up or take care of it. And we're going to have to attack this thing in multiple ways because it's not within our control. It is, but it isn't. It's our system. It's our stormwater system. It's there to develop the city, but in terms of who's putting stuff in it, that's always a challenge. So the last slide is to just emphasize the point that we were audited last year on this brand new program, and we turned in our report and we did pretty well, but we found some things we could do better, and we've developed an action plan. And if you have any really simple questions, I'll be happy to answer them. But the really hard questions, that'll go to Lee. This was all in an effort to kind of quickly go through what is coming at us. And don't be surprised if you hear a decision module proposed that says, do you want to allocate more resources to this? Because it's not only this program that is coming at us. If we want to keep our flood insurance rates low, guess what? There's another agency with another pot of money and another set of regulations. If you want to get discounts for the flood insurance program, you got to do all these things. So it just seems like we're all conscious of wanting to do better with the environment. I used to work for EPA for a decade. I'm very proud of my environmental record. But looking at it from the bottom up now, I wish they'd give more help to the smaller jurisdictions because we want to comply. But you're talking about lots of staff time, lots of reporting, lots of the time and effort. And we're getting to the point of breaking in terms of being able to comply with all these multiple requests.
Do they reference any type of penalties or anything like that?
I think they do, but I think they're going to gradually roll them out. Lee?
Not that I want to know them, but I guess it's nice to be aware.
There is a stick to it.
Okay.
At worst, they could pull our license.
Oh.
I'm not quite sure exactly what the ramifications of that are, because you still have a stormwater system.
Right.
I don't want to be the test case, put it that way.
No.
But the NFIP, the National Flood Insurance Program, incorporates some of this MS4, but it also, as Mr. Whitson said, it incorporates the CRS program, the Community Rating System. And that's the really onerous process of complying with and trying to accumulate points by doing various activities. And there's a whole slew of them. And I was going to present a slide in this presentation here, but I didn't want to drag it out, that shows the pages of the coordinator's manual for the CRS program. It's 640 some pages.
That's ridiculous.
It's 640 pages. That's the coordinator's manual. To put things in perspective, our neighbors up the street, up the road, have a staff of 6, 7 people that do nothing but CRS and MS4. Nothing but. That's all they do. And they get down to a class 4, which is admirable. But do you know what the difference is between a class 6 and a class 4? We're a class 6 right now. We start talking at MS4 and I got in the CRS.
Yeah,
I
it all tangles together.
It's not a whole lot. It's 5% off of the insurance premiums.
So it's sort of like an ISO rating.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. The bottom line is MS4 is required by NFIP, and you can be fined or lose your permit.
Okay.
The CRS program is voluntary.
But they're beginning to
Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
merge.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Or I'll answer any other question.
Well, that's enough.
That's enough.
so welcome to our world.
Yeah, welcome to my world.
Commissioners.
Yeah, Mr. Whitson, a few years back, I remember when I first moved back in the area, we had a pickup weekend where, I don't know if any of y'all remember that, when we were able to go to the library and drop off some of these materials in, I'm not sure what page to reference here, but the illicit discharge and detection and elimination, where you just have some of these images here, people just dumping stuff down the drains.
Yes.
We used, I think it was, I can't remember, there was a letter that went out or something, I don't know if you
Yeah, we used to do it twice a year.
It was hazardous waste.
The hazardous waste days, and that counts. But again, it's the fact that you have to document it and write all this stuff up and report it to them that becomes, it's not that you just do it. It's that you have to write it all up and prove to them that you did it. But yes, I think that's a great idea, and we probably should bring that back.
Also, maybe promote the location there. You just go down John Anderson there, make that left, and right there on your right-hand side. And those guys are great. You just pull your car in there. Is it Old Kings? Yeah.
It's Old Kings, yeah.
Yeah, you just go down there and you just drop your stuff. Yeah. So, I mean, just something for, I guess it's more at the residence level, but again, not being educated and, letting the new residents know this is where these locations are. But
we actually, in St. Johns County, when it was done on a regular basis, like every quarter, it would actually bring the equipment right there to like maybe the fire department or somewhere like that, where people actually could do it locally. They could just bring their tires and things like that and just drop them.
Yeah, we had it at the library.
Yeah. But anyway.
And I think we did it like in October and May, or twice a year. So it was paint. Yeah, but there was a list
It's paint, chemicals, bug spray, all of this kind of stuff. And again, it's not the fact that you do it, it's the fact that you have to document it and explain to them what you're, and then once you collect it, did you properly dispose of it?
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Doesn't require any action. We'll move on to the next item, and that's our finance director again, Kathleen.
You're on the resolution, right, Chair?
Thank you, Dr. Richards.
Would you like me to read the title, Chair?
Yes.
Resolution 2022-08, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending Resolution 2021-23, which adopted the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget to reflect the budget amendment to provide funds for year-end budget shortfalls, providing for conflict, providing an effective date hereof.
Okay.
Well, this is the longest budget amendment I think I've ever done in my whole life, but I've documented everything for you. I'm not going to read them all unless that's what you would like. I'm thinking about just entertaining questions.
They're all things we agreed to already, and you're just showing the money movement, right?
Yeah, it is. It is using the ARPA funds, approving, we're, moving the grant funds in for Pal Parker, things like that. Just, that would be it.
Okay. Commissioner Cooley.
Okay, just a couple things. Item 5 on the explanation page. So civic space was $9,750 for the survey. Is that something that it's a tool we get to keep and use? Or was that just a one-time use, or?
No, that's an annual license, and we get up to 6 things, and I'll bet you if I begged them, they'd give us another one. But that was what we used to do the citizen survey. We're going to use it for the playground communication, so that helps us with a grant. And then if there are other issues you all want, we have other opportunities to use it.
Next question is, next page under item 9. So, and this is just a question, it's not a agree or disagree thing, but how come we're not using the money from sold properties to just buy the new property? How come the 50% split?
I couldn't get a clear answer from, there was a commission meeting that I listened to, so I spoke with my supervisor there, Mr. Whitson, and he thought using 50% because we would be buying more land, but I mean, I think if they wanted to change it and use all of that, we could do that.
It's not a right, wrong thing, it's an understanding thing.
Yeah, it was just a way to stretch the money, and, I just felt like, having a little left as opposed to depleting the fund would be the best, but if you want to change it, that's certainly
I would be in favor of splitting it like we did. That's just my personal opinion.
And leaving some.
Yeah, I didn't want to completely drain it.
I'm impartial. It was just an understanding.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm 50%. Item 16, this is the last one I got.
Okay.
I think, and I don't want to get out of line, but I think we could cover item 16 with a volunteer project. I know
that would be the pressure washing on the bridge.
I think, and I don't want to volunteer people, so I'm just going to say I believe we might be able to save the city $15,000 on doing that.
I got a pressure washer and you can do it.
Can I provide you an update?
He's got the hose.
Can I provide you an update? Okay, that was the original proposal. Since the proposal went in and we wrote it up this way, we've learned that we can do it for less. The guy, we're going to supply water to him, and then he has to make sure he has all the traffic control and all of that kind of thing, because there's no water source on the bridge. And of course you have to, how people are driving out there. So I think we're down to like $3,000.
Oh, okay.
So,
$3,000 they can do.
yeah, I mean, this thing is, I keep picking at it too. And that 15,000 was the original proposal, and that was the only one we got. So once we got it, we was like, okay, well, what if we did it this way? What if we did that? What if we supplied the water? What if we did some of the traffic control for you? So we kind of whittled it down, and it's somewhere around $3,000.
Yeah, and plus the cost of the water, because, we'll have to move it.
It makes me count for the water. When
I do.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to spend a lot on that, because by the following day, with all the gas emissions coming out of the cars, it's not going to look. Remember, we had a candidate, you don't think you were here yet, a candidate for Congress, I think. I was Adam Morley, but I didn't.
He definitely left an impression.
He used the pressure washer with a stencil. So.
Smart and eco-friendly.
Did he win?
No.
Oh, I remember that.
I'm sorry.
No, Chairman. I appreciate you bringing that line up there, Commissioner Cooley, because that was something that kind of jumped out at me as well. Maybe just a thought here. You mentioned about $3,000 it would cost, and that's not including water, correct? Mm-hmm. Have we thought about, I know not to overstretch our grounds guys at all, but, and I know it would probably take quite a bit of lifting, maybe having an officer or someone, do traffic control. But, I was just looking online, looking at looking at like a commercial grade, getting the guys a commercial grade pressure washer, right? And then, I don't know if there's licensing that goes with that or anything like that, with, carrying chlorine in your truck. But I wasn't sure, what would you all think if, eventually we, not now, but think of just buying one for the city, and then we have one, and then, as needed, as we know, our parks are in bad shape, get the pressure washer out there, and you don't have, like you said, the water source. Well, they'd have water source right there on that type of pressure washer, and, maybe it might be a little more than 3,000, but again, then it would be, I don't know if it would be bring us in under 15, but still.
It'd be way more than that.
Okay.
To buy the machine. And again, I have to take responsibility for this one. This is one of my little pet peeves. When I came to town and I noticed how dirty the bridge looked, and that's the first impression you give visitors when they come into your community, I wanted to clean it up. So we started kind of chipping away at this, and because there's no water anywhere close by, you can't run a hose up the bridge, that made it a really challenging situation. And yeah, we got the proposal, but then we just kind of whittled away at it until we got it down to that number. So I'm okay if you don't want to do it. It's just one of those things that I noticed as a first-time visitor to the community. Gee, wouldn't this bridge look a lot better if it was cleaned up?
But it's something that we're going to have to keep doing, because seriously, it doesn't last long. So
when was the last time it was done?
1999 when it was built.
No, it's been cleaned since then.
Yeah.
It has not been.
I consider that to be just a maintenance thing, just like mowing the lawn or some other parts of the city. I mean, it's just something you got to do.
Yeah.
FDOT said they'd issue the permit, but they didn't step up and say they would clean it.
Of course.
Because I asked them that.
No, we're beautifying the city. It needs to be done.
And that is totally up to y'all. It was just one of those things that I thought would be a nice thing to do, but.
$3,000.
Yeah,
That's
$3,000,
a good
yes.
deal for that 3,000.
Okay, anyone else? I had highlighted 19, but I think that was answered earlier. 74% increase, yeah, we're good with that one. Okay, any other comments or questions for Kathleen? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Now there's a resolution.
You got to
Sorry, there's a
approve it, I think.
resolution. We need
Yeah,
Public comment.
public comment. And then
comment
you
and
can
then
vote.
resolution. So we're so good, we're ready to go on. Okay, Kathleen, you sit down. I have to open it up for public comment.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Just on the
I need your name and address again. I know you are, but I still need
Greg
it.
McKinley, 2700 South
Sure.
Ocean Shore Boulevard. So with the pressure washing, you were just talking about stormwater. If chemicals or anything, is that going to go off the bridge into the?
Yeah, I do need to deal with that issue. I don't know if they're going to use some sort of diluted Clorox or whatever they're going to use, but it is a high-pressure machine
Okay.
they're going to
I was
use.
just curious on that, chemicals in the waterway.
There actually
Am I
are
able to
citrus
make-
cleaners. They're citrus cleaners that you
Yeah.
use.
Exactly. I just wanted to make sure we're using the right thing. And then can I say one other thing on the
Sure.
stormwater? Is that cool? So you valid points. You made my case for later tonight. So that's my wheelhouse, DEP, FDOT, all that. So when I drive up and down A1A, all the storm drains where everybody's parking, where we no longer have grass, all that dirt that's going into the storm drains, that's something the city's going to have to look at. I understand parking. The city has parking lots. Same thing with what I'm going to say about right-of-ways, where the dune on the back of my house is destroyed. It all runs down the street and goes back down to the estuary. That's got to stop, especially with this. So I'm not trying to be we have parking areas, and that's where people need to park. And if we need more parking areas, let's look at that. But right now, it's parking along the side of the roads, MOT issues. If you're within 15 feet of the white line, you have to have MOT. It's not a parking lot. And people park right on top of the drains, oils, the whole thing.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, we bring back to the board for a motion.
Motion to approve resolution 2022-08.
Second.
Yeah, we can have it. We got it.
Got a motion and a second?
Do we have to amend that one item that was
Did you amend anything?
We discussed it, but we don't have to.
Oh, the 15,000 became
Yeah.
3,000. Did you need them to amend that?
Kathleen, does that affect a line?
We don't want to make it 3,000 because y'all know how expensive the water is here. For one thing, we have to pay the water. We have to, because it's a general fund, we got to pay the water. So I would say.
Your amendment's fine right now. You just may not spend all the money they're putting into that.
Exactly.
We're not going to spend it all.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes, we are.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Chair Bryan?
Yes. And the motion carries. Next item, 18. Drew.
Resolution 2022-09, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, authorizing Mayor Susie Johnston to execute a memorandum of agreement between the City of Flagler Beach and the Florida Department of Transportation for the maintenance of state road rights-of-way by the city, setting forth an effective date.
And Commissioners, this is something we discussed with FDOT. This is an annual agreement, and it actually has gone back and forth amongst the staff a couple of times because we cut some areas back. We wanted to make sure that it was something that our grounds crew could handle, and staff is satisfied with the attached.
Okay, we have any discussions on that one? I got a couple things. You got a comment? Go ahead.
Okay, if you look at we'll call it the second to last pages, Exhibit C, where it has the boxes of what we do.
Wait a minute, I'm confused. You said 18.
Are we on 18 or 16?
So,
16.
yeah, we should be on 16.
Let's skip 16. We'll come back to it. Let's just go ahead and do it with 18, because he's already read 18.
Which one?
I read
did-
16.
You read
You read
16?
16?
All right.
Okay.
Okay, never mind. I'm sorry,
That's what I
Eric.
thought.
So we're on.
That's why I was confused.
Okay, we are on 16 then.
Yes.
All right, okay.
All right, Exhibit C, which is the last couple pages. It has the boxes of what we do. It's showing that we're going to end up taking care of the sidewalks. And that's a special concern on north side. But when you start looking at all these checkboxes, and I just want to sanity check it because this is a lot of work. And then on top of it, you add in, if you look at page 3, and I hate to skip around, but when you look at page 3 towards the bottom under compensation item 2, there is a ton of reporting that goes with this. So we have a lot of labor, and we have a whole lot of documentation that we're going to have to do that goes along with this to show that we did it. Or we are subject to them not sending us the funds, and we're going to do all of that work for $45,000 a year. And that's, and as long as you're comfortable with that, Drew, you look confused.
Either I'm confused or you're confused.
Probably me.
It may well be me. If I may have misunderstood what you were saying, but Exhibit C, it's a weird exhibit. Not everything on Exhibit C is included in this contract, only the ones that are X'd over here.
Right.
And the reason what confused me, you said they have sidewalk repair. Sidewalk repair is not checked.
Not repair. It's the clearing of the sidewalks and keeping them clear of vegetation and
the vegetation removal. Okay,
Yeah.
now I'm with you. That's where I was confused. So it was my confusion.
Yeah, and citywide, that is a lot of work that has to happen multiple times a year. And traditionally, we haven't been doing it at all. I believe that's because we were under the impression FDOT was doing it. And this could be something that was switched. But when you look at all the boxes that are checked under Exhibit C, then you add in all of the reporting that we have to do. I just wanted to make sure, city manager, that you're comfortable with us doing all of that, plus all that reporting for 45 a year?
Comment?
That's
Sure.
all you.
All right. My experience when you work with FDOT is you got to give a little to get a little. And no, I'm not comfortable, but FDOT will never pony up the amount of money that it takes to do everything they expect you to do. And I'm in the middle of negotiations with them about another agreement for $500,000 for the helping with the beach management. So it's kind of a horse trade. Do I think that we can do this work? Yes. And I think vertigo was a big reason we didn't do it before. We have our new grounds crew now, and those guys are awesome. And if we add another person, I feel better about it. Will FDOT win and we lose when you add up all the expenses? Probably, because that's just the way they do things. And it's just been the way that most municipalities have worked with them over the years, because there are all kinds of other things they do that we don't have to pay for by providing these major roadways like 100 and A1A and so forth and so on. So is it fair exactly? Probably not. But in the greater scheme of things of getting along with the state and the other negotiations that are ongoing, I think this is about as best as I think as we can end up.
Mr. Mealy. So along those lines, where the medians are on South A1A, and all those weeds have grown up in them, and I thought you had spoken with them and they were going to get rid of the weeds, and it still looks pretty weedy to me. So will we now be responsible for that?
No. What I was going to report under the manager's report, you guys are stealing all my talking points. So we had talked to FDOT the other day about maybe getting a grant from them for the wildflowers, taking all of that material out, and then putting the black-eyed Susans or the beach version, you know, the low ground, the low ground cover, and trying that as opposed to what's there, because it looks terrible. And the reason that we haven't tackled it, and Louis Bergeron, that is their contractor, hasn't tackled it, is because it's so dangerous getting down there, and all the traffic control you need and the exposure of your workers in that environment. There's very little room there. So will it get better tomorrow? No. But do we have ongoing conversations with FDOT on how to correct it? Yes.
Okay, but that's not going to be included in this?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, do we have public comment on this one?
You had enough.
He's bigger than you.
Bruno, Flagler Beach, two things. I know you talked about this, the daisies, but Rick brought up a good point last meeting. Those drains are completely covered. I mean, we spent millions to protect that area, and we're in hurricane season coming up, and those drains are not going to work. So we need to do something. And I do believe we can, detour traffic with a truck that goes down, just like we did when we put all the rocks on the beach, I mean, we detoured them, and that wasn't an issue. That's one of my questions. The other question is, have we ever used the sheriff's department for maintenance? The inmates?
We've talked to the sheriff. Do you want me to answer now, or you want?
Sure, go ahead. Absolutely.
Yeah, we've talked to the sheriff. It's subject to the prisoner's availability. And of course, we would have to provide the security and the traffic control for that situation. If you're going to get them down, the prisoners in there, to do that, you would have to do those things. In other communities, I have used prison labor multiple times. We actually had a whole program, but it was a different sheriff in a different jurisdiction. But yes, we've approached the sheriff about it, and he hasn't said no. It's just that it's subject to his staffing availability and, of course, the availability of the inmates.
Okay, because I used them down in Beverly Beach, and we didn't have to supervise them. They did their own supervision.
Yes, the sheriff does.
The sheriff does.
He has to have the staff to do it.
Right, and once we got on the list, it was, he has actually a person in charge of all of that could help us for some of these things. And the FDOT, I can't understand why FDOT doesn't want to take care of A1A. I mean, in Beverly Beach, they cut the lawn, they did all the trimming in Beverly Beach without an argument. So why are we thinking about doing it ourselves? That's their road, right? It's their property. No comment, I guess, huh? always been done? Has it been always been done? I mean,
Yeah, there are things on here that we didn't used to do, but we've always had some responsibility.
okay. I mean, they do it down at Beverly Beach without an issue.
Well, Beverly Beach is a much smaller jurisdiction, and it has no staff. And
But you never had a maintenance staff before you hired it.
Yes, we did.
Okay, I just can't.
Let me respond. Basically, it's a smaller jurisdiction, no staff or little staff, and larger communities. These types of agreements are very common. This is about the 5th or 6th one that I've dealt with, and it's just part of what they do.
Yes, sir.
Greg McKinley, 2700 South Ocean Shore. So I don't care who does the sidewalks, but even on the south side, I'm not going to pick on restaurants, but even, like Martin's or whatever, they have millings that goes on, from A1A to the sidewalk and then their parking lot, and it washes over. It's a trip hazard, and I just don't want to see anybody get hurt, Even at George's, the sidewalks broke. They just put some dirt there. But once again, everybody's using the shoulder as a parking area. And if it needs an apron, then let's do it to grade and pour an 8-inch slab where it doesn't break up. It's not a slip. It's just poor planning on both sides, FDOT, the cities, however. And I would like to see it addressed.
Okay.
Rick Belhumeur, Flagler Beach. According to this Exhibit B, which is the project limits, we're taking care of 1.9 miles on the south end of town, and I think I got that right, yeah, and 2.4 miles on the north end. So all that center section is going to stay with the other contractor. Let's see. There's a lot of things on here. I know we've done this every year, but I don't know why. Chemical weed and grass control, edging and sweeping, that's what we're talking about with the sidewalks. Litter removal, so it's not a big issue, I don't think. Mowing, fertilizing, tree trimming and removal, and chemical grass and weed control. So there's a lot of things on here I don't think we've been doing in the past. It's gonna add up. We got to take care of from Colbert all the way to A1A, both over and under the bridge. So I don't know that we ever took care of the right-of-ways from Colbert in. I think we kind of started at Roberts Road, or maybe even Palm Drive.
Culvert's outside the city.
Yeah, the amendment that we discussed was exactly that. We're going to cut. We're not taking care of Colbert down. I don't know how the wrong exhibit got attached, but my understanding of what was negotiated with them and why this got delayed was we were cutting that part out, Rick, and it's going to be more towards Roberts Road back.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
Okay.
They've got the wrong exhibit there. I think that should have been updated.
And all this, all the overgrowth underneath the bridge hasn't been dealt with. I mean, trees have gotten trimmed to some degree, but there's a lot of stuff that's overgrown with peppers and so forth. That's our responsibility, and if we have to give a quarterly report, then I don't know how you get around it. It's going to be way more work than we've been doing in the past.
Up to now, we've done, I'm going to call it the outside of the bridge, under the bridge. Palm Drive, under the bridge on Lambert, and then up the side on that pathway
Right,
was ours.
yeah.
But we never had anything to do with the retention pond that's under the bridge.
Is that
It's all
including?
sort of stuff is growing.
There's a fenced-in area under the bridge. that
Yes,
has-
the fenced-in area.
Right.
They want us, is that included in this scope of work?
If it is, it's a large area.
Yeah,
and
that's
and
a
the
lot.
grass is about 4 feet high right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to put this off before we,
Yeah, if you want to table it until we can update the exhibits, I'm
I would
fine
feel
with that.
comfortable with that in that way. I mean, what we could do is actually go line item by line item with
Yeah.
DOT to see what's excluded, so that the commissioners and, we could all be more comfortable with what we're actually going to be doing.
Yeah.
So we want to do that?
yeah.
Got a consensus to table it until next meeting?
I'd make a motion.
To the next,
We're still
to the
on
next
public
meeting.
comment.
That's not what we're still doing.
Yeah, to the next meeting.
Any more public comment? Okay, we'll bring back to the board for,
Motion to table till next meeting.
Second.
got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes. Okay, item 17 has already been taken care of, and now we'll move to 18.
Now we do 18.
Drew?
Ordinance number 2022-04, an ordinance of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 14 of the Code of Ordinances, providing for regulation of the placement and maintaining of improvements in vegetation within city rights-of-way or other public property, requiring written authorization for the placement of improvements in vegetation within city rights-of-way or other public property, providing for review of requests for authorization and appeals of denials, providing for vegetation and improvements placed prior to the adoption of this ordinance, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing an effective date. This is here before you on second reading, and I think the main substantive change between first and second is
Section 14109.
14109, also there's 14108 at line 90, the addition of that clause, which has not otherwise been approved or required in a site plan approval by the city, addressing the comment from the public at the last meeting that if somebody has come in and gone through the site plan process and they have improvements, then obviously we're not going to make them go through a second process. And 14-109, reminding me what my change was there.
The whole thing is new. It wasn't in the last one.
I think I broke it out because I think we still dealt with this. That was what allowed us to, that's what gives us a 365-day waiting period. It was there before.
It must have been labeled differently.
Yeah, I may have broken it out into a separate
section.
section, but it was there before. That's not an addition.
It just got adjusted into placement.
Give me that line number, what that was again? I'm sorry.
90.
90, thank you.
Drew? On line 119, this is where we raised it from 30 days to 90 days. I thought we had agreed that they could ask for another extension after that.
I don't
So
remember.
should that, yeah, well, I had it in my notes. Anybody else remember that?
Just because of trying to get materials and labor, that could
Right.
get dicey.
I guess we did say that.
It's code environment.
And now China's locking down altogether, so they showed 1 million boats out. It's only going to get worse.
So,
okay with that one?
well, let me tell you the language that I'm writing down so that I catch it. But so at the end of that sentence at line 119, so after 90 days, comma, which time may be extended in the discretion of the city.
Yes.
Sure.
And this is not, you're not wanting this to come to you. This is administrative approvals. Okay. Okay. So I'll add that there.
That's all.
Okay, any other comments? None? Okay, we'll open up for public comment.
So, Greg McKinley, 2700 South Ocean Shore. So I've been trying to educate myself on this because I've asked what is the definition of a right-of-way, and I still don't have a clear, because to me, from what it shows, to me, they're easements or right-of-ways. The corners marked are back or right-of-ways. We brought up all kinds of good things today with, the EPA and drainage, with everybody parking and destroying these stuff. My yard, I want to replant with native grasses and dune sunflowers and everything else like I've done in my backyard. I can't do it because everybody parks on it, right? Before I planted at my other house in the right-of-way, I called the building department because I didn't know who to call, asked about planting different stuff. I told them what the setbacks were. They were fine. So I get the right-of-ways. They're utility easements, right? So they need to be where if a water line breaks, sewer line, gas line, whatever, most people directional drill. I happen to do some of that too for a living. So I get that, what the easements are, right? If I tear up someone's property in the right-of-way with my business, we replace it, right? It's the city's right-of-way, I was just in Edgewater. It's the city's right-of-way, but the homeowner maintains it. So I maintain my stuff, and that's kind of the battle I have with citizens. They feel that they own the right-of-way. What is the definition when I...
Okay, I think the city clerk is getting something for you now because at one of our meetings about
Okay, because I reached out to Lee and I've
Okay.
spoke to the city manager.
Just hold on a second. She's getting it to you right now.
Awesome. That is great. And this is, but is this a, I mean, I know where the right-of-way marks are, but what's the legal description?
Okay,
Legal guy.
Oh, my attorney already has. I'm just curious because I've gotten two different. Ma'am, just let me answer, please. I've asked the man.
Hold on a second. What is your question?
My question is, are people allowed to just destroy the right-of-ways by parking on them? I mean, I can go 10 different routes.
What's your next question? Because once you finish questioning, then our staff will answer.
Okay, are people allowed to just park in the right-of-ways?
Okay, any other questions?
Can I get an answer and then I'll go from there?
No, you go ahead. Give me your questions. Give me all your questions and we'll answer them.
Okay, are people allowed to park in the right-of-ways?
Okay.
Who is responsible for maintaining the right-of-ways?
Okay.
And who has complete control of the right-of-way?
Okay.
That's what I need to know.
All right. Okay. Thank you, sir.
And as we kind of talked about at the last meeting, there are answers to those questions, but none of them are actually truly black and white, which is probably why you've had some confusion and some difficulty in getting what seemed like clear answers. What you said about the right-of-way being easements or utility easements, that's the part that I think of what you've gathered in your conversations is probably the furthest off, because a right-of-way has actually nothing to do with the utility easement, other than the fact that utility easements are often, usually, located underneath the right-of-way. But strictly speaking, the right-of-way is from this end of the public right-of-way. So you've got your roadway, usually grass in between the roadway and the sidewalk, and often a little bit more room beyond the edge of the sidewalk. That whole stretch, including that sidewalk, including the grass, including the travel road, that is all the right-of-way.
I install utilities for a living. I understand right-of-way.
That was the question that was asked, was you just asked, what is the right-of-way? Okay, I'm sorry, if this was Stump the Chump, I don't want to play.
I'm not here to stump you, I'm just here to see how...
You just asked a question, I answered the question, you said I already know that, and you said you asked because you wanted to know what I would say. So
Okay, please, sir, no more comments from the audience. I think we've answered the question.
So there was who, or can you park in the right-of-way, right?
Correct, and yes, you can park in the right-of-way. The right-of-way is a right-of-way, and in the city of Flagler Beach, and in every city, unless it's signed otherwise, parking in the right-of-way is legal, yes.
Okay, and then the next one was who maintains it.
Right.
The property owner maintains from edge of property to edge of curb, and the city obviously maintains the roadbed.
I may not have this right, correct me if I'm wrong, your third question was who has control
No, the city, the right-of-way is the city's right-of-way. It is maintained by adjacent property owner.
You said I was the property owner.
You are the property owner adjacent to the right-of-way.
So
But
I maintain my property.
No,
Sir,
let's not do this.
Please.
Am I allowed?
Well, you had 3 questions, and we've given you the answers, but if you have another question, come up. Okay, come up. Tell us what you're not clear on.
Where I'm not clear.
Get to the microphone first, please. Thank you.
Where I'm not clear is you said that the property owner maintains the property, right? Up
Property
to the
owner
curb.
adjacent to the right-of-way maintains up to curb. That doesn't mean you own it, but it's a matter of convenience that has existed in Florida in every city you go to.
So I'm just, and I'll be quick. I apologize. I understand. So if someone destroys it or parks on it, it's still my responsibility to maintain that. I have no say-so about someone parking there, because if that's the
If they tear up
case.
the grass,
Yes.
is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
They shouldn't be parking on the grass. The wheels should be on the
Oh,
road.
that's perfect. That's all I need to know. So
Yeah,
they cannot
if
park
they're
on the
parking
grass.
in your grass, that's
But
an issue you can
that's
take
the
care of.
right-of-way.
But that's not right either. Yeah.
So they
It's
can't
the
park on the
but
right-of-way.
You're not supposed to tear up the grass, correct?
But multiple cars parking there tears up the grass, is what I'm getting at.
And he still has to maintain it.
That part is correct.
That's right.
So I have to keep planting sod because people keep parking there like consistently daily? Or can we say there's no parking there?
You can't say no parking.
Well, if you say there's no parking there, you have to sign it.
Right.
There's no parking.
So as long as we sign it, we're cool.
No.
Wait a minute, no.
You have to put, not you sign it, the city would have to sign the street as no parking, would have
Okay.
to designate it as a no parking street. And it's not no parking on the grass, because people shouldn't be parking on the grass, I don't think. You don't
But
allow
Drew,
parking.
the way our
I
streets are,
don't know
they
the
have to.
location.
No, what he's talking about is in front of my house, I have shrubs and all parked out to the edge of where the easement is. And that's grass beyond that. Okay? But I planted that grass, but I don't plant any shrubs or anything in that area that is the easement.
Correct.
What he's saying is that if I plant that grass there and someone pulls on it and destroys it, then I still have to be responsible for replanting it. And I think that's where he's going. He wants to know if someone tears the grass up on that easement, is he still responsible for replacing it? And I think the answer is yes.
Correct. Or the person who tore up the grass
Has
could
to
be
be
held
responsible.
responsible, but
Right.
that's tricky. And I'll give you the example. In my neighborhood, we have 3 or 4 haunted houses, so every Halloween, we literally have, we have kids busting into my neighborhood. And so we've got lots of cars parked from one end of it to the other. And yeah, about half the people in the neighborhood are replanting their grass, November 15th.
But you don't have to
Resodding that,
replant
that's
grass. If there's an issue with parking, you can put gravel, you can put those pavers like what we have out here. There's tons of options.
So with that being said then, so that means that it's the city's, you said property is my property, I
Basic
maintain it.
property owner's responsibility.
But I have to provide parking then if it's a multiple use area, which is
Well,
not right.
The parking should be on the paved portion, not on the grass.
But now,
Thank
Drew,
you.
Drew,
That's all I needed to hear.
Drew, no, wait, no.
No.
Because he's talking about,
Drew,
he's still talking about the
Our
easement.
streets.
We're not done with that conversation. Don't do that.
we don't have curbs.
We don't have curbing, we don't have sidewalk.
Right.
The only Miami gutters we have is in the central downtown area. In the neighborhoods, they think it's their yard to the street edge.
So they are parking on the grass lawfully.
Correct. Yes,
Parking
right.
on the street.
But with that said,
This is gone.
there's multiple
No.
there's multiple areas that have no parking, and businesses, you can't park there. I'll pick on Ocean's parking lot. All their employees park in the right-of-way, and then that's a private parking area. So the residents or people coming from Palm Coast can't park in that right-of-way because they're using it, right? They're
Okay.
using that right-of-way.
All right, that's it. I think we've discussed this long enough, and what you can do, sir, is I'm not going to ignore you, but if you'd like to get into a more detailed discussion about this, hold on, please don't make comments like that from the audience, okay? That's enough.
You can call any one of us. You can make an appointment to see Mr. Whitson. There's a whole lot of things you can do, but we're just going around in circles.
Yeah, we'd be happy to provide clear guidance on it because it can be confusing, and that's why we're addressing it now. But I encourage you to call our city manager or one of our planning office over to the building department, or someone would be happy to explain it to you more. If one of the commissioners wanted to do that, that's also an option. Okay. Any more comments from the audience? Okay. I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion or motion.
Motion, go ahead. Go ahead. Motion to approve ordinance 2022-04 as amended.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Commissioner Mealy. I got a second by Commissioner Cooley. Please call a roll call.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes. Okay. Item number 19. Drew, you want to read that, please?
Yes, sir. Ordinance number 2022-06, an ordinance by the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Article 2, City Commission, Section 2-20, Rules of Procedure for City Commission Meetings, to provide for adjournment of meetings at 11 p.m. under certain conditions, if not earlier adjourned, providing for codification, conflict, severability, and providing an effective date here on first reading.
Okay. Who wants to comment first? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Mealy. I didn't see your hand. I thought you had to go to the bathroom.
There. I don't want to stay that late either, but sometimes staff reports and or commission reports include time-sensitive issues. So could we add, such meetings will be adjourned once all consent agenda general business public hearings have been concluded. Can we include in there without having to have the commission vote on it? Not like I went to this meeting and it was fun and whatever, but sometimes commissioners bring up things that are time sensitive and not want to wait another 2 weeks to bring them up. The same thing with staff reports. So would you consider amending that sentence to include those two things?
Are you asking me or
No, I'm asking the writer of
Let's get some comments.
You get into a really subjective
It's tricky, and that's, from my perspective, I think that's a big challenge because the real issue is what's time sensitive to you may not be time sensitive to Eric. And so I did have that in mind as I was drafting this, but I think from my perspective, this lets the commission decide if it's a time-sensitive issue that we want to consider tonight or not.
Yeah, that would be easy to handle with the chair, too, just talking about it.
Option, if it's that time sensitive, speak to your employee, have him amend the agenda to include it as an item under general business.
Okay.
If it's that important.
Okay.
Here's where I am. I don't want to see any changes. And I'm going to tell you why. First of all, this is based on one incident. One single incident. And last time it happened was 20 years ago that someone went until 12 o'clock. And I said before, it was one incident. It was critical because we had an item that had to be discussed that night. And if it had taken until 12 o'clock for that one item, in order to make sure we didn't end up in a very critical litigation similar to what we could have been doing right now, I would have done it. I would have done the same thing because that's what we're here for. And I'll make the comments again. We meet twice a month. That's it. To do this business of the citizens of Flagler Beach. In most cases, we're out of here by 8. Tonight, we're here still at 9:15 because we've had a lot of items. It could be possible that we could go longer if some of these other items had continued. So I don't see any need for it. When I took this position, I ran on a platform of doing the business of the people and doing whatever it took for me to do the job, making sacrifices. Now, granted, I don't have a full-time job. Good for me. I'm 73 years old and I retired 20 years ago. But I still make a commitment to do the job of the people, whatever time it takes. I eat a meal before I get here, I take a snack, I come prepared, I'm rest up, and I spend hours going through this to make sure I'm prepared. By the same token, right now, if someone was to come to me and offer me a job, I don't care if it's $150,000, I'm still not going to work. I'm not going back. But my point is, if I were to take a job tomorrow and that job interfered with my ability to come here and do the business of the people, I would resign, because I would not be doing the people any justice. I don't feel comfortable cutting the staff reports because, in my opinion, that's a slap in the face to the staff. I would rather cut my comments out to talk about what I've done, where I've been, or whatever, than to cut staff out, because they're the one that are actually doing the work of the people. They're the work, and those are the workers. So my position is, I'm not going to support changing it at all, but I'm just one of 5 up here. So those are my comments, and I just encourage my fellow commissioners to make your comments, to do whatever you need to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Commissioner
I'm not going to talk much about it, but I don't want to see any changes as well. I agree with Commissioner Brian. We were elected to represent the people, and if we have to stay here late, we have to stay here late. Nobody likes it, but we have to get through all of these topics. So I'm not looking to make any changes.
Anyone else? Commissioner?
You good?
I have one comment. I think making an amendment to close, or making a change to meetings closing at 11 o'clock is a lot better than 110% salary increase, like Palm Coast. But
what a comparison.
But I mean, I think the commission when things get late at 11, the commission cutting down comments, or even during the meeting, let's be cognitive of keeping comments shorter, because the meeting can continue to go on. It was a rough 11:45 at night. I don't know if it was 20 years ago that Penny was here till 2 o'clock in the morning, but my thought is if it's good enough for the county commissioners, then it should be good enough for us.
There's a lot of things not good for the county, but anyway. But I mean, I understand, but here again, it was one single incident. If we were going to make decisions on changing ordinances based on one incident, I tell you what, there's a lot of ordinances we better start changing. That's an isolated case.
And the agenda reads to be continued till items are complete. That doesn't mean they have to be completed that night. You can always motion to recess and reconvene the following day, the day after that. You just have to state the date and time.
And I would be okay with that. I mean, I think we're all very reasonable people up here, and if we, see that we're getting to a point where it's going to be late, then based on the comments you've made right now, we can. So, Mr. Chair, I got a suggestion here. It's getting late. Maybe we should continue something until tomorrow.
To follow up on Penny's point, you're talking more of a continuing this session of the agenda, but what I've seen other cities do too, and that is if you're 2/3 of the way through your agenda, you've dealt with all the time-sensitive matters, you don't have anybody in the public sitting waiting for anything that's left on your agenda, the issues you had earlier ran really long and you got late, you could do a motion to table. I move to table items 17, 18, 19, and 20 to our next agenda. And you can deal with it that way and not even have to worry about reconvening the next day, because you have dealt with it that night as much as you were going to deal with it that night. So that's another option that is available.
I'm okay with that too.
Yeah, those are both good suggestions.
But then we don't have to change any wording in the...
That would fit with your existing section.
I would be okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too.
But like I said, I'm just one person, and that's just my own personal feeling.
No, I agree. We got elected to do the work.
But we also, let's keep in mind, this job, for the record, $600 a month. You, as a city, we want to encourage residents to become involved. And when you're having meetings, and it is a one-time thing, you're discouraging the people that are working, the younger residents that are moving in. It is a volunteer job, and we don't want to cut out a certain group of our residents.
That's the similar argument to what Palm Coast used to justify their raise.
Well, one is money and one is time.
I don't buy it. Yes, it would be nice to have some younger
This is
people.
a difficult job for anyone that works. It's lots of hours volunteered outside of these meetings.
But that's what we signed on for.
Yes, we did, but we also want to continue to have people sign on after us.
Well, I mean, you talk about younger people. I think the older people go to bed sooner than the younger people. To be quite frank.
I can tell you, I'll tell you this. We did not sign on to play the role of martyr because we didn't manage our time very well. And I'm not referencing that meeting, but this body has a reputation that goes back for many, many years before I was even on it at having ridiculous marathon meetings. That is no secret. And that's been going on for a long time. And the amount of poor time management, this is not directed to the meeting that we had. I'm talking as a generality for years before. The lack of time management in the meeting is absurd. And that's the issue. And that is not doing city business. That's making it a social event.
This is a business meeting up here, not a...
But that may have happened in the past, but I don't think I would accuse anyone up here.
It's at least 20 years since it happened.
Well, I mean, I think that with all being said at this point, we've all discussed it. I think we know where we want to go.
I like the options. These are all
I
good.
think the options are very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only concern I have is just, one's cognitive abilities. I would want that, because, again, I guess I'm going into my background a little bit, but I do have concerns about our cognitive abilities to really make important decisions. So, I'll use a pilot, for example. A pilot isn't going to fly after so many hours, right? They're flying an airplane. Not comparing what we're doing to flying to an airplane, but it's extremely important stuff for the people that we're voting in. I'm okay with staying here till we get the job done, as long as it's kind of like, as others have said, as long as it's reasonable, and that we covered the points that I think that we need to cover early on, kind of like moving things up into the agenda if we feel that way, because I want us to be sure that we're not rushing through something due to feeling drowsy or, and that, again, it limits your cognitive abilities at that point in time. So just something to consider. I'm okay with either way we go with this, because I agree, we were elected to, serve the people, but I also want to make sure that we're making the, best decisions for our citizens. And if that means, again, adjusting things within the agenda, I'm okay with that as well.
Okay. Well, I think tonight was a typical example when, Mr. Torino, he came up and he said, can you please move me up? And we did that without any
we did that.
problems. So I think, Drew had some good suggestions that he just made a few minutes ago that doesn't require a whole lot of...
And just another bit of perspective, I think, on it, especially once we use the comparison to years ago. And I think I know the time that you're thinking of is before both of us. And I think both of us, you'd been on a while, and when I came into the city, we had some controversial issues that pushed meetings a long time. I don't think that was poor time management. That was the issues that we were dealing with. But the person sitting next to me, whoever's sitting in this chair, this person has a lot to do with how long your meetings go. And Mr. Whitson, he is very mindful of what he's putting on agendas. And I know there have been times, and there are other cities where if meetings are routinely going long, then often it's a conversation to have with the city manager, because it's the items that he's choosing to put on those agendas. Would you agree? So I think you have somebody here who, even if we get into that, I think we are. I think it's not just Flagler Beach. I think everywhere is the meetings are starting to get a little bit longer, not because anybody's not doing their job, but because there's a little bit more public interest and there's a little bit more controversy going on everywhere.
Good point.
Okay.
Okay, so in actuality, we don't have to do anything.
If you don't make a motion, we just move on.
Okay. Do I have any public comment on this?
Bruno, Flagler Beach. I think we all agree, yeah. I mean, sitting here, and I leave early sometimes, I feel like, why did I bother coming, Because you gotta put your time in if you gotta say something. The certificates that we give out at 5:30, can that be done at 5? That's not part of city business, correct?
It is.
It is?
It is.
But I mean,
it's part of the public meeting.
But can't that be done at 5 before the actual swearing in and going? I mean, because we spent about, 35 minutes today on that?
We had 4 today.
Okay, well, I'm just throwing out things like you're throwing out.
Yeah, absolutely.
The other thing would be maybe when you do get your website or your app going, you can have commissioner comments, so you don't have to keep saying that I went to the League of, cities and he says I went, you said I went. Maybe you just have comments like that so people know what you're doing. So you can say, when we have 3 minutes, you can cut your time down. I don't know. I don't know. I
like it.
So do I.
I just
no argument here.
Listen, you're all good. You're all good at what you do. You put your heads together, you'll figure out something, okay?
Thanks, Bruno. We appreciate that.
Are you going to hold the timer?
If I have to hold the timer and the gravel.
Okay, any other comments from the audience? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for a no motion, no action. At this time, I think we move on to staff reports. And we'll start with Drew.
So I've spoken to each of you individually about what's going on with the golf course and the settlement conversations that are going on. I kind of told you what the offer that was made is, in my opinion of it, and I don't think that I'm not proposing any change, of course, from just continuing to move forward to tee up litigation, but I did want to give the commission as a group the opportunity to tell me to change course if you thought I should.
I'm good.
Okay. Then I had a very pleasant conversation with the attorney today. One thing I did suggest, because ultimately we'll have to do it eventually, is an early mediation. And that might move the numbers around a little bit into an area that maybe makes more sense. But so it doesn't mean that settlement conversations go away entirely, but I will keep pressing forward and not spend time diverted onto that right now.
Okay, appreciate it. Mr. Whitson. I know we stole most of your thunder, so you should be short.
Yeah, well, I should be short, but there's one item that unfortunately I can't put off. Fireworks. We are once again victim of COVID. There are not enough certified, licensed people to do these things, and the price tag on doing them keeps going up and up and up. For our $25,000 investment, we have a guarantee right now of July 2nd, not July 4th, from the current or the past vendor that's local to Flagler County, Santori. However, Santori he understands that he's a longtime member of Flagler County. And he said, hey, and Mayor, you chime in, but I had the mayor speak directly to him because she has a relationship with them. And, basically we got them to agree to go on the 2nd if we wanted to. And then they suggested that we go to another smaller provider that wasn't quite as busy and booked up that may be able to do this on the 4th. I've been in conversations with the new provider, Imperial Fireworks, and I'm waiting for the final answer, but there's a shot, there's a chance that we can have 4th of July fireworks on the 4th. If they come back and say, yeah, they've got the staff, they can do it. So I'm putting it out in front of you. Is it acceptable for the staff to proceed on basically lining everything up for the 2nd and getting everything taken care of that day with the parade and the fireworks and all that? Or, and of course, if we hear back from the new provider and want to go on the 4th and you say good to go, I'm assuming that would be your desire, first choice. So I'm asking you if basically you want to lock down the 2nd with the possibility of going on the 4th with the new provider if they can come through. And I am not yet sure they can, but we've asked the question and we're awaiting their answer. I'll probably have it tomorrow. I asked him several times today in anticipation of this meeting tonight, but he didn't get back to me.
Okay, I'd like to hear from the mayor first, if that's
sure.
okay, but I have a quick question. I just want to confirm the TDC is paying for the
Yes,
fireworks.
they are.
City of Flagler Beach is not, okay.
Correct.
first of all, I spoke with Santori Fireworks, and this is a staffing issue. This is a budget issue. They are turning down jobs of $50,000. So basically, until we have an investment up into $100,000, we would not have fireworks the 4th of July. It's the same amount of labor, and so their profit is cut doing smaller jobs. With that, I am not okay with having the parade not on the 4th of July. This city has always had the parade on the 4th of July, and it is what has kicked off the festivities for the day. And I would not like to see the rest of the events happening on the 2nd. That goes against what we have done as tradition in the city. We have heard the residents speak out. We have events in the park. There's lots of things that for the entire community to celebrate, and we need to keep that on the 4th of July. I understand that there's issues with the fireworks, but there's not issues with having the parade on the 4th of July and having the events in the park.
The only problem that I have with that, and I'd like for the chief to come up and address this, is that we're talking about 2 days of traffic control, security, and this kind of thing here. Is that not correct, chief?
It's more than 2 days. It's a whole weekend.
It's more than a whole weekend. So, I mean, just provide your feedback before we continue making comments.
Again, we're victims of COVID, and city staff could not have predicted this to occur. So just to organize and plan this, I mean, Mr. Woodson before talked about doing it at the nth. We've passed the nth. And we're already going to have a packed first Friday with the Navy band. Then we're going to have fireworks Saturday. We're going to probably wind up helping Palm Coast and the sheriff's office on Sunday. There is no way we can logistically bring people back on Monday.
Okay.
The staff, we cannot be self-sustaining. And if the Jaguar bursting into flames on A1A during the holiday at the beach parade taught us anything, if you don't have the right staffing, it will burn to the ground. I can't guarantee that we'll have people to work those intersections. In my opinion, having it, and I know it's tradition, but when your mom told you that you were having meatloaf, but you wanted pizza, you either ate the meatloaf or you went to bed hungry. If we don't jump everything on the 2nd, and Santori says now we can't do it on the 2nd, we're not going to have fireworks. And then the residents are really going to be upset. Just like a divorce lawyer tells you, you may not love it, but can you live with it? I think that's where we are now.
Okay.
Can I ask that?
Sure.
Okay, so the July 4th is Monday.
Monday.
We're having the Navy band on Friday.
Yes, ma'am.
And then if we planned everything else for Monday, you would have a staffing problem?
If we had everything on Monday, if we have the fireworks on Saturday.
No, if we had the parade and the fireworks and everything on
You have
Monday.
to have it all in one day. You can't split the two events.
But if
you bring
Imperial-
everybody in at one day.
But if Imperial can do it on Monday.
Yeah, her question is, and the answer is yes, that basically if we have everything geared up for the 4th, we get this alternative provider, and they want to do it on the 4th, we can do everything on one day. The chief's difficulty is splitting things, and because of the other events he has to support.
Right.
Yeah, no,
Staff.
I thought that was what
The
you
other
were saying.
problem
But
is-
if we, and just to be clear, if the Navy band is First Friday, we can't do anything about when First Friday is. If we don't plan anything for Saturday and we don't plan anything for Sunday, would you have staffing to do a traditional July 4th on July 4th?
Yes.
But we still have to make sure that we can have
We can get
fireworks
this.
on that
And the
day.
problem is this gentleman has known about this since Friday.
Yeah.
We don't know, he hasn't been vetted. I don't know if he's licensed through ATF. He's talking about doing a 10-minute show with smaller shells. This town about went crazy a couple of years ago and we had a 14-minute show. If we do a 10-minute show, it's the board's decision, but my recommendation, and I know I speak for Chief Pace, is we're in for a penny, we're in for a pound. If we do it on the second, we do it all on the second. And I know it's not tradition, but COVID changed things. We didn't have fireworks the last 2 years.
I'm still agreeing with the mayor. I think we need to have everything on the 4th. We had a whole long fight several months ago about Palm Coast wants to change from the 3rd to the 4th. We would do it alternate years. We went through this whole blah, blah, blah. And we were adamant that July 4th belonged in Flagler Beach. So I know we didn't know that Santori was going to create this problem. But if there's an alternative, I think we need to go on the 4th with everything. And if we don't have fireworks again, we're not going to have a pier next year anyway. We're not going to do it next year either.
Mr. Cooley.
That's my feeling.
We had a 4th of July committee meet. And they came out with numerous recommendations, and they said if these criteria, and I don't have them in front of me because I wasn't expecting to talk about this, but they said if these criteria are met, then we consider going forward with 4th of July, and it's intelligent, and it's safe. And the number one thing on there was more uniformed badged officers than we had the last large 4th of July. You're now 25% down. And then we had a conversation where it's common knowledge that we're not going to be able to get the same amount of help as what we've got previous years. Is that correct?
City of Daytona is down 30 cops.
Oh, right. My God. So here's the thing.
We're not getting the same amount of help from Daytona.
Here's the thing. So we're going to have the population from 3 years ago is a lot more here in Flagler County. That's a fact. So that it can be assumed that unless weather changes, that the crowd is going to be that much larger. We now have that much less police. We got to really ask ourselves, is this going to be safe with that amount of people? And because at this point, if you were to go forward, you're actually going against your own July 4th committee's recommendations. And I don't know all of them because I would need the sheet. But I do know that number one thing was we had to have more bodies, not less. It sounds like that everything can be done on the 4th except the fireworks. It's almost like we've come full circle. I guarantee, and I don't know because I didn't talk to them or anything like that, but I bet you they're available on New Year's. I'm just saying. But we have to ask ourselves, going against the July 4th committee we formed, trying to plow forward and being short-staffed with police, knowing we're short-staffed with police, what are we going to get into if we try to force this? Is it even wise to try to pull off fireworks when you're 25% down? Are our officers even going to want to be exposed to that type of situation? I mean, you're talking, there's a lot of potential risks and bad stuff that can happen.
So what are you suggesting?
Don't do the fireworks.
So what?
Don't do them.
Have the parade and
all the festivities in the park.
Be as festive as you can be with what we can handle safely, is what I'm suggesting.
So, do you mind, Chairman?
No, sure. Go
So my thought on this is that, you know, I guess we're taking a risk here, right? If we, you know, it's a big risk. So, Chief, if you don't mind me asking, how long would it take you to vet, potentially, if we ever hear back from this gentleman on that would like to be here, you know, this group, that our alternative group would?
I don't know. Chief Pace has been dealing with this gentleman, and
okay.
You know, the problem is that Santori's been very gracious, but my other concern is, you know, he said we're okay for the second, but what if somebody beats us to that punch and then the second is out? So then we don't have them on the second or the 4th. And to Commissioner Cooley's credit, you know, one of the things that I've seen since, and you all were there, was the amount of people that attended Cheer at the Pier. So that indication in the first week of April is any factor as to how the summer's going to be. We usually hire deputies from the sheriff's office and our deputies and our officers on overtime on the weekend starting Memorial Day. Thanks to Mr. Whitson, we're actually starting at the first weekend in May this year because the weekends have just been packed. So the crowds are going to come. And again, ultimately the decision is, but fireworks are not in my wheelhouse in law enforcement, but public safety is. And if we're going to have it all on one day. Because if you want to split in your force, I don't know that I could get people to come back for the force. I mean, cops will be here, but you're talking about getting volunteers to come back on 2 different days in the heat of the summer. I don't know that we could get COPs back for the parade. I don't know that we could get the same amount of staffing from the sheriff's office or react.
Again, I wish I could have made this easier by getting the answer from the fellow for the 4th, but he is licensed, he is certified. I just don't know if he can do our show on the 4th. That's what I'm waiting to hear. We have a bird in the hand on the 2nd. So the question is, do you want to take the bird in the hand and then hope this other guy comes through, or do you want to just roll the dice and see if this guy can come through for the 4th? I don't know which way you want to go.
I have a statement.
Good, ma'am.
We have a bird in the hand for the 2nd, but we have a no holiday on the 4th. This is a problem that's this year. So this company we're $25,000 firework budget. They're telling us $100,000 budget. What are we going to do next year? Are we going to celebrate the 4th of July every single year on the 2nd because that seems to be the only day that our budget can afford fireworks? I still say we have 4th of July on 4th of July, and we hope that we can have fireworks, but other than that, I mean, we're just putting ourselves into a position to never celebrate the 4th of July on the 4th of July going forward.
I agree.
I don't see where we're not celebrating the 4th of July.
It's called the 4th, not the 2nd of July. And that's what all of our residents kept saying. And it's not about the fireworks, it's about the celebration in the community and all of the things that the day encompasses.
So are we
Many
doing is not-
employees don't have the 2nd of July off.
So we're just not going to have fireworks on the 4th.
That would be right.
So
And we're also down law enforcement.
I just find it ironic that on the day that we're supposed to be celebrating our dependence or independence, we're going to rely on the government to be dependent upon providing us with entertainment. That's kind of ironic.
I find it ironic that our city has to have entertainment on the Day of Independence, but we can still, there's a part of tradition into that. There's the parade that we've always had. There's families that come. There's vacation rentals, they are booked on the 4th of July. For that reason, I think that we should celebrate our city to the maximum that we can do on that holiday. And if the cards fell that the 2nd is the only day, what are we going to do next year and the year after that? I mean, it's a problem that's going to continue.
I'm not disagreeing with you. You're the one that said earlier you waited over an hour for pizza.
Yeah.
And the problem is, this is not just a Flagler Beach problem, and I mentioned it in the strategic plan.
We aren't the
This
only
is a
city.
systemic problem in this country with lack of available people to work. And if we don't jump on the 2nd and we put all our hopes on somebody we don't know and he says, I can't do it, you won't have fireworks on the 2nd, the 3rd, or the 4th.
Commissioner,
that's just my input.
Yeah, I guess that's where my mind's at. The kind of the tone I'm sensing here is that, if we're going to go all in with the 4th of July, I think we just need to let our, citizens know that there's a possibility there might not be fireworks that day. And, that's the risk that it sounds like some are willing to take here, that, I'd be okay with that if, the public knows that there's a risk that there might not be fireworks, but there'll be all the other festivities that day. So that's kind of my stance on it. I mean, I'm kind of been indifferent on the fireworks, but if it's, everybody wants to push for the 4th of July, then.
I know everybody wants fireworks. I like fireworks. But whether you do them on the 2nd or the 4th, we know for a fact that we will be going into that environment severely understaffed with law enforcement. I mean, and it doesn't matter which day. It could be the 2nd or the 4th. It doesn't matter the size of the fireworks. The fireworks, there's an entire different element of the style of celebration that doing the fireworks brings. The evening is when all the brawls break out. It's when the pepper spray gets deployed. That is when our officers are at risk and get overwhelmed. That was the entire basis that started the conversation to begin with about how viable is our carrying capacity for an event that large. So I would you have recommendations from the 4th of July committee. I would urge, and I don't have them in front of me, I think we need to read up on them, because if you do fireworks on either day, knowing from your chief of police that you are severely understaffed, you're not a little bit, you're very understaffed, that you are going against everything the committee is recommending. And that in itself is kind of not a very good scenario.
Okay, any other comments?
So Mr. Whitson, in your opinion, do we have time to take a look at what the committee, or potentially have Scott come back and talk to us, or?
No.
We're running out of time. Okay.
I wish I could answer different. I wish I could wave my magic wand and make this problem go away.
Well, no, I
but
mean, it
can't.
helps for us to know whether tonight's the night, or
tonight's the night.
Tonight's the night.
Unfortunately. And
Okay, all right, I guess what we have to do then is just go down the line here. And just, go ahead, Mayor. Yeah, okay, we can do that, but any more comments? All right, public comment.
Oh, come on.
We talked about fireworks.
You gotta get up on mic.
All right, if you want me.
Everybody gets a turn.
I have to time him.
We don't have the Christmas parade on Christmas, right?
That's in the beginning of the month.
But still,
It kicks
I think
off the season.
speaking of myself, if you ask people, do you have it on the 2nd or you have no fireworks? I think the majority is going to say have it on the 2nd. The working class people have to go to work the day after 4th of July. Fireworks are here till 9, 10 o'clock. Takes an hour to get up A1A. I don't think the people are going to argue with July 2nd. I think that's a big part of this community is fireworks. Mm-hmm. And you're going with a company that you know could do it. That's a big thing. Safety, he knows what he's doing, Santori. They're like the boys from Brooklyn. They know what they're doing. So that's my opinion.
Good points.
Anyone else? Okay, we bring it back to the board.
So I'm going to make a proposal that we, from the way I remember the committee's report and from what I heard from the public and all the arguments that we had about changing alternate years with Palm Coast and the county and doing it on the 3rd and the 4th, and everybody was adamant it had to be on the 4th because that's the holiday. So I'm going to recommend that we have whatever festivities we can have on the 4th of July. And if this company doesn't pan out, or another company doesn't pan out, I can't imagine there's only 2 fireworks companies in the entire state of Florida. That,
It's an industry that's getting smaller.
Well, I don't
well, just let me, so we would have a parade, we would have stuff in the park. And if we can have fireworks on the 4th, then we have it on the 4th. If we can't.
So is that all part of your motion?
Mm-hmm. This was, especially that was part of my motion. So.
Second to Jane, but just to give you some insight, I have a friend in the industry in New York that does fireworks. And when COVID happened, all gatherings stopped. This went on for multiple years. There is scores of fireworks companies that went belly up. That's probably one of the macro issues that's affecting it. Santori is a very strong company that did it, but from a friend who knows this industry well, during COVID, when all this was going on, I was talking to this person was really worry about job. Fortunately, they work for one of the top fireworks companies in the nation, and I can't remember. That's it. That's it.
Well, I
That's who they work for.
have had dinner at Mr. Grucci's house.
Yeah, and
so I was thinking of trying to see if he would know somebody down here.
yeah, and so this person kept their job, but during COVID, I learned that the fireworks companies were just folding up because there was literally zero business for 2 to 3 years, and that is how we ended up here, with Santori saying we can only do $100,000 jobs because they're having it's just like contractors.
Okay, so before we get a second, to be clear, what we're...
I think
You did get a second.
Okay. Did you second, Eric?
Yes.
Okay, so to be clear, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, can I ask
Go
a
ahead.
question? Because I
Yeah,
can't remember.
I want to make it clear.
The 4th of July committee that we had, were they strong on fireworks? I cannot remember.
Yes.
We said have fireworks if
criteria was met.
criteria was met, and it was the numbered of officers exceeded the 2019 officers. And there's a chart in there that gave exactly the number. It gave I made sure that William added that back in. They gave a finite number.
And just to remember, I wasn't sitting up here yet, but I remember sitting out here in the audience, or with the public, and the answer when this was proposed, I know you guys probably remember this, when this was proposed was it Palm Coast, one of their city councilmen mentioned, we want to have fireworks on the 4th of July.
Right.
Scott came up before you all and said an unequivocal no, that they wanted, and you can play back the recording. Those were his direct words. So I mean, I know we're playing a little bit of game of risk here. If we're going to throw all the chips in for the 4th of July, we just might have to, face the ramifications of the public may not being happy if we aren't able to secure those fireworks on the 4th of July. Right. But that's the risk we're willing to take.
Well, okay, and I mean, like anything else, it's going to be a public relations thing that we have to just get out there on the front end of it, and both from Matt's website, the city's website, and just get out there and let people know that we're having a problem. COVID has not been good to us.
This is yet another thing, like lifeguards, this is yet another thing that, and I'll say it on record on the mic, this is something that county is allowing to be dumped on us because they don't even do one at all. And when they could, and they have the ability to, but we got to take care of ourselves first.
Well, one of the things you just talked about, though, you said tradition. How long ago did Flagler Beach start the fireworks? So, they started it, so the county probably said, all right, fine. If you want to have fireworks, have
county
fireworks.
45,000 people.
So, and you got the ideal place to have it, so just go ahead and carry it. And at that time, the TDC was paying for it, so,
the residents raised the money.
Right, so things have changed, times have changed. We got a motion, we got a second. Are we ready to vote?
Yep.
With the complete understanding of what that motion is.
City manager, do you have any thoughts?
I have no thoughts.
Okay.
When you vote, then we will salute and carry it out.
Okay, Penny, roll call, please.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes.
Some of those.
This is why we need more residents to come to the meetings. We have big decisions to make.
All right, the motion carries, and but seriously, I think that in all honesty, we will have to get out on the front end of this. We're going to have to start talking about it and letting people know what the issues are and why we have to do it this way. I'd like for to work with the police chief to see what we can do in order to provide as much safety as we can to the event that we're going to have. And as soon as you can find out one way or the other, I think the commissioners and the mayor and all of us would like to know as soon as possible.
We will do that. And believe me, I'm not fully vetted this gentleman, but in the conversation I had in exploring his website, it's Imperial Fireworks. It looks like that this is something they do all the time. It's just that they're a smaller company than Santori.
Okay, Commissioner Mealy?
Yeah, this Grucci that Eric mentioned on Long Island, they are the Santori of New York.
Okay.
Would you, my closest friend's daughter is very close friends with their daughters. Would you want me to see if they know somebody?
Sure. In just a little background, we've had the staff scrambling and vetting laser shows, drones, fireworks. There isn't anybody in the phone book we haven't contacted.
Phone book?
I'm sorry?
Phone book?
Oh, okay. I'm dating myself. Let's just say we've done a thorough search, and yeah, if we can get a new lead, fine. But we got this lead from Santori, and I talked to the gentleman. He got back to me, and I felt good about our conversation. That's about all I can tell you. Can I guarantee you he's going to blow it out of the park or do a great job or deliver? He said it was 50-50 and let him do some more homework, and that's the last I heard.
Mr. Cooley.
If fireworks doesn't pan out because of either safety staffing, firework guys, or any of those things, would this body be interested in trying to salvage the fireworks and at least attempt to do them on New Year's, since we are unable to do them on the 4th, if it happens that way?
It ends in September.
It ends 30 September.
Right. We've been down that road with TDC, but we could try. And at least that way we are doing fireworks in a manageable setting with a manageable crowd.
I would like to visit it later because there's a lot of things that we have to think about, especially security, because, Chief is down on staff, Volusia's down, the county, I'm not sure, but here again, I think there's a lot of things that would play into that. I'd like to have a big discussion about that before it comes up again, or when it comes up.
Mr. Chairman, I was also going to say maybe we, I know kind of time's precious and things, but I would recommend maybe we have a, some sort of workshop or town hall to inform the public where we come together for, and just maybe let the public know maybe that decision, and all of us, with sunshine laws, that all of us can be here and speak on this.
So next door darts at us.
And have United Front. And one of the things I think we were hearing was from our citizens is communication, right? And not saying that, and I think that we would offer the opportunity and say, hey, because as we know, we see what happens on social media. So I think that having us here as a United Front here, explaining our thoughts and saying this is why we chose this, and again, that's just me. I think that would be something worthwhile to have a, maybe workshop or of some sort. Just throwing that out there to everybody, because I think that it would be one of the key things is communication there to let people know why, if there's no fireworks, the reason.
Just tell them to blame me. I'm fine with it.
Okay, we're continuing with staff reports. Mr. Whitson, what other bad news do you have?
I'm sorry. I just had to get that one out of the way.
That was a doozy.
Real quickly, I can blow through the rest of this list. The Big Blue announcement, I thought was a grand success, and I want to thank certain staff publicly for the record who went way above and beyond on that. And that includes, of course, Rob Smith, Chris Novak, Katie Dockhorn, Tom Gillen, Matt Downey, Bill Clemens, Brenda Ludiker, Rick McFadden, Matt Durick, Troy Guavi, John Lopez, Lyndon Kelly, Whitney Kowalski, Rob Law, Jennifer Cruz, and Alan Watts. Again, this was such a huge collaborative team effort. I didn't want to pass up the opportunity to thank them publicly, because they just went way above and beyond.
It's Vince.
That's Vince.
We're going to discuss a noise ordinance next.
No. It's on my notes as well.
Okay. On the citizen survey, we are going to keep that open until May, per your direction. And as of April 24, we had 382 responses, completed surveys. We had 568 surveys started, or 67%. We'd like to get it up to around 500. That would give us somewhere in the neighborhood of statistically valid responses back for the whole city.
10% of the population.
About 10%, yeah. Once you get into the 10% range, you're into statistically valid
Well, wait a
territory.
minute. We don't have 5,000 households. We have 5,000 individuals. So voter lists, I think, are 3,200 or something like that.
Yeah, 32,
So I can see where, you know, if a couple would say, you answer it for both of us.
Yeah. So that's our goal. Meters are going in the ground right now. We're up over 1,000 and climbing quickly. And I already covered the FDOT meeting that I had on April 22nd. I also have a memo here from the clerk's office about the Economic Development Task Force. The bottom line is that several of the members are not returning, and it just seemed like that you all created them, and there's a consensus from the group that was present at the last meeting that sunsetting the committee would be a logical step. So I'd like to have you consider that.
It's Penny, was it an ordinance that created them?
It was
a resolution.
A resolution that created them, and it does have a sunset, I believe it does. I don't have it in front of me, but I think it has a sunset clause in it, so.
Okay.
So it's something, if you are okay with that, we would agenda in the future.
I'd just like to make a comment on that.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I attended a couple of their meetings, and during that particular time, and I suggested once before that they sunset it, but the general consensus was that they didn't feel as though that they were producing anything, or they wouldn't get any cooperation from the commission, because anything they were recommending wasn't getting pushed forward or whatever. So I mean, it's something we can discuss later on and think about, to see if it's not sunset, how it can be more productive and provide some type of input that would be useful to the city and to the commission itself.
That group about 6 months ago requested a workshop with commission to get that restarted, and it never happened.
Right.
And they've been stagnant since, which is probably why attendance is waned. And because they are wanting direction and input from commission, because they don't want to put a whole lot of bandwidth into a lot of things to then turn around and get shot down.
Sure, and I can understand that.
So I guess we would need to decide if we were going to sunset it, or if we were going to do the workshop. Economic development right now, I mean, right now we're in a boom, so that's really not a critical thing. FB3 has categorically not participated in EDTF, which is a huge disappointment. And I'll say it publicly, and shame on them. And they have been asked almost every single EDTF to bring all of their data and all of their members' input to EDTF, and not once has it happened. So it might be worth sunsetting.
Yeah.
It could be. I mean, you know, the thing is, I think you need to have a complete understanding of what economic development is within your community as well. You know, we're talking about bringing in business, but every time you start talking about business, people shrivel up because, like, you know, we don't want any more business here. But it's not just big boxes, and it's not large corporations. You know, one of the things we talked about is having fiber optics come into the city right now. That opens up a whole new world as far as business development, because you can have a technological company sitting right down here in a 4-room building doing multi-million dollars worth of work. So I think that's it's worth discussion and seeing where we actually want to go and what we're envisioning as far as economic development within the city.
Right. And that's basically my report, other than the fact that I see so many of the city staff working overtime, working sick, you know, coming in extra, going way above and beyond, and I'm just tremendously proud to serve with this team and serve with you, and just thought that was appropriate to state tonight.
Okay, thank you, sir. Police chief?
Yes, sir.
Any other staff back there? No? No, I just thought here, I couldn't, my eyes are getting old. Penny? Nothing? Hey, we'll start with the mayor this time.
Hey.
First thing I'd like to bring up is our noise ordinance. I'm sitting in the commission chambers and I can sing along to the music at Fens. I can tell you what songs they're playing. I can only imagine what their neighbors feel like right now. It's, at this point, it's becoming it's a trend. Every time we walk out of this meeting, their music is blaring. Something needs to be done for our residents. And it's a shame because if it's happening there, we need to continue and monitor to make sure it's not happening at other venues as well.
And I'm just going to make a comment. I totally agree. I live on Palm Drive, and you know where I live.
Mm-hmm.
I can go outside on my front porch and hear the music.
I mean, I can almost not think
Yes.
with
You
this.
Far away.
I know. I'm across the intercoastal waterway. And she's over as well.
in the right direction.
If the wind is blowing and it goes across the water, you
I mean, the only thing I'm going to say about that is that here again, we get back to consistency. If we're going to enforce the noise ordinance with some businesses, we need to enforce it with all of them.
I mean, we're sitting inside, and I can tell you the song that is playing. Post Malone, wow.
It wasn't jazz, no.
It's not a very good one.
I wouldn't know that.
So, to that point, does Chief, if he doesn't get a phone call, he's probably checking on it now, but if he doesn't get a telephone call from a neighbor or anybody.
Well, then I would hope our police
calling now.
will drive by.
They'll do a drive-by.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
on record, the
I'm
mayor
gonna
called it a noise complaint.
Time out.
Sure.
I know for a fact that the police have proactively approached Fins.
Mhm.
They've written them up a couple of times, but we have rules. We either need a phone call from a citizen saying that's too loud, check it out, or they proactively review it. They've done that. I don't know where they are on the hatch mark, before they get drug in front of the commission, whether it's 3 or 4 times, but we have started the documentation.
Good. Well, you can tell. The volume level went down.
And again,
Yeah.
it's a karaoke night, it's ladies' night, there are DJs out there. It's not, I'm sorry, not karaoke, it's a DJ or a karaoke is what the big offenses are. And I know Drew says we can't regulate what type of thing.
It's freedom of speech.
That's the problem. And what was also discovered at the last car board meeting, I believe you will have, this year, more of your businesses that have a license having to go through the process again and not getting that automatic renewal because of discovery. Every year in August, I called out the police station and I say, I need a report. Here's the businesses, here's their address, run me a report for the whole year if they've had any warnings, violations, etc. Well, when it's called in, it's not called in from the business. So those reports aren't popping up when you do that search. So we've discovered that you have to research by the complaint type. So a noise complaint. And I bet I'm gonna get a popping like crazy this year. I know for one particular place, but, and it puzzles me. I'm like, well, why are these people so adamant? I don't think they're lying. I think that we're lying, that we're not checking. And, I just wasn't searching or having the search done by the right item. So
Okay.
I think it'll be different this year.
And as well, it should be. They should come in for a little gentle reminder.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Mayor. Go ahead.
Kids Town Hall. School's about to be out, so I was going to see if this commission is all right with a Kids Town Hall and what date suits you guys best.
I'm flexible.
School is out May 26th. We're running out of time. Any suggestions?
Before school's out.
Before school's out?
Yeah, that week of the 26th, I'm actually going to be out of town for work commitment, so any time before that is okay with me.
Mayor, I would probably recommend sooner than later, because once you get around the end of the school year, they're not going to take on projects and work and presentations and all that.
Leave dates that the room is available.
Okay.
The 5th, the 11th, the 9th, the 17th.
What time of the day are you talking about?
For an evening.
Oh, evening? Okay.
It's an evening. We've done 5:30 before. We could do earlier. We could do later. We could put an end time on it.
No, I'm just,
Right, and
I'll be busy on the 5th.
Me too. It's my birthday.
Reviewing engineering drawings and diagrams and all that stuff.
It's my birthday.
Oh.
ABC.
The following week, you have the 9th, the 10th, and Friday, the 13th available.
I'm okay with the 11th. I mean,
I'm
that's,
sorry, not the 10th, the 9th, the 11th. I'm sorry. The 9th, the 11th, or the 13th of that week.
Oh, good.
mm-hmm.
I don't think you'd get kids to come on a Friday.
I don't think so.
Depends on the age group.
Well, and
We
keep in
can,
mind
we can
the-
discuss it.
Usually they've been at 5, I mean, you can do 5:30.
Yeah, and keep in mind, the entire body in previous kids' town halls, the entire body has not been.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Right.
Why don't you pick what works for you, and if we can be there, we'll be there.
Right, it's not a recorded meeting, it's not anything, it's posted as a town hall. You make no decisions, you give no direction.
Right.
I mean, I would say sooner the better, the 9th or the 11th.
You pick a day, if we can be
Whatever you
there, we'll
want.
be there.
I choose the 9th or the 11th. Do those days not work for anyone if they are not going to, if they plan to come?
The 9th I have.
The 11th is my wife's birthday, and I'm planning a surprise party for her, which is probably not a surprise now.
Which day is that?
The 11th.
Commissioner Sherman?
The 9th is fine by me. I know it's a Monday. Yeah, that's fine by me. Oh, Monday, okay.
I work both those days. I could try to switch with somebody.
Okay.
And we could do 5:30 to 7. We could do it for an hour and a half. I think that's fine.
You don't have to stay here the entire time either.
Right,
do you?
I could, yeah.
Yeah.
No, there's just the mayor, she's the host.
Right.
Yeah, you're committed.
Okay.
Okay, I have it down for the 9th. What else you have, Mayor?
I wrote stuff down and I can't read my handwriting.
Cognitive ability.
First Saturday of the month, All Stars Beach Cleanup. I'm getting tired with cognitiveness. Just a reminder, that will be May 7th. Also that day is the May Day contest. And that's all I had.
Commissioner Sherman?
Jump in on the mayor's comment there. You reminded me of something that I wanted to make sure to tell you tonight. We need to get you a form because we're starting to send you from the magistrate regulars.
Okay. Oh, yes, someone called me about that.
So we need to get a form for the mayor put together so she can have, for somebody at the cleanups can have somebody sign in and sign out to make sure they're actually doing their hours.
And just to clarify, we decided for Kids Town Hall, it will be May 9th, 5:30 to 7. Does that work for everybody?
Got it. Time's up. Commissioner Sherman.
All right, for the sake of time, I'll make it quick. So last Friday, I know I kind of mentioned it at our strategic planning meeting, but just kind of get it on the record for the public. Went out and we went to Silver Lake Park. It was myself and the grounds crew and I can't think of the two other gentlemen's names that are kind of like our Brazilian pepper. I think one guy's name's Chris and Brian. They were awesome. I mean, we knocked out a lot of peppers that day and we were able to spray the stumps and to me, I feel like we covered a lot of ground. Now it's just trying to figure out how we're, looking at getting all that shredded up or getting that taken out. And the neighbors there, we went and talked to the neighbors just to make sure they were okay with it. It was the talk of the neighborhood over there. They loved it because we were concerned that they didn't want to look out their front doors there to see that, but they were really happy to see we were taking out the peppers over there. And then yesterday I attended a TPO meeting, rather interesting meeting. We had some good topics covered. One of the topics was the public transportation actually here in Flagler County. It was just an interesting topic and that we're kind of behind. I think I think as we know, we were a rural county at one time and there's definitely some room for improvement with our public transportation system. And so that was a really good presentation, I thought, that I got out of that. And other than that, I don't think there's a lot of the focus there is more on Volusia right now. But I actually met with the interim director, who I seem to think will be the director. And, she kind of was schooling me up a little bit on the TPO. And I think it's a matter of time before our county has more of a presence at those meetings. Because it looks like a lot of Volusia County's actual council is there. I would say they're represented very well there. But it was nice to see Mayor Alphen was there, and also, I didn't get her name, but one of the commissioners in Bunnell was also there. So Flagler County overall was represented pretty well yesterday at the TPO meeting.
Mr. Phillips.
Okay. This coming Monday, I've got Mondays with Matt at Uncorked Wine Bar, starting at 4:30. So please come and see Matt at the bar.
Serving him water?
Serving him water. People always ask me, and when I say, you haven't been to the wine bar, and I said, you don't have to drink. You can come in and have water to see it and support us. And let's see, tomorrow there are a couple of us that are speaking for Victims Advocates Week on the pier at 9 o'clock. We had a business owner in Flagler Beach that passed away. Her name is Brenda DeTrevel. She owns Casa's gift shop above Vessel Restaurant.
Yeah, she told me yesterday. I was so upset.
5 weeks ago, she was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer.
Oh.
Yeah, I just got chills. I know, so she passed away. The Family Life Center, I attended the board meeting. Our theme now is fundraising because during COVID, they've not done a lot of fundraising. And somebody deeded the Family Life Center a piece of property right by the airport, and it's really not that buildable, but it's got a nice price tag to it. So they're eventually going to, or we're looking into selling it.
It's even better.
The Family Life Center is looking into selling it.
I thought they liked the zero. If somebody deeded it to them, they didn't pay for it.
Oh, yeah, no, they didn't pay for it, but they're not liking, they obviously took the deed, but they're not thinking that that's a great location to build, a shelter or something. So they're probably just going to turn around and sell it and invest the money. That's all I have.
Commissioner Mealy.
Memorial Day will be on May 30th. Monday.
1 o'clock.
At 1 o'clock. And we have a speaker, and we have all the arrangements made. It just needs to be pulled together. That's it.
Really?
Wow. I have to be on the pier at 8:30.
Just afraid we're going to get 11 o'clock.
So, interesting scenarios that happen around the city, and was wondering if I could propose a remedy to it. So this goes back to when a resident decided to take it upon themselves and go into Silver Lake and cut down a bunch of the tallest and most mature trees that were in there. That, by the way, are there's just bare spots where those trees are still. And it's a shame. And I believe that there's a plan to do something with them. But so in cruising around town, I noticed that there are some more trees taken down. This is not the Brazilian peppers, but there's some more trees taken down in Silver Lake Park. Asked the city manager about it. There was someone who did take out a couple unhealthy trees. We don't know if those are them. We don't know if this was somebody decided to do it again because they got, almost got away with it. But so, and then we noticed some other work being done around the city, but we don't know if it's legitimate work or if it's citizens doing things that in some cases they should not be doing. Because when you go into a park and you chop down trees, that is vandalism, period. And so I was wondering if there was a way that the city could, and I know we have an app coming, but if the city could put up post work that's going to be done. We're going to be working on this walkover. There was a walkover that changed and nobody really knew why. We ended up figuring it out, but things like that. So if there's work being done, say at Silver Lake, and somebody's chopping down trees, I can just pull up City of Flagler Beach and I'll say, okay, on this day, there's work scheduled to be done in Silver Lake. We know it's legitimate, and citizens can check that. And if it's not, then we can call that gentleman in the back and he can send his boys out there to go check out what's going on. And I didn't know if that was possible, but I think because of renegade style work that's being done in different areas of the city, it might be a good idea for citizens because no one knows. And since they don't know, they stay away, which means somebody can go unabated and do whatever they want. Does that kind of make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, the new app should have that, and follow up and see what kind of mechanisms we can put in place.
In the interim, or even a citizen doesn't have the app, I would encourage you, if you see somebody doing work in the park and you're not sure if they should be doing that work in the park, particularly when it's cutting down trees, I'm just err on the side of caution, call the police and say, hey, I saw this, I don't know if they're supposed to be there or not, but you might want to go and check it out.
Right.
That's a 30-second phone call, and it's no skin off of their nose to go and check it out.
And that's kind of what I communicated. It's unfortunate, but the reality is that there's a lot of folks that they become extremely hesitant. They don't want to be that person, and it's unfortunate. But if there's any way to do it, or just put it on the city's page, or anything, that way we can connect the dots and at least know.
And along those lines, I think when it comes to budget time, we need to talk about cameras, security cameras.
I think we talked about those already.
We did a while ago.
Well,
Agreed. Agreed. But with us changing IT provider, we may be a little slow in getting there, but I absolutely agree with that for security reasons.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Guess it's back to me.
Make it quick.
I will, trust me. No pressure here. I think everyone knows already that fortunately the plaques for the benches in honoring veterans, I received them all. I had requested the company try to get them to us before Memorial Day. We got them all, so I've been slowed down a little bit. I haven't been able to use my tools. However, within the next week or so, I promise we'll start putting those up before Memorial Day, because that's going to be part of our program, is the official unveiling of all the nameplates. And one of the things I've used the assistance of my son-in-law, who's an engineer. He's helped me put together a graphic that has all the names on it, so that on Memorial Day I can pass them out and say, this is where your nameplate is. Or you can just ask me personally, because I know just about where every single one of them is. We've had an additional 3 or 4 come in, and I actually added those to the to the order. So those are being made up as well. So hopefully we'll get those before Memorial Day. I'm very excited about them. They look great, and it's going to be really wonderful. And I think just about everyone up here has ordered something, or one of the plaques, or several of the plaques for their loved ones. Mr. Whitson was very good to pass this on to me. This is a technical memo. It was a meet and hunt review of Palm Harbor, which is right on Palm Drive. And that was Custer's Palm Harbor is the name of the development, phase 1 and phase 2. And you probably remember that we had a report that came out about 6 months ago that probably excluded Custer's Palm Harbor, because it was believed that it was an independent municipality with its own HOA, and as a result, it was left out. They did a study, a very comprehensive study, and they have a report here. What I'd like to do is sometime in the near future is probably try to have a town hall meeting, which would invite the folks on Palm Drive on both phases to come forward. We're going to try to get the developer to also attend to answer any questions. There's graphics in here that shows the entire map of all of the stormwater systems in both the gardens, which is now the veranda or something, Veranda Bay. It shows the entire stormwater system out there, where it exits, where it empties into the intercoastal. Also the marsh area that runs parallel with Palm Drive. And it actually had some recommendations on how to actually prevent some of, or at least mitigate some of the flooding in that area. So what I'll be doing is asking the commission permission, or an agreement anyway, a consensus to have a town hall meeting where we can possibly discuss this, and I'll talk to our legal advisor to make sure we have everything done properly. Town hall meetings can be tricky, but I think they're also very good for getting information out to people, because there's a lot of rumors about what's going on out there and what's happening, particularly now since they've started construction on that particular development out there. It's been a lot of trees cracking and popping and things moving, so I'd just like to do that. The mayor covered the noise ordinance already, so I'm not going to belabor that. Just leave that alone. And the only last comment I have is, again, Penny, you do a great job. And I know you don't like to get the accolades and all, but we're going to give them to you, and we really appreciate everything you do.
And the term was professional, municipal, What? We got to get your nameplate made that way. Put up this long.
I felt like I was reading a tongue twister.
I know.
Okay, motion to adjourn. Oh, I'm sorry, we got the public again, don't we? Oh, Bruno, come on back up. Public comment. Come on up.
You have to.
Can we turn Silver Lake into a dog park?
You have to come up to the mic, please.
Oh,
Name
you're
and
not
address.
shy.
Name and address.
My name's Kim and I live on North Central, I think, Flagler Beach. Can we turn Silver Lake into a dog park? You said you'd back me.
Okay, that's a question. Okay, any other questions? Any?
We don't have any other dog parks, nowhere.
I don't have a dog.
20 miles. They don't have 20 miles by Centennial.
Okay.
They closed the one over there by Publix. It was nasty. We need a little dog park.
I had someone message me today about, does Flagler Beach have a dog park?
They should.
Well, I think a better, just to piggyback on your suggestion, would be, can we turn part of Silver Lake
Yeah.
into the unused grass part that just sits? You know,
Yeah.
something like that.
Just need to find some money.
Cut back on the trash thing over there, that place over there, and use some of the money on the dog park.
You can start a GoFundMe page.
See, I need you have a dog, I need you have a dog, you don't, I don't know. Do you?
I have cats.
The good thing is,
dog people up there because they
Okay.
say, oh, yeah.
All right, any other
I'm
comments?
not opposed to the idea, but as
Any
Mr.
other
Whitson
comments
said, we need
from
money
the
to
audience?
do it.
Any more speakers?
I'm for parks.
No.
Any more comments from the public? Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
the good thing is dog parks are cheap. You should get some fence.
We adjourn.
You need a water ball? Right, you need
The
a.
water's already
meter on
there.
top,
Water's there.
yeah. That's it. Throw some chain link on it.
Except for my dog is not colored.
You don't need a dog park
She's not
when you got
friendly.
cats.
Good night, everyone.
Oh, do you?